Proem to Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis in Santa Rosa, California. Proem. Not here in our London ghetto, the gates and gaberdines of the olden ghetto of the eternal city. Yet no lack of signs external by which one may know it, and those who dwell therein. Its narrow streets have no specialty of architecture. Its dirt is not picturesque. It is no longer the stage for the high-buskined tragedy of massacre and martyrdom, only for the obscurer, deeper tragedy that evolves from the pressure of its own inward forces, and the long-drawn-out tragi-comedy of sordid and shifty poverty. Nevertheless, this London ghetto of ours is a region where, amid uncleanness and squalor, the rose of romance blooms yet a little longer in the raw air of English reality. A world which hides beneath its stony and unlovely surface an inner world of dreams, fantastic and poetic as the mirage of the Orient where they were woven, of superstitions grotesque as the cathedral gargoyles of the Dark Ages in which they had birth. And over all lie tenderly some streaks of celestial light shining from the face of the great lawgiver. The folk who compose our pictures are children of the ghetto. Their faults are bred of its hovering miasma of persecution. Their virtues are straightened and intensified by the narrowness of its horizon. And those of our figures who have won their way beyond its boundary must still play their parts in tragedies and comedies. Tragedies of spiritual struggle, comedies of material ambition, that are the aftermath of its centuries of dominance, the sequel to that long cruel night in Jewry which coincides with the Christian era. If they are not the children, at least they are the grandchildren of the ghetto. The particular ghetto that is the dark background upon which our pictures will be cast is of voluntary formation. People who have been living in a ghetto for a couple of centuries are not able to step outside merely because the gates are thrown down, nor to efface the brands on their souls by putting off the yellow badges. The isolation imposed from without will have come to seem the law of their being. But a minority will pass, by units, into the larger, freer, stranger life amid the execrations of an ever-dwindling majority. For better or for worse, or for both, the ghetto will be gradually abandoned, till at last it becomes only a swarming place for the poor and the ignorant, huddling together for social warmth. Such people are their own ghetto gates. When they migrate, they carry them across the seas to lands where they are not. Into the hearts of East London there poured from Russia, from Poland, from Germany, from Holland, streams of Jewish exiles, refugees, settlers, few as well-to-do as the Jew of the proverb, but all rich in their cheerfulness, their industry, and their cleverness. The majority bore with them nothing but their phylacteries and praying shawls, and a good-natured contempt for Christians and Christianity, for the Jew has rarely been embittered by persecution. He knows that he is in galut, in exile, and that the days of the Messiah are not yet, and he looks upon the persecutor merely as the stupid instrument of an all-wise providence. So that these poor Jews were rich in all the virtues, devout yet tolerant, and strong in their reliance on faith, hope, and more especially charity. In the early years of the 19th century all Israel were brethren. Even the pioneer colony of wealthy Sephardim, descendants of the Spanish crypto-Jews who had reached England via Holland, had modified its boycott of the poor Ashkenazic immigrants, now that they were becoming an overwhelming majority. There was a superior stratum of Anglo-German Jews who had had time to get on, but all the Ashkenazic tribes lived very much like a happy family, the poor not as standoffish towards the rich, but anxious to afford them the opportunities for well-doing. The Schnorrer felt no false shame in his begging. He knew that it was the rich man's duty to give him unleavened bread on Passover, and coals in the winter, and odd half-crowns at all seasons, and he regarded himself as the Jacob's ladder by which the rich man mounted to paradise. But, like all genuine philanthropists, he did not look for gratitude. He felt that virtue was its own reward, especially when he sat in Sabbath vesture at the head of his table on Friday nights, and thanked God in an operatic aria for the white cotton tablecloth and the fried sprats. He sought personal interviews with the most majestic magnates, and had humorous repartees for their lumbering censure. As for the rich, they gave charity unscrupulously, in the same oriental, unscientific, informal spirit in which the Dayanim, those Kadais of the East End, administered justice. The Takif, or man of substance, was as accustomed to the palm of the mendicant outside the great synagogue as to the rattling picks within. They lived on Bury Street and Jury Street and Aldgate, those aristocrats of the Ghetto, in mansions that are now but congeries of apartments. Few relations had they with Belgravia, but many with Petticoat Lane and the Great Shool, the stately old synagogue which has always been illuminated by candles and still refuses all modern light. The Spanish Jews had a more ancient shul, but it was within a stone's throw of the Duke's Palace edifice. Decorum was not a feature of synagogue worship in those days, nor was the Almighty yet conceived as the holder of formal receptions once a week. Worshippers did not pray with bated breath, as if afraid that the Deity would overhear them. They were at ease in Zion. They passed the snuff-boxes, and remarked about the weather. The opportunities of skipping, afforded by a too exuberant liturgy, promoted conversation, and even stocks were discussed in the terrible longueur induced by the meaningless ministerial repetition of prayers already said by the congregation, or by the official recitations of catalogues of purchased benedictions. Sometimes, of course, this announcement of the offertory was interesting, especially when there was sensational schnoddering. The great people bid in guineas for the privilege of rolling up the scroll of the law, or drawing the curtain of the ark, or saying a particular Kaddish if they were mourners, and then thrills of reverence went round the congregation. The social hierarchy was to some extent graduated by synagogual contributions, and whoever could afford only a little offering had it announced as a gift, a vague term which might equally be the covering of a reticent munificence. Very few persons called up to the reading of the law escaped at the cost they had intended, for one is easily led on by an insinuative official incapable of taking low views of the donor's generosity, and a little deaf. The moment prior to the declaration of the amount was quite exciting for the audience. On Sabbaths and festivals, the authorities could not write down these sums, for writing is work, and work is forbidden. Even to write them in the book and volume of their brain would have been to charge their memories with an illegitimate, if not an impossible, burden. Parchment books on a peculiar system with holes in the pages and laces to go through the holes solved the problem of bookkeeping without pen and ink. It is possible that many of the worshippers were tempted to give beyond their means for fear of losing the esteem of the Shamus, a potent personage only next in influence to the President, whose overcoat he obsequiously removed on the great man's annual visit to the synagogue. The Shamus's eye was all over the shul at once, and he could settle an altercation about seats without missing a single response. His automatic "Amen" resounded magnificently through the synagogue, at once a stimulus and a rebuke. It was probably a concession to him that poor men, who were neither seat holders nor wearers of chimney-pot hats, were penned within an iron enclosure near the door of the building, and ranged on backless benches, and it says much for the authority of the Shamus that not even the Schnorrer contested it. Prayers were shouted rapidly by the congregation and elaborately sung by the Chazan. The minister was vox et praeterea nihil. He was the only musical instrument permitted, and on him devolved the whole onus of making the service attractive. He succeeded. He was helped by the sociability of the gathering, for the synagogue was virtually a Jewish club, the focus of the sectarian life. Hard times and bitter had some of the fathers of the Ghetto, but they ate their dry bread with the salt of humour, loved their wives, and praised God for his mercies. Unwitting of the genealogies that would be found for them by their prosperous grandchildren, old clo-men plied their trade in ambitious content. They were meek and timorous outside the Ghetto, walking warily for fear of the Christian. Sufferance was still the badge of all their tribe. Yet that they were Jews who held their heads high, let the following legend tell. Few men could shuffle along more inoffensively or cry "Old Clo" with a meeker twitter than Sleepy Sol. The old man crawled one day, bowed with humility and clo-bag, into a military mews and uttered his tremulous chirp. To him came one of the ostlers with insolent beetling brow. "Got any gold lace?" faltered Sleepy Sol. "Get out!" roared the ostler. "I'll give you the best prices," pleaded Sleepy Sol. "Get out!" repeated the ostler, and hustled the old man into the street. "If I catch you here again, I'll break your neck." Sleepy Sol loved his neck, but the profit on gold lace torn from old uniforms was high. Next week he crept into the mews again, trusting to meet another ostler. "Clo, Clo," he chirped faintly. Alas, the brawny bully was to the fore again, and recognized him. "You dirty old Jew," he cried, "take that and that. Next time I sees you, you'll go home on a shutter." The old man took that and that, and went on his way. The next day he came again. "Clo, Clo," he whimpered. "What?" said the ruffian, his coarse cheeks flooded with angry blood. Have you forgotten what I promised you?" He seized Sleepy Sol by the scruff of the neck. "I say, why can't you leave the old man alone?" The ostler stared at the protester, whose presence he had not noticed in the pleasurable excitement of the moment. It was a Jewish young man, indifferently attired in a pepper-and-salt suit. The muscular ostler measured him scornfully with his eye. "What's to do with you?" he said, with studied contempt. "Nothing," admitted the intruder. "And what harm is he doing you?" "That's my business," answered the ostler, and tightened his clutch of Sleepy Sol's nape. "Well, you better not mind it," answered the young man calmly. "Let go." The ostler's thick lips emitted a disdainful laugh. "Let go, d'ye hear?" repeated the young man. "I'll let go at your nose," said the ostler, clenching his knobbly fist. "Very well," said the young man, "then I'll pull yours." "Oh-ho!" said the ostler, his scowl growing fiercer. "You means business, does you?" And with that he sent Sleepy Sol staggering along the road, and rolled up his shirt sleeves. His coat was already off. The young man did not remove his. He quietly assumed the defensive. The ostler sparred up to him with grim earnestness, and launched a terrible blow at his most characteristic feature. The young man blandly put it on one side, and planted a return blow on the ostler's ear. Enraged, his opponent sprang upon him. The young Jew paralysed him by putting his left hand negligently into his pocket. With his remaining hand he closed the ostler's right eye, and sent the flesh about it into mourning. Then he carelessly tapped a little blood from the ostler's nose, gave him a few thumps on the chest, as if to test the strength of his lungs, and laid him sprawling in the courtyard. A brother ostler ran out from the stables and gave a cry of astonishment. "You'd better wipe his face," said the young man curtly. The newcomer hurried back towards the stables. "Wait a moment," said Sleepy Sol. "I can sell you a sponge cheap. I've got a beauty in my bag." There were plenty of sponges about, but the newcomer bought the second-hand sponge. "Do you want any more?" the young man affably inquired of his prostrate adversary. The ostler gave a groan. He was shamed before a friend whom he had early convinced of his fistic superiority. "No, I reckon he don't," said his friend, with a knowing grin at the conqueror. "Then I wish you a good day," said the young man. "Come along, father." "Yes, my son-in-law," said Sleepy Sol. "Do you know who that was, Joe?" said his friend, as he sponged away the blood. Joe shook his head. "That was Dutch Sam," said his friend in an awe-struck whisper. All Joe's body vibrated with surprise and respect. Dutch Sam was the champion bruiser of his time. In private life an eminent dandy, and a prime favourite of His Majesty King George the Fourth. And Sleepy Sol had a beautiful daughter, and was perhaps prepossessing himself when washed for the Sabbath. "Dutch Sam," Joe repeated. "Dutch Sam? Why, you've got his picture hanging up inside, only he's dressed tip-top." "Well, strike me lucky. What a fool I was not to recognise him." His battered face brightened. "No wonder he licked me." Except for the infrequency of the more bestial types of men and women, Judea has always been a cosmos in little, and its pugilists and scientists, its philosophers and fences, its gymnasts and moneylenders, its scholars and stockbrokers, its musicians, chess players, poets, comic singers, lunatics, saints, publicans, politicians, warriors, poltroons, mathematicians, actors, foreign correspondents, have always been in the first rank. Nihil alienum et se Judaeus putat. Joe and his friend fell to recalling Dutch Sam's great feats. Each outvied the other in admiration of the supreme pugilist. Next day Sleepy Sol came rampaging down the courtyard. He walked at the rate of 5 miles to the hour, and despite the weight of his bag, his head pointed to the zenith. "Clo'!" he shrieked. "Clo'!" Joe the ostler came out. His head was bandaged, and in his hand was gold lace. It was something even to do business with a hero's father-in-law. But it is given to few men to marry their daughters to champion boxers, and as Dutch Sam was not a Don Quixote, the average pedlar or huckster never enjoyed the luxury of prancing gait and cock-a-whoop business cry. The primitive fathers of the Ghetto might have borne themselves more jauntily had they foreseen that they were to be the ancestors of mayors and aldermans, descended from Castilian hidalgos and Polish kings, and that an unborn historian would conclude that the Ghetto of their day was peopled by princes in disguise. They would have been surprised to learn who they were, as to be informed that they were orthodox. The great reform split did not occur till well on toward the middle of the century, and the Jews of those days were unable to conceive that a man could be a Jew without eating kosher meat, and they would have looked upon the modern distinctions between racial and religious Jews as the sophistries of the Meshamad or the missionary. If their religious life converged to the great shul, their social life focused on Petticoat Lane, a long narrow thoroughfare which, as late as Stripes' Day, was lined with beautiful trees. Vastly more pleasant they must have been than the faded barrows and beggars of latter days. The lane, such was its affectionate sobriquet, was the stronghold of hard-shell Judaism, the Alsatia of infidelity, into which no missionary dared set foot, especially no apostate apostle. Even in modern days the new-fangled Jewish minister of the fashionable suburb, rigged out like the Christian clergyman, has been mistaken for such a Meshamad, and pelted with gratuitous vegetables and eleemosynary eggs. The lane was always the great market-place, and every insalubrious street and alley abutting it was covered with the overflowing of its commerce and its mud. Wentworth Street and Galston Street were the chief branches, and in festival time the latter was a pandemonium of caged poultry, clucking and quacking and cackling and screaming. Fowls and geese and ducks were bought alive and taken to have their throats cut for a fee by the official slaughterer. At Purim, a gaiety, as of the Roman carnival, enlivened the swampy Wentworth Street, and brought a smile into the unwashed face of the pavement. The confectioners' shops, crammed with stuffed monkeys and bowlers, were besieged by hilarious crowds of handsome girls and their young men, fat women and their children, all washing down the luscious spicy compounds with cups of chocolate. Temporarily erected swinging candles bore a vociferous many-coloured burden to the skies. Cardboard noses, grotesque in their departure from truth, abounded. The Purim spiel or Purim play never took root in England, nor was Haman ever burned in the street, but Shalachmanos, or gifts of the season, passed between friend and friend, and masquerading parties burst into neighbours' houses. But the lane was lively enough on the ordinary Friday and Sunday. The famous Sunday fair was an event of metropolitan importance, and thither came buyers of every sect. The Friday fair was more local and confined mainly to edibles. The anti-festival fairs combined something of the other two, for Jews desired to sport new hats and clothes for the holidays, as well as to eat extra luxuries, and took the opportunity of a well-marked epoch to invest in new everything, from oilcloth to cups and saucers. Especially was this so at Passover, when for a week the poorest Jew must use a supplementary set of crockery and kitchen utensils. A babel of sound, audible for several streets around, denoted market day in Petticoat Lane, and the pavements were blocked by serried crowds going both ways at once. It was only gradually that the community was Anglicised. Under the sway of centrifugal impulses, the wealthier members began to form new colonies, moulting their old feathers and replacing them by finer, and flying ever further from the centre. Men of organising ability founded unrivalled philanthropic and educational institutions on British lines. Millionaires fought for political emancipation, tardily winning one by one the most elementary rights of citizenship. Ministers gave sermons in bad English. An English journal was started. Very slowly the conventional Anglican tradition was established, and on that human palimpsest which has borne the inscription of all languages and all epochs was writ large the sign manual of England. Judea prostrated itself before the Dagon of his hereditary foe, the Philistine, and respectability crept on to freeze the blood of the Orient with its frigid finger, and to blur the vivid tints of the East into the uniform grey of English middle-class life. In the period within which our story moves, only vestiges of the old gaiety and brotherhood remained. The full al fresco flavour was evaporated, and today they are all dead. The Takafim with big hearts and bigger purses, and the humorous schnorrers who accepted their gold, and the cheerful, pious pedlars who rose from the one extreme to the other, building up fabulous fortunes in marvellous ways. The young mothers who suckled their babes in the sun have passed out of the sunshine. Yea, and the babes too have gone down with grey heads to the dust. Dead are the fair fat women with tender hearts who waddled benignantly through life, ever ready to shed the sympathetic tear, best of wives and cooks and mothers. Dead are the bald, ruddy old men who ambled about in faded carpet slippers and passed the snuff-box of peace. Dead are the stout-hearted youths who sailed away to Tom Tiddler's ground, and dead are the buxom maidens they led under the wedding canopy when they return. Even the great Dr. Sequira, pompous in white stockings, physician extraordinary to Prince Regent of Portugal, lies vanquished by his lifelong adversary, and the Baal Shem himself, king of Kabbalists, could command no countervailing miracle. Where are the little girls in white pinafores with pink sashes who brightened the Ghetto on high days and holidays? Where is the beauteous Betsy of the Victoria Ballet? And where the jocund synagogual dignitary who led off the cotillion with her at the annual rejoicing of the law? Worms have long since picked the great financier's brain. The embroidered waistcoats of the bucks had passed even beyond the stage of adorning sweeps on May Day, and Dutch Sam's fist is bonier than ever. The same mould covers them all, those who donated guineas and those who donated gifts, the rogues and the hypocrites and the wedding drolls, the observant and the lax, the purse-proud and the lowly, the coarse and the genteel, the wonderful chapman and the luckless schlemiels, Rabbi and Dayan and Shoichet, the scribes who wrote the sacred scroll, and the cantors who trolled it off mellifluous tongues, and the betting men who never listened to it, the grimy Russians of the capotes and the earlocks, and the blue-blooded dons, the gentlemen of the Mahamad, who ruffled it with swords and knee-breeches in the best Christian society. Those who needed the toothsome bolas lie with those who ate them, and the marriage brokers repose with those they mated. The olives and the cucumbers grow green and fat as of yore, but their lovers are mixed with the soil that is barren of them. The restless, bustling crowds that jostled laughingly at Rag Fair are at rest in the house of life. The pageant of their strenuous generation is vanished as a dream. They died with the declaration of God's unity on their stiffening lips, and the certain resurrection in their pulseless hearts, and a faded Hebrew inscription on a tomb or an unread entry on a synagogue brass is their only record. And yet, perhaps, their generation is not all dust. Perchance, here and there, some decrepit centenarian rubs his purblind eyes with the ointment of memory, and sees these pictures of the past, hallowed by the consecration of time, and finds his shrivelled cheek wet with the pathos sanctifying the joys that have been. End of Proem. Chapter 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 1. The Bread of Affliction. A dead and gone wag called the street Fashion Street, and most people who live in it do not even see the joke. If it could exchange names with Rotten Row, both places would be more appropriately designated. It is a dull, squalid, narrow thoroughfare in the East End of London, connecting Spitalfields with Whitechapel, and branching off in blind alleys. In the days when little Esther Ansell trudged its unclean pavements, its extremities were within earshot of the blasphemies of some of the vilest quarters and filthiest rookeries in the capital of the civilized world. Some of these clotted spider webs have since been swept away by the besom of the social reformer, and the spiders have scurried off into darker crannies. There were the conventional touches about the London street picture, as Esther Ansell sped through the freezing mist of the December morning, with a pitcher in her hand, looking in her oriental colouring like a miniature Rebecca going to the well. A female street singer, with a trail of infants of dubious maternity, troubled the air with a piercing melody. A pair of slatterns with arms akimbo reviled each other's relatives. A drunkard lurched along, babbling amiably. An organ-grinder, blue-nosed as his monkey, set some ragged children jigging under the watery rays of a street lamp. Esther drew her little plaid shawl tightly around her, and ran on without heeding these familiar details, her chilled feet absorbing the damp of the murky pavement through the worn soles of her cumbrous boots. They were masculine boots, kicked off by some intoxicated tramp, and picked up by Esther's father. Moses Ansell had a habit of lighting on windfalls, due perhaps to his meek manner of walking, with bent head, as though literally bowed beneath the yoke of the captivity. Providence rewarded him for his humility by occasional treasure trove. Esther had received a pair of new boots from her school a week before, and the substitution of the tramp's footgear for her own resulted in a net profit of £half-a-crown, and kept Esther's little brothers and sisters in bread for a week. At school, under her teacher's eye, Esther was very unobtrusive about the feet for the next fortnight, but as the fear of being found out died away, her sensitive conscience condoned the deception in view of the stomachic gain. They gave away bread and milk at the school too, but Esther and her brothers and sisters never took either, for fear of being thought in want of them. The superiority of a classmate is hard to bear, and a high-spirited child will not easily acknowledge starvation in presence of a room full of purse-proud urchins, some of them able to spend a farthing a day on pure luxuries. Moses Ansell would have been grieved had he known his children were refusing the bread he could not give them. Trade was slack in the sweating dens, and Moses, who had always lived from hand to mouth, had latterly held less than ever between the one and the other. He had applied to help to the Jewish Board of Guardians, but red tape rarely unwinds as quickly as hunger coils itself. Moreover, Moses was an old offender in poverty at the court of charity. But there was one species of alms which Moses could not be denied, and the existence of which Esther could not conceal from him as she concealed that of the breakfasts at the school. For it was known to all men that soup and bread were to be had for the asking thrice a week at the institution in Fashion Street. And in the Ansell household the opening of the soup kitchen was looked forward as to the dawn of a golden age, when it would be impossible to pass more than one day without bread. The vaguely remembered smell of the soup threw a poetic fragrance over the coming winter. Every year since Esther's mother had died, the child had been sent to fetch home the provender, for Moses, who was the only other available member of the family, was always busy praying when he had nothing better to do. And so tonight Esther fared to the kitchen with her red pitcher, passing in her childish eagerness numerous women shuffling along on the same errand, and bearing uncouth tin cans supplied by the institution. An individualistic instinct of cleanliness made Esther prefer the family pitcher. To-day this liberty of choice has been taken away, and the regulation can, numbered and stamped, serves as a soup ticket. There was quite a crowd of applicants outside the stable-like doors of the kitchen when Esther arrived. A few with well-lined stomachs perhaps, but the majority famished and shivering. The feminine element swamped the rest, but there were about a dozen men and a few children among the group, most of the men scarce taller than the children. Strange, stunted, swarthy, hairy creatures, with muddy complexions, illuminated by black twinkling eyes. A few were of imposing stature, wearing coarse dirty felt hats, or peaked caps on their heads, and shaggy beards, and faded scarfs around their throats. Here and there, too, was a woman of comely face and figure, but for the most part it was a collection of crones, prematurely aged, with weird, wan, old-world features, slipshod and draggle-tailed, their heads bare or covered with dingy shawls in lieu of bonnets, red shawls, grey shawls, brickish shawls, mud-coloured shawls. There was an indefinable touch of romance and pathos about the tawdriness and witch-like ugliness, and an underlying identity about the crowd of Polish, Russian, German, Dutch Jewesses, noisily apathetic and pressing forward. Some of them had infants at their bare breasts, who drowsed quietly with intervals of ululation. Those devoid of shawls had nothing around their neck to protect them from the cold. The dusky throats were exposed, and sometimes even the first hooks and eyes of the bodice were unnecessarily undone. The majority wore cheap earrings and black wigs with preternaturally polished hair. Where there was no wig, the hair was tousled. At 5:30 the stable doors were thrown open, and the crowd pressed through a long, narrow, whitewashed stone corridor into a basement-like compartment with a whitewashed ceiling traversed by wooden beams. Within this compartment, and leaving but a narrow circumscribing border, was a sort of cattle pen, into which the paupers crushed, awaiting amid discomfort and universal jabber the divine moment. The single jet of gaslight depending from the ceiling flared upon their strange simian faces, and touched them into a grotesque picturesqueness that would have delighted Doré. They felt hungry, these picturesque people. Their near and dear ones were hungering at home. Voluptuously savouring in imagination the operation of the soup, they forgot its operation as a dole in aid of wages, were unconscious of the grave economical possibilities of pauperization and the rest, and quite willing to swallow their independence with the soup. Even Esther, who had read much and was sensitive, accepted unquestioningly the theory of the universe that was held by most people about her, that human beings were distinguished from animals in having to toil terribly for a meagre crust, but their lot was lightened by the existence of a small and semi-divine class called takifim, or rich people, who gave away what they didn't want. How these rich people came to be, Esther did not inquire. They were as much a part of the constitution of things as clouds and horses. The semi-celestial variety was rarely to be met with. It lived far away from the Ghetto, and a small family of it was said to occupy a whole house. Representatives of it, clad in rustling silks or impressive broadcloth, and radiating an indefinable aroma of superhumanity, sometimes came to the school, preceded by the beaming headmistress. And then all the little girls rose and curtsied, and the best of them, passing as average members of the class, astonished the semi-divine persons by their intimate acquaintance with the topography of the Pyrenees, and the disagreements of Saul and David, the intercourse of the two species ending in effusive smiles and general satisfaction. But the dullest of the girls was alive to the comedy, and had a good-humoured contempt for the unworldliness of the semi-divine persons who spoke to them as if they were not going to recommence squabbling and pulling one another's hair, and copying one another's sums, and stealing one another's needles, the moment the semi-celestial backs were turned. To-night, semi-divine persons were to be seen in a galaxy of splendour, for in the reserved standing places behind the white deal counter was gathered a group of philanthropists. The room was an odd-shaped polygon, partly lined with 8 boilers, whose great wooden lids were raised by pulleys and balanced by red-painted iron balls. In the corner stood the cooking engine. Cooks in white caps and blouses stirred the steaming soup with long wooden paddles. A tradesman besought the attention of the Jewish reporters to the improved boiler he had manufactured, and the superintendent adjured the newspaper men not to omit his name, while amid the soberly clad clergymen flitted, like gorgeous humming-birds through a flock of crows, the marriageable daughters of an East End minister. When a sufficient number of semi-divinities was gathered together, the President addressed the meeting at considerable length, striving to impress upon the clergymen and other philanthropists present that charity was a virtue, and appealing to the Bible, the Koran, and even the Vedas for confirming of his proposition. Early in his speech the sliding door that separated the cattle pen from the kitchen proper had to be closed, because the jostling crowd jabbered so much, and inconsiderate infants squalled, and there did not seem to be any general desire to hear the President's ethical views. They were a low material lot, who thought only of their bellies, and did but chatter the louder when the speech was shut out. They had overflowed their barriers by this time, and were surging cruelly to and fro, and Esther had to keep her elbows close to her sides, lest her arms should be dislocated. Outside the stable doors a shifting array of boys and girls hovered hungrily and curiously. When the President had finished, the rabbinate was invited to address the philanthropists, which it did at not less length, eloquently seconding the proposition that charity was a virtue. Then the door was slid back, and the first two paupers were admitted, the rest of the crowd being courageously kept at bay by the superintendent. The head cook filled a couple of plates with soup, dipping a great pewter pot into the cauldron. The rabbinate then lifted its eyes heavenwards and said the grace. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech ha'olam she'akol nidiyeh b'dvaro. Blessed art thou, O Lord, King of the universe, according to whose word all things exist. It then tasted a spoonful of the soup, as did also the President and several of the visitors, the passage of the fluid along the palate invariably evoking approving, ecstatic smiles. And indeed there was more body in it this opening night than there would be later, when, in due course, the bulk of the meat would take its legitimate place among the pickings of office. The sight of the delighted deglutition of the semi-divine persons made Esther's mouth water as she struggled for breathing space on the outskirts of paradise. The impatience which fretted her was almost allayed by visions of stout-hearted Solomon and gentle Rachel and whimpering little Sarah and Ikey, all gulping down the delicious draught. Even the more stoical father and grandmother were a little in her thoughts. The Ansells had eaten nothing but a slice of dry bread each in the morning. Here before her, in the land of Goshen, flowing with soup, was piled up a heap of halves of loaves, while endless other loaves were ranged along the shelves, as for a giant's table. Esther looked ravenously at the four-square tower built of edible bricks, shivering as the biting air sought out her back through a sudden interstice in the heaving mass. The draught reminded her more keenly of her little ones huddled together in the fireless garret at home. Oh, what a happy night was in store! She must not let them devour the 2 loaves tonight. That would be criminal extravagance. No, one would suffer for the banquet, the other must be carefully put by. Tomorrow is also a day, as the old grandmother used to say in her quaint jargon. But the banquet was not to be spread as fast as Esther's fancy could fly. The doors must be shut again. Other semi-divine and wholly divine persons, in white ties, must move and second, with eloquence and length, votes of thanks to the President, the rabbinate, and all other available recipients. A French visitor must express his admiration of English charity. But at last the turn of the gnawing stomachs came. The motley crowd, still babbling, made a slow forward movement, squeezing painfully through the narrow aperture, and shivering a plate-glass window-pane at the side of the cattle-pen in the crush. The semi-divine persons rubbed their hands and smiled genially. Ingenious paupers tried to dodge round to the cauldrons by the semi-divine entrance. The tropical humming-birds fluttered among the crows. There was a splashing of ladles, and a gurgling of cascades of soup into the cans, and a hubbub of voices. A toothless, white-haired, blear-eyed hag lamented in excellent English that soup was refused her, owing to her case not having been investigated, and her tears moistened the one loaf she received. In a like hard case, a Russian threw himself on the stones and howled. But at last Esther was running through the mist, warmed by the pitcher which she hugged to her bosom, and suppressing the blind impulse to pinch the pair of loaves tied up in her pinafore. She almost flew up the dark flight of stairs to the attic in Royal Street. Little Sarah was sobbing querulously. Esther, conscious of being an angel of deliverance, tried to take the last 2 steps at once, tripped, and tumbled ignominiously against the garret door, which flew back and let her fall into the room with a crash. The pitcher shivered into fragments under her aching little bosom. The odorous soup spread itself in an irregular pool over the boards, and flowed under the 2 beds, and dripped down the crevices into the room beneath. Esther burst into tears. Her frock was wet and greased, her hands were cut and bleeding. Little Sarah checked her sobs at the disaster. Moses Ansell was not yet returned from evening service, but the withered old grandmother, whose wizened face loomed through the gloom of the cold, unlit garret, sat up on the bed and cursed her angrily for a schlemiel. A sense of injustice made Esther cry more bitterly. She had never broken anything for years past. Ikey, an eerie-looking tot of 4½ years, tottered towards her. All the Ansells had learned to see in the dark, and, nestling his curly head against her wet bodice, murmured, "Never mind, Esty, I like to sleep in my new bed." The consolation of sleeping in that imaginary new bed, to the possession of which Ikey was always looking forward, was apparently adequate, for Esther got up from the floor and untied the loaves from her pinafore. A reckless spirit of defiance possessed her, as of a gambler who throws good money after bad. They should have a mad revelry to-night. The 2 loaves should be eaten at once. 1, minus a hunk for their father's supper, would hardly satisfy 6 voracious appetites. Solomon and Rachel, irrepressibly excited by the sight of the bread, rushed at it greedily, snatched a loaf from Esther's hand, and tore off a crust each with their fingers. "Shagets!" cried the old grandmother. "Washing and moitzi!" benediction. Solomon was used to being called a heathen by the booby. He put on his cap and went grudgingly to the bucket of water that stood in a corner of the room, and tipped a drop over his fingers. It is to be feared that neither the quantity of water nor the area of hand covered reached even the minimum enjoined by rabbinical law. He murmured something intended for Hebrew during the operation, and was beginning to mutter the devout little sentence which precedes the eating of bread, when Rachel, who as a female was less driven to the lavatory ceremony, and had thus got ahead of him, paused in her ravenous mastication and made a wry face. Solomon took a huge bite at his crust. Then he uttered an inarticulate "Puh!" and spat out his mouthful. There was no salt in the bread. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 2, Section 1. The Sweater. The catastrophe was not complete. There were some long, thin fibres of pale boiled meat, whose juices had been absorbed by the soup, lying about the floor or adhering to the fragments of the pitcher. Solomon, who was a curly-headed chap of infinite resource, discovered them, and it had been just decided to neutralise the insipidity of the bread by the far-away flavour of the meat, when a peremptory knocking was heard at the door, and a dazzling vision of beauty bounded into the room. "Here, what are you doing, leaving things leak through our ceiling?" Becky Belcovitch was a buxom, bouncing girl with cherry cheeks that looked exotic in a land of pale faces. She wore a mass of black crisp ringlets aggressively suggestive of singeing and curl papers. She was the belle of Royal Street in her spare time, and womanly triumphs dogged even her working hours. She was 16 years old, and devoted her youth and beauty to buttonholes. In the East End, where a spade is a spade, a buttonhole is a buttonhole, and not a primrose or a pansy. There are two kinds of buttonholes: the coarse for slop goods, and the fine for gentlemanly wear. Becky concentrated herself on superior buttonholes, which are worked with fine twist. She stitched them in her father's workshop, which was more comfortable than a stranger's, and better fitted for evading the factory acts. Tonight she was radiant in silk and jewellery, and her pert snub nose had the insolence of felicity, which Agamemnon deprecated. Seeing her, you would have as soon concocted her with esoteric Buddhism as with buttonholes. The booby explained the situation in voluble Yiddish, and made Esther wince under the impassioned invective of her clumsiness. The old beldame expended enough Oriental metaphor on the accident to fit up a minor poet. If the family died of starvation, their blood would be upon her granddaughter's head. "Well, why don't you wipe it up, stupid?" said Becky. "How would you like to pay for Pesach's new coat? It just dripped past his shoulder." "I'm so sorry, Becky," said Esther, striving hard to master the tremor in her voice, and drawing a housecloth from a mysterious recess, she went on her knees in a practical prayer for pardon. Becky snorted and went back to her sister's engagement party, for this was the secret of her gorgeous vesture, of her glittering earrings and her massive brooch, as it was the secret of the transformation of the Belcovitch workshop and living room into a hall of dazzling light. 4 separate gaunt bare arms of iron gas pipe lifted hymeneal torches. The labels from reels of cotton, pasted above the mantelpiece as indexes of work, alone betrayed the past and future of the room. At a long narrow table, covered with a white tablecloth, spread with rum, gin, biscuits and fruit, and decorated with 2 wax candles in tall brass candlesticks, stood or sat a group of swarthy, neatly dressed Poles, most of them in high hats. A few women wearing wigs, silk dresses and gold chains round half-washed necks stood about inside the inner circle. a stooping, black-bearded, blear-eyed man in a long threadbare coat and a black skull-cap, on either side of which hung a corkscrew curl, sat abstractly eating the almonds and raisins in the central place of honour which befits a Maggid. Before him were pens and ink and a roll of parchment. This was the engagement contract. The damages of breach of promise were assessed in advance and without respect of sex. Whichever side repented of the bargain undertook to pay £10 by way of compensation for the broken pledge. As a nation, Israel is practical and free from cant. Romance and moonshine are beautiful things, but behind the glittering veil are always the stern realities of things and the weaknesses of human nature. The high contracting parties were signing the document as Becky returned. The bridegroom, who halted a little on one leg, was a tall, sallow man named Pesach Weingott. He was a bootmaker who'd expound the Talmud and play the fiddle, but was unable to earn a living. He was marrying Fanny Belcovitch because his parents-in-law would give him free board and lodging for a year, and because he liked her. Fanny was a plump, pulpy girl, not in the prime of youth. Her complexion was fair and her manner lymphatic, and if she was not so well favoured as her sister, she was more amiable and pleasant. She could sing sweetly in Yiddish and in English, and had once been a pantomime fairy at 10 shillings a week, and had even flourished a cutlass as a midshipman. But she had long since given up the stage to become her father's right-hand woman in the workshop. She made coats from morning to midnight at a big machine with a massive treadle, and had pains in her chest even before she fell in love with Pesach Weingott. There was a hubbub of congratulation, Mazel tov, Mazel tov, good luck, and a palsy of handshaking when the contract was signed. Remarks, grave and facetious, flew about in Yiddish with phrases of Polish and Russian thrown in for auld lang syne, and cups and jugs were broken in reminder of the transiency of things mortal. The Belcovitches had been saving up their already broken crockery for the occasion. The hope was expressed that Mr. and Mrs. Belcovitch would live to see rejoicings on their other daughter, and to live to see their daughters' daughters under the chuppah, or wedding canopy. Becky's hardened cheeks blushed under the oppressive jocularity. Everybody spoke Yiddish habitually at No. 1 Royal Street, except the younger generation, and that spoke it to the elder. "I've always said no girl of mine should marry a Dutchman." It was a dominant thought of Mr. Belcovitch, and it rose spontaneously to his lips at this joyful moment. Next to a Christian, a Dutch Jew stood lowest in the hierarchy of potential sons-in-law. Spanish Jews, earliest arrivals by way of Holland after the Restoration, are a class apart, and look down upon the later imported Ashkenazim, embracing both Poles and German Dutchmen in their impartial contempt. But this does not prevent the Pole and the Dutchman from despising each other. To a Dutch or Russian Jew, the Polak or Polish Jew is a poor creature, and scarce anything can exceed the complacency with which the Polak looks down upon the Litvok, or Lithuanian, the degraded being whose shibboleth is literally sibboleth, and who says "e" where rightly constituted minds say "oo." To mimic the mincing pronunciation of the Litvok affords the Polak a sense of superiority almost equalling that possessed by the English Jew, whose mispronunciation of the Holy Tongue is his title to rank far above all foreign varieties. Yet a vein of brotherhood runs beneath all these feelings of mutual superiority. Like the cliquism which draws together old clo' dealers, though each gives 50% more than the other dealer in the trade. The Dutch foregather in a district called the Dutch Tenters. They eat voraciously and almost monopolize the ice cream, hot pea, diamond cutting, cucumber herring and cigar trades. They are not so acute as the Russians. Their women are distinguished from other women by the flaccidity of their bodices. Some wear small woolen caps and sabots. When Esther read in her school books that the note of the Dutch character was cleanliness, she wondered. She looked in vain for the scrupulously scoured floors and the shining caps and faces. Only in the matter of tobacco smoke did the Dutch people she knew live up to the geographical readers. German Jews gravitate to Polish and Russian, and French Jews mostly stay in France. Ici on ne parle pas français is the only lingual certainty in the London Ghetto, which is a cosmopolitan quarter. I always said no girl of mine should marry a Dutchman. Mr. Belcovitch spoke as if at the close of a long career devoted to avoiding Dutch alliances, and forgetting that not even one of his daughters was yet secure. "Nor any girl of mine," said Mrs. Belcovitch, as if starting a separate proposition. "I would not trust a Dutchman with my medicine bottle, much less with my Alty or my Becky. Dutchmen were not behind the door when the Almighty gave out noses, and their deceitfulness is in proportion to their noses." The company murmured assent, and one gentleman with a rather large organ concealed it in a red cotton handkerchief, trumpeting uneasily. "The Holy One, blessed be He, has given them larger noses than us," said the Maggid, "because they have to talk through them so much." A guffaw greeted this sally. The Maggid's wit was relished even when not coming from the Bema. To the outsider this disparagement of the Dutch nose might have seemed a case of a pot calling the kettle black. The Maggid poured himself out a glass of rum, under cover of the laughter, and murmuring "L'chaim, life to you," in Hebrew, gulped it down, and added, "They oughtn't to call it the Dutch tongue, but the Dutch nose." "Yes, I always wonder how they can understand one another," said Mrs. Belcovitch, "with their chatuka kavetzapupa." She laughed heartily over her onomatopoeic addition to the Yiddish vocabulary, screwing up her nose to give it due effect. She was a small, sickly-looking woman with black eyes and shrivelled skin, and the wig without which no virtuous wife is complete. For a married woman must sacrifice her tresses on the altar of home, lest she snare another man with such sensuous baits. As a rule, she enters into the spirit of the self-denying ordinance so enthusiastically as to become hideous hastily in every other respect. It is forgotten that a husband is also a man. Mrs. Belcovitch's head was not completely shaven and shorn, for a lower stratum of unmatched shade of brown peeped out in front of the sheitel, not even coinciding as to the route of the central parting. Meanwhile, Pesach Weingott and Alty Belcovitch held each other's hand guiltily conscious of Batavian corpuscles in the young man's blood. Pesach had a Dutch uncle, but as he had never talked like him, Alte alone knew. Alte wasn't her real name, by the way, and Alte was the last person in the world to know what it was. She was the Belcovitch's first successful child. All the others had died before she was born. Driven frantic by a fate crueler than barrenness, the Belcovitches consulted an old Polish rabbi, who told them they displayed too much fond solicitude for their children, provoking heaven thereby. In future they were to let no one but themselves know their next child's name, and never to whisper it till the child was safely married. In such a wise, heaven would not be incessantly reminded of the existence of their dear one, and would not go out of its way to castigate them. The ruse succeeded, and Alte was anxiously waiting to change both her names under the chuppah, and to gratify her lifelong curiosity on the subject. And meantime her mother had been calling her Alte or Olden, which sounded endearing to the child, but grated on the woman arriving ever nearer to the years of discretion. Occasionally Mrs. Belcovitch succumbed to the prevailing tendency and called her Fanny, just as she sometimes thought of herself as Mrs. Belcovitch, though her name was Kosminski. When Alte first went to school in London, the headmistress had said, "What's your name?" The little Olden had not sufficient English to understand the question, but she remembered that the headmistress had made the same sounds to the preceding applicant, and where some little girls would have put their pinafores to their eyes and cried, Fanny showed herself full of remorse, as the last little girl, though patently awestruck, had come off with flying colours merely by whimpering, "Fanny Belcovitch." Alte imitated those sounds as well as she was able. "Fanny Belcovitch, did you say?" said the headmistress, pausing with arrested pen. Alte nodded her flaxen poll vigorously. "Fanny Belcovitch," she repeated, getting the syllables better on a second hearing. The headmistress turned to an assistant. "Isn't it astonishing how names repeat themselves? Two girls, one after the other, both with exactly the same name." They were used to coincidences at the school, where, by reason of the tribal relationship of the pupils, there was a great run on some half a dozen names. Mr. Kosminski took several years to understand that Alte had disowned him. When it dawned upon him, he was not angry, and acquiesced in his fate. It was the only domestic detail in which he had allowed himself to be led by his children. Like Chaya, he was gradually persuaded into the belief that he was born Belcovitch, or at least that Belcovitch was Kosminski translated into English. End of Chapter 2, Section 1. Chapter 2, Section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 2, The Sweater, Section 2. Blissfully unconscious of the Dutch taint in Pesach Weingott, Bear Belcovitch bustled about in a reckless hospitality. He felt that engagements were not everyday events, and that even if his whole half-sovereign's worth of festival provision was swallowed up, he would not mind much. He wore a high hat, a well-preserved black coat with a cutaway waistcoat, showing a quantity of glazed shirt front and a massive watch chain. These were his Shabbos clothes, and, like the Sabbath they honoured, were of immemorial antiquity. The shirt served him for 7 Sabbaths, or a week of Sabbaths, each being carefully folded after each. His boots had the Sabbath polish. His hat was the one he bought when he first sat up as a Baal Habas, or respectable pillar of the synagogue. For even in the smallest chevra the high hat comes next in sanctity to the scroll of the law, and he who does not wear it may never hope to attain to congregational dignities. The gloss on that hat was wonderful, considering it had been out unprotected in all winds and weathers. Not that Mr. Belcovitch did not possess an umbrella. He had 2, one of fine new silk, the other a medley of broken ribs and cotton rags. Becky had given him the first to prevent the family disgrace of the spectacle of his promenades with the second. But he would not carry the new one on weekdays because it was too good, and on Sabbaths it was a sin to carry any umbrella. So Becky's self-sacrifice was vain, and her umbrella stood in the corner, a standing gratification to the proud possessor. Kosminski had had a hard fight for his substance, and was not given to waste. He was a tall, harsh-looking man of 50, with grizzled hair, to whom life meant work, and work meant money, and money meant savings. In parliamentary blue books, English newspapers, and the Berner Street Socialist Club, he was called a sweater, and the comic papers pictured him with a protuberant paunch and a greasy smile, but he had not the remotest idea that he was other than a God-fearing, industrious, and even philanthropic citizen. The measure that had been dealt to him he did but deal to others. He saw no reason why immigrant paupers should not live on £1 a week, while he taught them how to handle a press-iron or work a sewing-machine. They were much better off than in Poland. He would have been glad for such an income himself in those terrible first days of English life, when he saw his wife and 2 babes starving before his eyes, and was only precluded from investing a casual 2d in poison by ignorance of the English name for anything deadly. But what did he live on now? The fowl, the pint of haricot beans, and the haddocks which Chaya purchased for the Sabbath overlapped into the middle of next week. £1/4 pound of coffee lasted a whole week, the grounds being decocted till every grain of virtue was extracted. Black bread and potatoes and pickled herrings made up the bulk of the everyday diet. No one could accuse Bear Belcovitch of fattening on the entrails of his employees. The furniture was of the simplest and shabbiest. No aesthetic instinct urged the Kosminskis to overpass the bare necessities of existence, except in dress. The only concessions to art were a crudely coloured mizrach on the east wall, to indicate the direction towards which the Jew should pray, and the mantelpiece mirror, which was bordered with yellow scalloped paper to save the gilt, and ornamented at each corner with paper roses that bloomed afresh every Passover. And yet Bear Belcovitch had lived in much better style in Poland, possessing a brass hand-wash basin, a copper saucepan, silver spoons, a silver consecration beaker, and a cupboard with glass doors, and he frequently adverted to their fond memories. But he brought nothing away except his bedding, and that was pawned in Germany on the route. When he arrived in London he had with him 3 groschen and a family. "What do you think, Pesach?" said Becky, as soon as she could get at her prospective brother-in-law through the barriers of congratulatory countrymen. "The stuff that came through there," she pointed to the discoloured fragment of ceiling, "was soup. That silly little Esther spilt all she got from the kitchen." "Achi Nebish, poor little thing!" cried Mrs. Kosminski, who was in a tender mood. "Very likely it hungers them sore upstairs. The father is out of work." "Knowst thou what, mother?" put in Fanny. "Suppose we give them our soup? Aunt Leah has just fetched it for us. Have we not a special supper to-night?" "But father," murmured the little woman dubiously. "Oh, he won't notice it. I don't think he knows the soup kitchen opens to-night. Let me, mother." And Fanny, letting Pesach's hand go, slipped out to the room that served as a kitchen, and bore the still steaming pot upstairs. Pesach, who had pursued her, followed with some hunks of bread and a piece of lighted candle which, while intended only to illuminate the journey, came in handy at the terminus, and the festive company grinned and winked when the pair disappeared, and made jocular quotations from the Old Testament and the rabbis. But the lovers did not kiss when they came out of the garret of the Ansells. Their eyes were wet, and they went softly downstairs, hand in hand, feeling linked by a deeper love than before. Thus did Providence hand over the soup the Belcovitches took from old habit to a more necessitous quarter, and demonstrate in double sense that charity never faileth. Nor was this the only mullet which Providence extracted from the happy father, for later on a townsman of his appeared on the scene in a long caftan and with a grimy woe-begone expression. He was a greener of the greenest order, having landed at the docks only a few hours ago, bringing over with him a great deal of luggage in the shape of faith in God and in the auriferous character of London pavements. On arriving in England he gave casual glance at the metropolis, and demanded to be directed to a synagogue wherein to shake himself after the journey. His devotions over, he tracked out Mr. Kosminski, whose address on a much creased bit of paper had been his talisman of hope during the voyage. In his native town, where the Jews groaned beneath diverse and sore oppressions, the fame of Kosminski, the pioneer, the Croesus, was a legend. Mr. Kosminski was prepared for these contingencies. He went to his bedroom, dragged out a heavy wooden chest from under the bed, unlocked it, and plunged his hand into a large dirty linen bag full of coins. The instinct of generosity which was upon him made him count out 48 of them. He bore them to the greener in over-brimming palms, and the foreigner, unconscious how much he owed to the felicitous coincidence of his visit with Fanny's betrothal, saw fortune visibly within his grasp. He went out, his heart bursting with gratitude, his pocket with 4 dozen farthings. They took him in and gave him hot soup at the poor Jews' shelter, whither his townsman had directed him. Kosminski returned to the banqueting room, thrilling from head to foot with the approval of his conscience. He patted Becky's curly head and said, "Well, Becky, when shall we be dancing at your wedding?" Becky shook her curls. her young men could not have a poorer opinion of one another than Becky had of them all. Their homage pleased her, though it did not raise them in her esteem. Lovers grew like blackberries, only more so, for they were an evergreen stock. Or, as her mother put it in her coarse peasant manner, Chassanim were as plentiful as the street dogs. Becky's beaux sat on the stairs before she was up, and became early risers for their love of her, each anxious to be the first to bid their Penelope of the buttonholes good morrow. It was said that Kosminski's success as a sweater was due to his beauteous Becky, the flower of sartorial youth gravitating to the workroom of this East London Laban. What they admired in Becky was that there was so much of her. Still, it was not enough to go round, and though Becky might keep 9 lovers in hand without fear of being set down as a flirt, a larger number of suitors would have been less consistent with prospective monogamy. "I'm not going to throw myself away like Fanny," she said confidently to Pesach Weingott in the course of the evening. He smiled apologetically. "Fanny always had low views," continued Becky, "but I always said I would marry a gentleman." "And I dare say," answered Pesach, stung into the retort, "Fanny could marry a gentleman too, if she wanted." Becky's idea of a gentleman was a clerk or a schoolmaster, who had no manual labour except scribbling or flogging. In her matrimonial views Becky was typical. She despised the status of her parents and looked to marry out of it. They, for their part, could not understand the desire to be other than themselves. "I don't say Fanny couldn't," she admitted. "All I say is nobody could call this a luck match." "Oh, thou hast me too many flies in thy nose," reprovingly interposed Mrs. Belcovitch, who had just crawled up. "Thou art too grossartig." Becky tossed her head. "I've got a new dolman," she said, turning to one of her young men who was present by special grace. "You should see me in it. I look noble." "Yes," said Mrs. Belcovitch proudly. "It shines like the sun." "Is it like the one Bessie Sugarman's got?" inquired the young man. "Bessie Sugarman!" echoed Becky scornfully. "She gets all her things from the tallyman. She pretends to be so grand, but all her jewellery is paid for at so much a week." "So long as it is paid for," said Fanny, catching the words, and turning a happy face on her sister. "Not so jealous, Alte," said her mother. "When I shall win the lottery, I will buy thee one." Almost all the company speculated on the Hamburg lottery, which, whether they were speaking Yiddish or English, they invariably accented on the last syllable. When an inhabitant of the Ghetto won even his money back, the news circulated like wildfire, and there was a rush to the agents for tickets. The chances of sudden wealth floated like dazzling will-o'-the-wisps on the horizon, illuminating the grey perspectives of the future. The lotterie took the poor ticket holders out of themselves, and gave them an interest in life apart from machine cotton, lasts, or tobacco leaf. The English labourer, who has been forbidden state lotteries, relieves the monotony of existence by an extremely indirect interest in the achievements of a special breed of horses. "Nu, Pesach, another glass of rum," said Mr. Belcovitch genially to his future son-in-law and boarder. "Yes, I will," said Pesach. After all, this is the first time I've got engaged." The rum was of Mr. Belcovitch's own manufacture. Its ingredients were unknown, but the fame of it travelled on currents of air to the remotest parts of the house. Even the inhabitants of the garret sniffed and thought of turpentine. Pesach swallowed the concoction, murmuring "L'chaim," to life, afresh. His throat felt like the funnel of a steamer, and there were tears in his eyes when he put down the glass. "Oh, that was good," he murmured. "Not like thy English drinks, eh?" said Mr. Belcovitch. "England," snorted Pesach in royal disdain. "What a country! Daddle-do is a language, and ginger beer a liquor." Daddle-do was Pesach's way of saying "that'll do." It was one of the first English idioms he had picked up, and its puerility made him facetious. It seemed to smack of the nursery. When a nation expressed its soul thus, the existence of a beverage like ginger beer could occasion no further surprise. "You shan't have anything stronger than ginger beer when we're married," said Fanny laughingly. "I'm not going to have any drinking." "But I'll get drunk on ginger beer," Pesach laughed back. "You can't," Fanny said, shaking her large frond smile to and fro. "By my health, not." "Ha ha! Can't even get shikker on it. What a liquor!" In the first Anglo-Jewish circles with which Pesach had scraped acquaintance, ginger beer was the prevalent drink, and generalizing almost as hastily as if he were going to write a book on the country, he concluded that it was the national beverage. He had long since discovered his mistake, but the drift of the discussion reminded Becky of a chance for an arrow. "On the day when you sit for joy, Pesach," she said slyly, "I shall send you a valentine." Pesach coloured up, and those in the secret laughed. The reference was to another of Pesach's early ideas. Some mischievous gossip had overheard him arguing with another greener outside a stationer's shop blazing with comic valentines. The two foreigners were extremely puzzled to understand what these monstrosities portended. Pesach, however, laid it down that the microcephalous gentleman with tremendous legs and the lady's 5/6 head and 1/6 skirt were representations of the English peasants who lived in the little villages up country. "When I sit for joy," retorted Pesach, "it will not be the season for valentines." "Won't it though?" cried Becky, shaking her frizzy back curls. "You'll be a pair of comic ones." "All right, Becky," said Alte good-humouredly. "Your turn'll come, and then we shall have the laugh of you." "Never," said Becky. "What do I want with a man?" The arm of the specially invited young man was round her as she spoke. "Don't make schnecks," said Fanny. "It's not affectation. I meant it. What's the good of the men who visit father? There isn't a gentleman among them." "Ah, wait till I win on the lottery," said the special young man. "Then why not take another eighth of a ticket?" inquired Sugarman, the Shadchan, who seemed to spring from the other end of the room. He was one of the great Talmudists in London, a lean, hungry-looking man, sharp of feature and acute of intellect. "Look at Mrs. Robinson. I've just won her £20, and she only gave me £2 for myself. I call it a chuppah, a shame." "Yes, but you stole another £2," said Becky. "How do you know?" said Sugarman, startled. Becky winked and shook her hair sapiently. "Never you mind." The published list of the winning numbers was so complex in construction that Sugarman had ample opportunities of bewildering his clients. "I won't sell you no more tickets," said Sugarman, with righteous indignation. "A fat lot I care," said Becky, tossing her curls. "Thou carest for nothing," said Mrs. Belcovitch, seizing the opportunity for maternal admonition. "Thou hast not even brought me my medicine to-night. Thou wilt find it on the chest of drawers in the bedroom." Becky shook herself impatiently. "I will go," said the special young man. "No, it's not beautiful that a young man shall go into my bedroom in my absence," said Mrs. Belcovitch, blushing. Becky left the room. "Thou knowest," said Mrs. Belcovitch, addressing herself to the special young man, "I suffered greatly from my legs. One is a thick one, and one a thin one." The young man sighed sympathetically. "Whence comes it?" he asked. "Do I know? I was born so. My poor lambkin," this is the way Mrs. Belcovitch always referred to her dead mother, "had well-matched legs. If I had Aristotle's head, I might be able to find out why my legs are inferior. And so one goes about." The reverence for Aristotle enshrined in Yiddish idiom is probably due to his being taken by the vulgar for a Jew. At any rate, the theory that Aristotle's philosophy was Jewish was advanced by the medieval poet Yehuda Halevi and sustained by Maimonides. The legend runs that when Alexander went to Palestine, Aristotle was in his train. At Jerusalem the philosopher had sight of King Solomon's manuscripts, and he forthwith edited them and put his name to them. But it is noteworthy that the story was only accepted by those Jewish scholars who adopted the Aristotelian philosophy. Those who rejected it, declaring that Aristotle in his Last Testament had admitted the inferiority of his writings to the Mosaic, and had asked that his works should be destroyed. When Becky returned with the medicine, Mrs. Belcovitch mentioned that it was extremely nasty, and offered the young man a taste, whereat he rejoiced inwardly, knowing that he had found favour in the sight of the parent. Mrs. Belcovitch paid a penny a week to her doctor, in sickness or health, so that there was a loss in being well. Becky used to fill up the bottles with water to save herself the trouble of going to fetch the medicine, but as Mrs. Belcovitch did not know this, it made no difference. "Thou lives too much indoors," said Mr. Sugarman in Yiddish. "Shall I march about in this weather, black and slippery, and the angel of death going a-hunting?" "Ha!" said Mr. Sugarman, relapsing proudly into the vernacular. "We English walk about in all weathers." Meanwhile Moses Ansell had returned from evening service and sat down, unquestioningly, by the light of an unexpected candle, to his expected supper of bread and soup, blessing God for both gifts. The rest of the family had supped. Esther had put the two youngest children to bed, Rachel had arrived at years of independent undressing, and she and Solomon were doing home lessons in copybooks, the candle saving them from a caning in the morning. She held her pen clumsily, for several of her fingers were swathed in bloody rags tied with cobweb. The grandmother dozed in her chair. Everything was quiet and peaceful, though the atmosphere was chilly. Moses ate his supper with a great smacking of the lips and an equivalent enjoyment. When it was over, he sighed deeply and thanked God in a prayer lasting 10 minutes, delivered in a rapid, sing-song manner. Then he inquired of Solomon whether he had said his evening prayer. Solomon looked out of the corner of his eyes at his booby, and seeing she was asleep, said he had, and kicked Esther significantly, but hurtfully, under the table. "Then you had better say your night prayer." There was no getting out of that, so Solomon finished his sum, writing the figures of the answer rather faint, in case he should discover from another boy next morning that they were wrong. Then, producing a Hebrew prayer book from his grimy cotton satchel, he made a mumbling sound with occasional enthusiastic bursts of audible coherence for a length of time proportioned to the number of pages. Then he went to bed. After that Esther put her grandmother to bed and curled herself up by her side. She lay awake a long time, listening to the quaint sounds emitted by her father in his study of Rashi's commentary on the book of Job, the measured drone blending not disagreeably with the faraway sounds of Pesach Weingot's fiddle. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 3. Beauty and the Beast. Pesach's fiddle played the accompaniment to many other people's thoughts. The respectable master tailor sat behind his glazed shirt front, beating time with his foot. His little sickly-looking wife stood by his side, nodding her bewigged head joyously. To both the music brought the same recollection: a Polish market-place. Belcovitch, or rather Kosminski, was the only surviving son of a widow. It was curious and suggestive of some grim law of heredity that his father's elder children had died off as rapidly as his own, and that his wife had been preserved by some such expedient as Altes. Only in his case the rabbi consulted had advised his father to go into the woods and call his newborn son by the name of the first animal that he saw. This is why the future sweater was named Bear. To the death of his brothers and sisters, Bear owed his exemption from military service. He grew up to be a stalwart, well set up young baker, a loss to the Russian army. Bear went out to the market-place one fine day and saw Chaya in maiden ringlets. She was a slim, graceful little thing, with nothing obviously odd about the legs, and was buying onions. Her back was towards him, but in another moment she turned her head, and Bear's. As he caught the sparkle of her eye, he felt that without her life were worse than the conscription. Without delay he made inquiries about the fair young vision, and finding its respectability unimpeachable, he sent to a shadchan to propose to her, and they became engaged, Chaya's father undertaking to give a dowry of 200 gulden. Unfortunately he died suddenly in the attempt to amass them, and Chaya was left an orphan. The 200 gulden were nowhere to be found. Tears rained down both Chaya's cheeks, on the one side for the loss of her father, and the other for the prospective loss of a husband. The rabbi was full of tender sympathy. he bade Bear come to the dead man's chamber. The venerable white-bearded corpse lay on the bed, swathed in shroud, phylacteries, and talith or praying shawl. "Bear," he said, "thou knowest that I saved thy life." "Nay," said Bear, "indeed I know that not." "Indeed, of a surety," said the Rabbi. "Thy mother hath not told thee, but all thy brothers and sisters perished, and lo, thou alone art preserved. It was I that called thee a beast." Bear bowed his head in grateful silence. "Bear," said the Rabbi, "thou didst contract to wed this dead man's daughter, and he did contract to pay over to thee 200 gulden." "Truth," replied Bear. "Bear," said the Rabbi, "there are no 200 gulden." A shadow flitted across Bear's face, but he said nothing. "Bear," said the Rabbi, "there are not 200 gulden." Bear did not move. "Bear," said the Rabbi, "leave thou my side and go over to the other side of the bed, facing me." So Bear left his side and went over to the other side of the bed, facing him. "Bear," said the Rabbi, "give me thy right hand." The Rabbi stretched his own right hand across the bed, but Bear kept his obstinately behind his back. "Bear," repeated the Rabbi in tones of more penetrating solemnity, "give me thy right hand." "Nay," replied Bear sullenly, "wherefore should I give thee my right hand?" "Because," said the Rabbi, and his tones trembled, and it seemed to him that the dead man's face grew sterner, "because I wish thee to swear across the body of Chaya's father that thou wilt marry her." "Nay, that I will not," said Bear. "Wilt not?" repeated the Rabbi, his lips growing white with pity. "Nay, I will not take any oaths," said Bear hotly. "I love the maiden, and I will keep what I have promised, but by my father's soul I will take no oaths." "Bear," said the Rabbi in a choking voice, "give me thy hand. Nay, not to swear by, but to grip. Long shalt thou live, and the Most High shall prepare thy seat in Gan Eden," the Garden of Eden. So the old man and the young clasped hands across the corpse, and the simple old Rabbi perceived a smile flickering over the face of Chaya's father. Perhaps it was only a sudden glint of sunshine. The wedding day drew nigh, but lo, Chaya was again dissolved in tears. "What ails thee?" said her brother Naphtali. "I cannot follow the custom of the maidens," wept Chaya. "Thou knowest we are blood poor, and I have not the wherewithal to buy my Bear a talith for his wedding day, nay, not even to make him a talith bag. And when our father, the memory of the righteous for a blessing, was alive, I had dreamed of making my bridegroom a beautiful velvet satchel lined with silk, and I would have embroidered his initials thereon in gold, and sewn him beautiful white corpse clothes. Perchance he will rely upon me for his wedding talith, and we shall be shamed in the sight of the congregation." "Nay, dry thine eyes, my sister," said Naphtali. Thou knowest that my Leah presented me with a costly talith when I led her under the canopy. Wherefore do thou take my talith and lend it to Bear for the wedding day, so that decency may be preserved in the sight of the congregation. The young man has a great heart, and he will understand." So Chayah, blushing prettily, lent Bear Naphtali's delicate talith, and Beauty and the beast made a rare couple under the chuppah. Chayah wore the gold medallion and the 3 rows of pearls which her lover had sent her the day before. And when the Rabbi had finished blessing the husband and wife, Naphtali spake to the bridegroom privily and said, "Pass me my talith back." But Bear answered, "Nay, nay, the talith is in my keeping, and there it shall remain." "But it is my talith," protested Naphtali in an angry whisper. "I only lent it to Chayah to lend it to thee." "It concerns me not," Bear returned in a decisive whisper. "The talith is my due, and I shall keep it. What, have I not lost enough by marrying thy sister? Did not thy father, peace be upon him, promise me 200 gulden with her?" Naphtali retired discomfited, but he made up his mind not to go without some compensation. He resolved that during the progress of the wedding procession, conducting the bridegroom to the chamber of the bride, he would be the man to snatch off Bear's new hat. Let the rest of the riotous escort essay to snatch whatever other articles of the bridegroom's attire they would, the hat was the easiest to dislodge, and he, Naphtali, would straightway reimburse himself partially with that. But the instant the procession formed itself, behold, the shifty bridegroom forthwith removed his hat and held it tightly under his arm. A storm of protestations burst forth at this daring departure from hymeneal tradition. "Nay, nay, put it on," arose from every mouth. But Bear closed his and marched mutely on. "Shagets!" cried the Rabbi, "put on your hat." The attempt to enforce the religious sanction failed too. Bear had spent 7 gulden upon his headgear, and could not see the joke. He plodded towards his blushing Chayah through a tempest of disapprobation. Throughout life Bear Belcovitch retained the contrariety of character that marked his matrimonial beginnings. He hated to part with money. He put off paying bills to the last moment, and he would even beseech his hands to wait a day or 2 longer for their wages. He liked to feel that he had all that money in his possession. Yet at home he had always lent money to the officers and gentry when they ran temporarily short at cards. They would knock him up in the middle of the night to obtain the means of going on with the game. And in England he never refused to become surety for a loan when any of his poor friends begged the favour of him. These loans ran from £3 to £5, but whatever the amount, they were very rarely paid. The loan offices came down upon him for the money. He paid it without a murmur, shaking his head compassionately over the poor ne'er-do-wells, and perhaps not without a compensating consciousness of superior practicality. Only, if the borrower had neglected to treat him to a glass of rum to clench his signing as surety, the shake of Bear's head would become more reproachful than sympathetic, and he would mutter bitterly, £5, and not even a drink for the money. The jewellery he generously lavished on his womankind was in essence a mere channel of investment for his savings, avoiding the risk of a banking account, and aggregating his wealth in a portable shape, in obedience to an instinct generated by centuries of insecurity. The interest on the sums thus invested was the gratification of the other Oriental instinct, for gaudiness. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 4. Petticoat Lane. The Sunday fair, so long associated with Petticoat Lane, is dying hard, and is still vigorous. Its glories were in full swing on the dull grey morning when Moses Ansell took his way through the Ghetto. It was near 11 o'clock, and the throng was thickening momently. The vendors cried their wares in stentorian tones, and the babble of the buyers was like the confused roar of a stormy sea. The dead walls and hoardings were placarded with bills from which the life of the inhabitants could be constructed. Most were in Yiddish, the most shamelessly corrupt and hybrid jargon ever evolved. Even when the language was English, the letters were Hebrew. Whitechapel, morning, public meeting, board school, sermon, police, and other modern banalities glared at the passers-by in the sacred guise of the tongue associated with miracles and prophecies, palm trees and cedars and seraphs, lions, shepherds and harpists. Moses stopped to read these hybrid posters. He had nothing better to do, as he was slouching along. He did not care to remember that dinner was due in 2 hours. He turned aimlessly into a side street and studied a placard that hung in a bootmaker's window. This was the announcement it made in jargon: riveters, clickers, lasters, finishers wanted. Baruch Emanuel, cobbler, makes and repairs boots every bit as cheaply as Mordecai Schwartz of 12 Galston Street. Mordecai Schwartz was written in the biggest and blackest of Hebrew letters, and quite dominated the little shop window. Baruch Emanuel was visibly conscious of his inferiority to his powerful rival, though Moses had never heard of Mordecai Schwartz before. He entered the shop and said in Hebrew, "Shalom Aleichem." Baruch Emanuel, hammering a sole, answered in Hebrew, "Alechem Shalom," peace be to you. Moses dropped into Yiddish. "I'm looking for work. Peradventure you have something for me?" "What can you do?" "I have been a riveter." "I cannot engage any more riveters." Moses looked disappointed. "I have also been a clicker," he said. "I have all the clickers I can afford," Baruch answered. Moses' gloom deepened. 2 years ago I worked as a finisher." Baruch shook his head silently. He was annoyed at the man's persistence. There was only the laster resource left. "And before that I was a laster for a week," Moses answered. "I don't want any," cried Baruch, losing his temper. "But in your window it stands that you do," protested Moses feebly. "I don't care what stands in my window," said Baruch hotly. "Have you not enough head to see that that is all shtus? Unfortunately I work single-handed, but it looks good and it isn't lies. Naturally I want riveters and clickers and lasters and finishers. Then I could set up a big establishment and gouge out Mordecai Schwartz's eyes. But the Most High denies me assistance, and I'm content to want." Moses understood that attitude towards the nature of things. He went out and wandered down another narrow, dirty street in search of Mordecai Schwartz, whose address Baruch Emanuel had so obligingly given him. He thought of the Maggid's sermon on the day before. The Maggid had explained a verse of Habakkuk in quite an original way, which gave an entirely new colour to a passage in Deuteronomy. Moses experienced acute pleasure in musing upon it, and went past Mordecai's shop without going in, and was only awakened from his daydream by the brazen clanging of the bell. It was the bell of the great Ghetto school, summoning its pupils from the reeking courts and alleys, from the garrets and the cellars, calling them to come and be Anglicized. And they came in a great straggling procession, recruited from every lane and byway, big children and little children, boys in blackening corduroy and girls in washed-out cotton, tiny children and ragged children, children in great shapeless boots gaping at the toes, sickly children and sturdy children and diseased children, bright-eyed children and hollow-eyed children, quaint, sallow, foreign-looking children, and fresh-coloured English-looking children, with great pumpkin heads, with oval heads, with pear-shaped heads, with old men's faces, with cherubs' faces, with monkeys' faces, cold and famished children, and warm and well-fed children, children conning their lessons, and children romping carelessly, the demure and the anemic, the boisterous and the blackguardly, the insolent, the idiotic, the vicious, the intelligent, the exemplary, the dull, spawn of all countries, all hastening at the inexorable clang of the big school bell, to be ground in the same great blind inexorable governmental machine. Here too was a miniature fair, the path being lined by itinerant temptations. There was a brisk traffic in toffee and grey peas and monkey nuts, and the crowd was swollen by anxious parents seeing tiny or truant offspring safe within the school gates. The women were bareheaded or beshawled, with infants at their breasts and little ones toddling at their sides. The men were greasy and musty and squalid. Here a bright, earnest little girl held her vagrant big brother by the hand, not to let go till she had seen him in the bosom of his classmates. There a sullen, wild-eyed mite in petticoats was being dragged along screaming towards distasteful durance. It was a drab picture. The bleak leaden sky above, the sloppy miry stones below, the frowsy mothers and fathers, the motley children. "Monkey nuts, monkey nuts," croaked a wizened old woman. "O.P., O.P.," droned a doddering old Dutchman. He bore a great can of hot peas in one hand and a lighthouse-looking pepper-pot in the other. Some of the children swallowed the dainties hastily out of miniature basins. Others carried them within in paper packets for surreptitious munching. "Call that a ha'porth?" a small boy would say. "Not enough!" the old man would exclaim in surprise. "Here you are, then!" and he would give the peas another sprinkling from the pepper-pot. Moses Ansell's progeny was not in the picture. The younger children were at home. The elder had gone to school an hour before to run about and get warm in the spacious playgrounds. A slice of bread each, and the wish-wash of a thrice-brewed pennyworth of tea had been their morning meal, and there was no prospect of dinner. The thought of them made Moses' heart heavy again. He forgot the Maggid's explanation of the verse in Habakkuk, and he retraced his step towards Mordecai Schwartz's shop. But, like his humble rival, Mordecai had no use for the many-sided Moses. He was full up with swarthy hands, though, as there were rumours of strikes in the air, he prudently took note of Moses' address. After this rebuff, Moses shuffled hopelessly about for more than an hour. The dinner hour was getting desperately near. Already children passed him, carrying the Sunday dinners from the bakeries, and there were wafts of vague poetry in the atmosphere. Moses felt he could not face his own children. At last he nerved himself to an audacious resolution, and elbowed his way blusterously towards the ruins, lest he might break down if his courage had time to cool. The ruins was a great stony square, partly bordered by houses, and only picturesque on Sundays, when it became a branch of the all-ramifying fair. Moses could have bought anything there, from elastic braces to green parrots in gilt cages. That is to say, if he had money. At present he had nothing in his pocket except holes. What he might be able to do on his way back was another matter. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 5, Malka, Section 1. It was Malka that Moses Ansell was going to see. She was the cousin of his deceased wife, and lived in Zachariah Square. Moses had not been there for a month, for Malka was a wealthy twig of the family tree, to be approached with awe and trembling. She kept a second-hand clothes store in Houndsditch, a supplementary stall in the Halfpenny Exchange, and a barrow on the ruins of a Sunday. And she had set up Ephraim, her newly acquired son-in-law, in the same line of business, in the same district. Like most things she dealt in, her son-in-law was second-hand, having lost his first wife 2 years ago in Poland. But he was only 22, and a second-hand son-in-law of 22 is superior to many brand-new ones. The two domestic establishments were a few minutes away from the shops, facing each other diagonally across the square. They were small, three-roomed houses without basements, the ground-floor window in each being filled up with a black gauze blind, an invariable index of gentility, which allowed the occupants to see all that was passing outside, but confronted gazers with their own reflections. Passers-by postured at these mirrors, twisting moustaches perkily, or giving coquettish pats to bonnets, unwitting of the grinning inhabitants. Most of the doors were ajar, wintry as the air was, for the Zachariah Squareites lived a good deal on the doorstep. In the summer the housewives sat outside on chairs and gossiped and knitted as if the sea foamed at their feet, and wrinkled, good-humoured old men played nap on tea-trays. Some of the doors were blocked below with sliding barriers of wood, a sure token of infants inside given to straying. The more obvious tokens of child life were the swings nailed to the lintels of a few doors, in which, despite the cold, toothless babes swayed like monkeys on a branch. But the square, with its broad area of quadrangular pavement, was an ideal playing-ground for children, since other animals came not within its precincts, except an inquisitive dog or a local cat. Solomon Ansell knew no greater privilege than to accompany his father to those fashionable quarters and whip his humming-top across the ample spaces the while Moses transacted his business with Malka. Last time the business was psalm-saying. Milly had been brought to bed of a son, but it was doubtful if she would survive, despite the charms hung upon the bedpost to counteract the nefarious designs of Lilith, the wicked first wife of Adam, and of the not good ones who hover about children in childbirth. So Moses was sent for post haste to intercede with the Almighty. His piety, it was felt, would command attention. For an average of 362 days a year, Moses was a miserable worm, a nonentity, but on the other three, when death threatened to visit Malka or her progeny, Moses became a personage of prime importance, and was summoned at all hours of the day and night to wrestle with the angel Azrael. When the angel had retired, worsted, after a match sometimes protracted into days, Moses relapsed into his primitive insignificance, and was dismissed with a mouthful of rum and a shilling. It never seemed to him an unfair equivalent, for nobody could make less demand on the universe than Moses. Give him 2 solid meals and 3 solid services a day, and he was satisfied, and he craved more for spiritual snacks between meals than for physical. The last crisis had been brief, and there was so little danger that, when Milly's child was circumcised, Moses had not even been bidden to the feast, though his piety would have made him the ideal Sandek, or godfather. He did not resent this, knowing himself dust, and that anything but gold dust. Moses had hardly emerged from the little arched passage which led to the square, when sounds of strife fell upon his ears. 2 stout women, chatting amiably at their doors, had suddenly developed a dispute. In Zachariah Square, when you wanted to get to the bottom of a quarrel, the cue was not "find the woman," but "find the child." The high-spirited bantlings had a way of pummelling one another in fistic duels, and of calling in their respective mothers when they got the worst of it, which is cowardly, but human. The mother of the beaten belligerent would then threaten to wring the ear or to twist the nose of the victorious party, and sometimes she did it. In either case the other mother would intervene, and then the 2 bantlings would retire into the background and leave their mothers to take up the duel while they resumed their interrupted game. Of such sort was the squabble between Mrs. Isaacs and Mrs. Jacobs. Mrs. Isaacs pointed out with superfluous vehemence that her poor lamb had been mangled beyond recognition. Mrs. Jacobs, per contra, asserted with superfluous gesture that it was her poor lamb that had received irreparable injury. These statements were not in mutual contradiction, but Mrs. Isaacs and Mrs. Jacobs were, and so the point at issue was gradually absorbed in more personal recriminations.
"By my life, and by my Fanny's life, I'll leave my seal on the first child of yours that comes across my way. There!"
Thus Mrs. Isaacs.
"Lay a finger on a hair of a child of mine, and by my husband's life I'll summons you. I'll have the law on you."
Thus Mrs. Jacobs, to the gratification of the resident populace. Mrs. Isaacs and Mrs. Jacobs rarely quarrelled with each other, uniting rather in opposition to the rest of the square. They were English, quite English, their grandfather having been born in Dresden, and they gave themselves airs in consequence, and called their kinder children, which annoyed those neighbours who found a larger admixture of Yiddish necessary for conversation. These very kinder again attained considerable importance among their schoolfellows by refusing to pronounce the guttural ch of the Hebrew otherwise than an English k.
"Summons me, indeed," laughed back Mrs. Isaacs. "A fat lot I'd care for that. You'd jolly soon expose your character to the magistrate. Every one knows what you are."
"Your mother," retorted Mrs. Jacobs mechanically, the elliptical method of expression being greatly in vogue for conversation of a loud character. Quick as lightning came the parrying stroke.
"Yah! And what was your father, I should like to know?"
Mrs. Isaacs had no sooner made this inquiry than she became conscious of an environment of suppressed laughter. Mrs. Jacobs awoke to the situation a second later, and the two women stood suddenly dumbfounded, petrified, with arms akimbo, staring at each other. The wise, if apocryphal, Ecclesiasticus sagely and pithily remarked, many centuries before modern civilization was invented, "Jest not with a rude man, lest thy ancestors be disgraced." To this day the Oriental methods of insult have survived in the Ghetto. The dead past is never allowed to bury its dead. The genealogical dust heap is always liable to be raked up, and even innocuous ancestors may be traduced to the third and fourth generation. Now it so happened that Mrs. Isaacs and Mrs. Jacobs were sisters, and when it dawned upon them into what dilemma their automatic methods of carte and tierce had inveigled them, they were frozen with confusion. They retired crestfallen to their respective parlours and sported their oaks. The resources of repartee were dried up for the moment. Relatives are unduly handicapped in these verbal duels, especially relatives with the same mother and father. Presently Mrs. Isaacs reappeared. She thought of something she ought to have said. She went up to her sister's closed door and shouted into the keyhole,
"None of my children ever had bandy legs."
Almost immediately the window of the front bedroom was flung up, and Mrs. Jacobs leant out of it, waving what looked like an immense steamer.
"Aha!" she observed,
dangling it tantalizingly up and down.
"Morry antique."
The dress fluttered in the breeze. Mrs. Jacobs caressed the stuff between her thumb and forefinger. "All silk," she announced with long, ecstatic quaver. Mrs. Isaacs stood paralyzed by the brilliancy of the repartee. Mrs. Jacobs withdrew the moire antique and exhibited a mauve gown.
"All silk."
The mauve fluttered for a triumphant instant. The next a puce and amber dress floated on the breeze.
"All silk."
Mrs. Jacobs' fingers smoothed it lovingly. Then it was drawn within to be instantly replaced by a green dress. Mrs. Jacobs passed the skirt slowly through her fingers.
"All silk,"
she quavered mockingly. By this time Mrs. Isaacs' face was the colour of the latest flag of victory.
"The tallyman,"
she tried to retort, but the words stuck in her throat. Fortunately, just then she caught sight of her poor lamb playing with the other poor lamb. She dashed at her offspring, boxed its ears, and crying, "You little blackguard! If I ever catch you playing with blackguards again, I'll wring your neck for you." She hustled the infant into her house and slammed the door viciously behind her. Moses had welcomed this everyday scene, for it put off for a few moments his encounter with the formidable Malka. As she had not appeared at door or window, he concluded that she was in a bad temper, or out of London. Neither alternative was pleasant. He knocked at the door of Milly's house, where her mother was generally to be found, and an elderly charwoman opened it. There were some bottles of spirit standing on a wooden side table covered with a coloured cloth, and some unopened biscuit bags. At these familiar premonitory signs of a festival, Moses felt tempted to beat a retreat. He could not think for the moment what was up, and whatever it was, he had no doubt the well-to-do persons would supply him with ice. The charwoman, with brow darkened by soot and gloom, told him that Milly was upstairs, but that her mother had gone across to her own house with the clothes-brush. Moses' face fell. When his wife was alive, she had been a link in connection between the family and himself, a cousin having generously employed her as a charwoman. So Moses knew the import of the clothes-brush. Malka was very particular about her appearance, and loved to be externally speckless, but somehow or other she had no clothes-brush at home. This deficiency did not matter ordinarily, for she practically lived at Milly's. But when she had words with Milly or with her husband, she retired to her own house to sulk, or shmuel, as they called it. The carrying away of the clothes-brush was thus a sign that she considered the breach serious and hostilities likely to be protracted. Sometimes a whole week would go by without the two houses ceasing to stare sullenly across at each other, the situation in Milly's camp being aggravated by the lack of a clothes-brush. In such moments of irritation, Milly's husband was apt to declare that his mother-in-law had an abundance of clothes-brushes, for, he pertinently asked, how did she manage during her frequent business tours to the country? He gave it as his conviction that Malka merely took the clothes-brush away to afford herself a handle for returning. But then Ephraim Phillips was a graceless young fellow, the death of whose first wife was probably a judgment on his levity, and everybody except his mother-in-law knew that he had a book of tickets for the Oxbridge Music Hall, and went there on Friday nights. Still, in spite of these facts, experience showed that whenever Milly's camp had out-sulked Malka's, the old woman's surrender was always veiled under the formula of, "Oh, Milly, I've brought you over your clothes-brush. I just noticed it and thought you might be wanting it." After this, conversation was comparatively easy. Moses hardly cared to face Malka in such a crisis of the clothes-brush. He turned away despairingly, and was going back through the small archway which led to the ruins and the outside world, when a grating voice startled his ear. "Well, Moishe, whither fliest thou? Has my Milly forbidden thee to see me?" He looked back. Malka was standing at her house door. He retraced his steps. "No," he murmured. "I thought thee still out with thy stall." That was where she should have been, at any rate, till half an hour ago. She did not care to tell herself, much less Moses, that she had been waiting at home for the envoy of peace from the filial camp, summoning her to the ceremony of the redemption of her grandson. "Well, now thou seest me," she said, speaking Yiddish for his behoof, "thou lookst not outwardly anxious to know how it goes with me." What machst du? How goes it with you?" "As well as an old woman has a right to expect. Elokim hu tov, the Most High is good," said Malka. She was in her most amiable mood to emphasize to outsiders the injustice of her kin in quarrelling with her. She was a tall woman of 50, with a tanned equine gypsy face,
surmounted by a black sheitel, and decorated laterally by great gold earrings. Great black eyes blazed beneath great black eyebrows, and the skin between them was capable of wrinkling itself black with wrath. A gold chain was wound thrice round her neck and looped up within her black silk bodice. There were numerous rings on her fingers, and she perpetually smelt of peppermint. Chapter 5, Section 1. Chapter 5, Section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 5, Malka, Section 2. "Nu, stand not chattering there," she went on. "Come in. Dost thou wish me to catch my death of cold?" Moses slouched timidly within, his head bowed as if in dread of knocking it against the top of the door. The room was a perfect facsimile of Milly's parlour at the other end of the diagonal, save that instead of the festive bottles and paper bags on the small side table, there was a cheerless clothes brush. Like Milly's, the rooms contained a round table, a chest of drawers with decanters on the top, and a high mantelpiece decorated with pendant green fringes fastened by big-headed brass nails. Here cheap china dogs that had had more than their day squatted amid lustres with crystal drops. Before the fire was a lofty steel guard, which, useful enough in Milly's household, had survived its function in Malka's, where no one was ever likely to tumble into the grate. In a corner of the room a little staircase began to go upstairs. There was oilcloth on the floor. In Zachariah Square anybody could go into anybody else's house and feel at home. There was no visible difference between one and another. Moses sat down awkwardly on a chair and refused a peppermint. In the end he accepted an apple, blessed God for creating the fruit of the tree, and made a ravenous bite at it. "I must take peppermints," Malka explained. "It's for the spasms." "But you said you were well," murmured Moses. "And suppose, if I did not take peppermint, I should have the spasms? My poor sister Rosina, alav shalom, who died of typhoid, suffered greatly from the spasms. It's in the family. She would have died of asthma if she had lived so long. Nu, and how goes it with thee?" she went on, suddenly remembering that Moses too had a right to be ill. At bottom Malka felt a real respect for Moses, though he did not know it. It dated from the day he cut a chip of mahogany out of her best round table. He had finished cutting his nails and wanted a morsel of wood to burn with them in witness of his fulfilment of the pious custom. Malka raged, but in her inmost heart there was an admiration for such unscrupulous sanctity. "I have been out of work for 3 weeks," Moses answered, omitting to expound the state of his health in view of more urgent matters. "Unlucky fool! Oh, what my silly cousin Gittel, alav shalom, should see to marrying thee, I know not." Moses could not enlighten her. He might have informed her that alav shalom, peace be upon him, was an absurdity when applied to a woman, but then he used the pious phrase himself, although aware of its grammatical shortcomings. "I told her thou wouldst never be able to keep her, poor lamb," Malka went on, "but she was always an obstinate pig, and she kept her head up high too, as if she had £5 a week. never would let her children earn money like other people's children. But thou oughtest not to be so obstinate. Thou shouldst have more sense, Moses. Thou belongest to my family. Why can't Solomon go out with matches?"
Gittel's soul would not like it."
"But the living have bodies. Thou rather seest thy children starve than work. There's Esther, an idle, lazy brat, always reading musher books. Why doesn't she sell flowers or stitch buttonholes in the evening?"
"Esther and Solomon have their lessons to do."
"Lessons!" snorted Malka. "What's the good of lessons? It's English, not Judaism, they teach them in that godless school. I could never read or write anything but Hebrew in all my life, but God be thanked, I have thriven without it. All they teach them in the school is English nonsense. The teachers are a pack of heathens who eat forbidden things, but the good Yiddishkeit goes to the wall. Thou didst not even send thy boys to a cheder in the evening."
"I have no money, and they must do their English lessons, else perhaps their clothes will be stopped. Besides, I teach them myself every Shabbos afternoon and Sunday. Solomon translates into Yiddish the whole Pentateuch with Rashi."
"Yes, he may know Torah," said Malka, not to be baffled, "but he'll never know Gemorah or Mishnayos."
Malka herself knew very little of these abstruse subjects beyond their names, and the fact that they were studied out of minutely printed folios by men of extreme sanctity. "He knows a little Gemorah too," said Moses. "I can't teach him at home because I haven't got a Gemorah. It's so expensive, you know. But he went with me to the Beth Medrash when the Maggid was studying it with a class free of charge, and we learnt the whole of the tractate Niddah. Solomon understands very well all about the divorce laws, and he could adjudicate on the duties of women to their husbands."
"Ah, but he'll never know Kabbalah," said Malka,
driven to her last citadel.
"But then no one in England can study Kabbalah since the days of Rabbi Falk, Zecher Tzaddik Livrecha, any more than a born Englishman can study Talmud. There's something in the air that prevents it. In my town there was a rabbi who could do Kabbalah. He could call Avraham Avinu from the grave. But in this pig-eating country no one can be holy enough for Hashem Baruch Hu to grant him the privilege. I don't believe the shochim kill the animals properly. The statutes are violated. Even frum people eat trefa, cheese and butter. I don't say thou dost, Moshe, but thou dost let thy children."
"Well, your own butter is not kosher," said Moses, nettled.
"My butter? What does it matter about my butter? I never sent up for a saint. I don't come of a family of Rabbonim. I'm only a businesswoman. It's the frum people that I complain of, the people who ought to set an example and are lowering the standard of frumkeit. I caught a chazan's wife the other day washing her meat and butter plates in the same bowl of water. In time they will be frying steaks in butter, and they will end by eating trefa meats out of butter plates, and the judgment of God will come. But what has become of thine apple? Thou hast not gorged it already."
Moses nervously pointed to his trousers pocket, bulged out by the mutilated globe. After his first ravenous bite, Moses had bethought himself of his responsibilities. "It's for the kinder," he explained.
"No, the kinder,"
snorted Malka disdainfully.
"And what will they give thee for it?" "Oh, sir, thank you. In my young days we trembled before the father and the mother, and my mother, alav shalom, potched my face after I was a married woman. I shall never forget that slap. It nearly made me adhere to the wall. But nowadays our children sit on our heads. I gave my Milly all she has in the world, a house, a shop, a husband, and my best bed linen. And now, when I want to call the child Yosef after my first husband, alav shalom, her own father, she would out of sheer vexation call it Yechezkel."
Malka's voice became more strident than ever. She had been anxious to make a species of vicarious reparation to her first husband, and the failure of Milly to acquiesce in the arrangement was a source of real vexation. Moses could think of nothing better to say than to inquire how her present husband was.
He overworks himself," Malka replied, shaking her head. "The misfortune is that he thinks himself a good man of business, and he is always starting new enterprises without consulting me. If he would only take my advice more."
Moses shook his head in sympathetic deprecation of Michael Birnbaum's wilfulness. "Is he at home?" he asked.
"No, but I expect him back from the country every minute. I believe they have invited him for the Pinyon Haben to-day."
"Oh, is it that to-day?"
"Of course. Didst thou not know?"
No, no one had told me."
"Thine own sense should have told thee. Isn't it the 31st day since the birth? But of course he won't accept when he knows that my own daughter has driven me out of her house."
"You say not!" exclaimed Moses in horror.
"I do say," said
Malka, unconsciously taking up the clothes brush and thumping with it on the table to emphasize the outrage.
"I told her that when Yechezkel cried so much it would be better to look for the pin than to dose the child for gripes. I dressed it myself, mother, says she. 'Thou art an obstinate cat's head, Milly,' says I. 'I say there is a pin, and I know better,' says she. 'How canst thou know better than I?' says I. 'Why, I was a mother before thou wast born.' So I unrolled the child's flannel, and sure enough, underneath it, just over the stomach, I found—"
"The pin," concluded Moses, shaking his head thoughtfully.
Not exactly, but a red mark where the pin had been pricking the poor little thing."
"Ah, and what did Milly say then?" said Moses in sympathetic triumph.
"Milly said it was a flea bite. And I said, 'Gott in Himmel, Milly, dost thou want to swear my eyes away? My enemies should have such a flea bite.' And because Red Rivka was in the room, Milly said I was shedding her blood in public, and she began to cry as if I had committed a crime against her in looking after the child. And I rushed out, leaving the two babies howling together. That was a week ago."
"And how is the child?"
"How should I know? I'm only the grandmother. I only supplied the bed linen it was born on."
"But is it recovered from the circumcision?"
"Oh yes, all our family have good healing flesh. It's a fine child, imbreshria. It's got my eyes and nose. It's a rare, handsome baby, imbreshria. Only it won't be its mother's fault if the Almighty takes it not back again. Milly has picked up so many ignorant lane women who come in and blight the child by admiring it too loud and not even saying imbreshria. And then there's the old witch, a beggar woman, that Ephraim my son-in-law used to give a shilling a week to. Now he only gives her ninepence. She asked him why, and he says, 'I'm married now, I can't afford more.' 'What?' she shrieks. 'You got married on my money?' And one Friday, when the nurse had taken baby downstairs, the old beggar woman knocked for her weekly allowance, and she opened the door and saw the child, and she looked at it with her evil eye. I hope to heaven nothing will come of it."
"I will pray for Yiddishkeit," said Moses.
"Pray for Milly also, while thou art about it, that she may remember what is owing to a mother before the earth covers me. I don't know what's coming over children. Look at my Leah. She will marry that Sam Levine, although he belongs to a link English family, and I suspect his mother was a proselyte. She can't fry fish anyway. I don't say anything against Sam, but still I do think my Leah might have told me before falling in love with him. And yet see how I treat them. My Michael made a Misha Berach for them in Shul the Shabbos after the engagement. Not a common 18-penny benediction, but a guinea one, with half-crown blessings thrown in for his parents and the congregation, and a gift of 5 shillings to the minister. That was, of course, in our own Chevra, not reckoning the guinea my Michael schnorred at Duke Plaiser's Shul. You know why we always keep 2 seats at Duke's Plaiser as well?" Duke's Plaiser was the current distortion of Duke's Place. "What magnanimity!" said Moses, overawed. "I like to do everything bekovet," said Malka. "No one can say I have ever acted otherwise than as a fine person. I dare say thou could do with a few shillings thyself now." Moses hung his head still lower. "You see, my mother is so poorly," he stammered. "She is a very old woman, and without anything to eat she may not live long." "They ought to take her into the aged widows' home. I'm sure I gave her my votes." "God bless you for it, but people say I was lucky enough to get my Benjamin into the orphans' asylum, and that I ought not to have brought her from Poland. They say we grow enough poor old widows here." "People say quite right. At least she would have starved in a Yiddish country, not in a land of heathens."
"But she was lonely and miserable out there, exposed to all the rishus of the Christians, and I was earning £1 a week. Tailoring was a good trade then. The few roubles I used to send her did not always reach her."
"Thou hast no right to send her anything, nor to send for her. Mothers are not everything. Thou didst marry my cousin Gittel, alav shalom, and it was thy duty to support her and her children. Thy mother took the bread out of the mouth of Gittel, and but for her my poor cousin might have been alive today. Believe me, it was no mitzvah."
Mitzvah is a portmanteau word. It means a commandment and a good deed, the 2 conceptions being regarded as interchangeable. "Nay, thou errest there," answered Moses. "Gittel was not a phoenix, which alone ate of the tree of knowledge and lives forever. Women have no need to live as long as men, for they have not so many mitzvos to perform as men, and insomuch as—" Here his tones involuntarily assumed the argumentative sing-song. "Their souls profit by all the mitzvos performed by their husbands and children. Gittel will profit by the mitzvah I did by bringing over my mother, so that even if she did die through it, she will not be the loser thereby. It stands in the verse that man shall do the mitzvos and live by them.
To live is a mitzvah, but it is plainly one of those mitzvos that have to be done at a definite time, from which species women, by reason of their household duties, are exempt. Wherefore I would deduce by another circuit that it is not so incumbent upon women to live as upon men. Nevertheless, if God had willed it, she would still have been alive. The Holy One, Baruch Hu, will provide for the little ones he has sent into the world. He fed Elijah the prophet by ravens, and he will never send me to a black Sabbath." "Oh, you are a tzaddik, Moshe," said Malka, visibly impressed. "If everybody knew as much Torah as you, the Mashiach would soon be here. Here are 5 shillings. For 5 shillings you can get a basket of lemons in the Orange Market in Duke's Place. And if you sell them in the lane at a halfpenny each, then you will make a good profit. Put aside 5 shillings of your takings and get another basket. And so you will be able to live till the tailoring picks up again." Moses listened as if he had never heard of these elementary principles of barter. "Yivrechecha Hashem Baruch Hu, bless you, and may you see rejoicings on your children's children." So Moses went away and bought dinner, treating his family to some beigelach, or circular twisted rolls, in his joy. But on the morrow he repaired to the market, thinking on the way of the ethical distinction between chavros halevros, duties of the heart, and chavros ha'evarim, duties of the limbs, as expounded in choice Hebrew by Rabbeinu Bachya, and he laid out the remnant in lemons. Then he stationed himself in Petticoat Lane, crying in his imperfect English, "Lemons, very good lemons, 2 a penny each, 2 a penny each." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 6, The Redemption of the Son and the Daughter. Part 1. Malka did not have long to wait for her liege lord. He was a fresh-coloured young man of 30, rather good-looking, with side whiskers, keen, eager glance, and an air of perpetually doing business. Though a native of Germany, he spoke English as well as many Lane Jews, whose comparative impiety was a certificate of British birth. Michael Birnbaum was a great man in the local little synagogue, if only one of the crowd at Duke's Plaza. He had been successively Gabbai and Parnass, and had presented the plush curtain, with its mystical decoration of intersecting triangles woven in silk, that hung before the ark in which the scrolls of the law were kept. He was the very antithesis of Moses Ansell. His energy was restless. From hawking he had risen to a profitable traffic in gold lace and Brummagem jewellery, with a large clientele all over the country, before he was 20. He touched nothing which he did not profit by, and when he married at 23 a woman nearly twice his age, the transaction was not without the usual percentage. Very soon his line was diamonds, real diamonds. He carried a pocket knife, which was a combination of a corkscrew, a pair of scissors, a file, a pair of tweezers, a toothpick, and half a dozen other things, which seemed an epitome of his character. His temperament was lively, and, like Ephraim Phillips, he liked music halls. Fortunately, Malka was too conscious of her charms to dream of jealousy. Michael smacked her soundly on the mouth with his lips and said, "Well, mother?"
He called her mother, not because he had any children, but because she had, and it seemed a pity to multiply domestic nomenclature.
"Well, my little one," said Malka, hugging him fondly, "have you made a good journey this time?"
"No, trade is so dull. People won't put their hands in their pockets. And here?"
"People won't take their hands out of their pockets. Lazy dogs. Everybody is striking. Jews with them. Unheard of things. The bootmakers, the cap makers, the furriers. And now they say the tailors are going on strike. More fools too, with the trade so slack. What with one thing and another, let me put your cravat straight, my little love. It's just the people who can't afford to buy new clothes that are hard up, so that they can't afford to buy second-hand clothes either. If the Almighty is not good to us, we shall come to the Board of Guardians ourselves."
"Not quite so bad as that, mother," laughed Michael, twirling the massive diamond ring on his finger. "How's baby? Is it ready to be redeemed?"
"Which baby?"
said Malka, with well-affected agnosticism.
"Phew!"
whistled Michael. "What's up now, mother?"
"Oh, nothing, my pet, nothing."
"Well, I'm going across. Come along, mother. Oh, wait a minute. I want to brush this mud off my trousers. Is the clothes brush here?"
"Yes, dearest one,"
said the unsuspecting Malka. Michael winked imperceptibly, flicked his trousers, and without further parley ran across the diagonal to Milly's house. 5 minutes afterwards a deputation, consisting of the charwoman, waited upon Malka and said,
"Missus says you will please come over, as baby is a-crying for its grandma." "Oh, that must be another pin,"
said Malka, with a gleam of triumph at her victory. But she did not budge. At the end of 5 minutes she rose solemnly, adjusted her wig and her dress in the mirror, put on her bonnet, brushed away a non-existent speck of dirt from her left sleeve, put a peppermint in her mouth, and crossed the square carrying the clothes-brush in her hand. Milly's door was half open, but she knocked at it and said to the charwoman,
"Is Mrs. Phillips in?" "Yes, mum, the company's all upstairs." "Oh, then I will go up and return her this myself."
Malka went straight through the little crowd of guests to Milly, who was sitting on a sofa with Ezekiel, quiet as a lamb and good as gold, in her arms.
"Milly, my dear," she said, "I've come to bring you back your clothes brush. Thank you so much for the loan of it." "You know you're welcome, mother," said Milly, with unintentionally dual significance. The two ladies embraced. Ephraim Phillips, a sallow-looking, black-haired Pole, also kissed his mother-in-law, and the gold chain that rested on Malka's bosom heaved with the expansion of domestic pride. Malka thanked God she was not a mother of barren or celibate children, which is only 1 degree better than personal unfruitfulness, and testifies scarce less to the celestial curse. "Is that pin mark gone away yet, Milly, from the precious little thing?" said Malka, taking Ezekiel in her arms and disregarding the transformation of face which in babies precedes a storm. "Yes, it was a mere flea bite," said
Milly incautiously, adding hurriedly,
"I always go through his flannels and things most carefully to see that there are no more pins lurking about." "That's right. Pins are like fleas. You never know where they get to," said Malka in an insidious spirit of compromise. "Where is Leah?" "She's in the backyard, frying the last of the fish. Don't you smell it? It will hardly have time to get cold." "Well, but I did a dish for myself last night. She's only preparing reserve in case the attack be too deadly." "And where is the Cohen?" "Oh, we have asked old Hyams across the ruins. We expect him round every minute."
At this point the indications of Ezekiel's facial barometer were fulfilled, and a tempest of weeping shook him.
"Nah, go then, go to the mother," said Malka angrily. "All my children are alike. It's getting late. Hadn't you better send across again for old Hyams?"
"There's no hurry, mother," said Michael Birnbaum soothingly. "We must wait for Sam."
"And who's Sam?"
cried Malka, unappeased. "Sam is Leah's cousin," replied Michael ingenuously.
"Clever," sneered Malka. "But my grandson is not going to wait for the son of a proselyte. Why doesn't he come?"
"He'll be here in 1 minute."
"How do you know?"
"We came up in the same train. He got in at Middlesborough. He's just gone home to see his folks and get a wash and brush up. Considering he's coming up to town merely for the sake of the family ceremony, I think it would be very rude to commence without him. It's no joke, a long railway journey in this weather. My feet were nearly frozen despite the foot warmer."
"My poor lambkin,"
said Malka, melting, and she patted his side whiskers. Sam Levine arrived almost immediately, and Leah, fish-fork in hand, flew out of the backyard kitchen to greet him. Though a member of the tribe of Levi, he was anything but ecclesiastical in appearance, rather a representative of muscular Judaism. He had a pink and white complexion and a tawny moustache, and bubbled over with energy and animal spirits. He could give most men 30 and 100 in billiards and 50 in anecdote. He was an advanced radical in politics, and had a high opinion of the intelligence of his party. He paid Leah lip fealty at his entrance.
"What a pity it's Sunday," was Leah's first remark when the kissing was done.
"No going to the play," said Sam ruefully, catching her meaning. They always celebrated his return from a commercial round by going to the theatre. Theatre, they pronounced it. They went to the pit of the West End houses rather than patronize the local dress circles for the same money. There were 2 strata of Ghetto girls, those who strolled the Strand on Sabbath and those who strolled in the Whitechapel Road. Leah was of the upper stratum. She was a tall, lovely brunette, exuberant of voice and figure, with coarse red hands. She doted on ice cream in the summer and hot chocolate in the winter, but her love of the theatre was a perennial passion. Both Sam and she had good ears, and were always first in the field with the latest comic opera tunes. Leah's healthy vitality was prodigious. There was a legend in the lane of such a maiden having been chosen by a coronet. Leah was satisfied with Sam, who was just her match. On the heels of Sam came several other guests, notably Mrs. Jacobs, wife of Reb Shmuel, and her pretty daughter Hannah. Mr. Hyams, the Cohen, came last, the priest whose functions had so curiously dwindled since the times of the temples. To be called first to the reading of the law, to bless his brethren with symbolic spreading of palms and fingers in a mystic incantation delivered standing shoeless before the Ark of the Covenant at festival seasons, to redeem the mother's firstborn son when neither parent was of priestly lineage. These privileges, combined with a disability to be with or near the dead, differentiated this religious position from that of the Levite or the Israelite. Mendel Hyams was not puffed up about his tribal superiority, though if tradition were to be trusted, his direct descent from Aaron, the high priest, gave him a longer genealogy than Queen Victoria's. He was a meek sexagenarian, with a threadbare black coat and a childlike smile. All the pride of the family seemed to be absorbed by his daughter Miriam, a girl whose very nose Heaven had fashioned scornfully. Miriam had accompanied him out of contemptuous curiosity. She wore a stylish feather in her hat and a boa round her throat, and earned 30 shillings a week all told as a schoolteacher. Esther Ansell was in her class just now. Probably her toilette had made old Hyams unpunctual. His arrival was the signal for the commencement of the proceedings, and the men hastened to assume their headgear. Ephraim Phillips cautiously took the swaddled-up infant from the bosom of Milly, where it was suckling, and presented it to old Hyams. Fortunately Ezekiel had already had a repletion of milk, and was drowsy, and manifested very little interest in the whole transaction. "Ze b'nei bechori hu peter rechem l'imo." "This is my firstborn son," said Ephraim in Hebrew, as he handed Ezekiel over. "Firstborn of his mother, and the Holy One, blessed be He, hath given command to redeem him, as it is said, and those who are to be redeemed from them for a month old shalt thou redeem according to thine estimation for the money of 5 shekels after the shekels of the sanctuary, the shekel being 20 gerahs. And it is said, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever openeth the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine." Ephraim Phillips then placed 15 shillings in silver before old Hyams, who thereupon inquired in Chaldaic, "Which wouldst thou rather give me thy firstborn son, the firstborn of his mother, or redeem him for 5 selim, which thou art bound to give according to the law?" Ephraim replied in Chaldaic, "I am desirous rather to redeem my son, and here thou hast the value of his redemption, which I am bound to give according to the law." Thereupon Hyams took the money tendered and gave back the child to his father, who blessed God for his sanctifying commandments and thanked him for his mercies, after which the old Cohen held the 15 shillings over the head of the infant, saying, "This instead of that, this in exchange for that, this in remission of that. May this child enter into life, into the law, and into the fear of Heaven. May it be God's will that even as he has been admitted to redemption, so may he enter into the law, the nuptial canopy, and into good deeds. Amen." Then placing his hands in benediction upon the child's head, the priestly layman added, "Yasimcha Elokim ke'Ephraim v'chi Menashe. Yerechecha Hashem v'yishmerecha. Ye'er Hashem panav elecha v'chunecha. Yasah Hashem panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom." God make thee as Ephraim and Menashe. God bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee and be gracious to thee. The Lord turn his face to thee and grant thee peace. The Lord is thy guardian, the Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. For length of days and years of life and peace shall they add to thee. The Lord shall guard thee from all evil, he shall guard thy soul. Amen, answered the company, and then there was a buzz of secular talk, general rapture being expressed at the stolidness of Ezekiel's demeanour. Cups of tea were passed round by the lovely Leah, and the secrets of the paper bags were brought to light. Ephraim Phillips talked horses with Sam Levine, and old Hyams quarrelled with Malka over the disposal of the 15 shillings. Knowing that Hyams was poor, Malka refused to take back the money, rendered to him under the pretence of a gift to the child. The Cohen, however, was a proud man, and under the eye of Miriam, a firm one. Ultimately it was agreed that the money should be expended on a Misha Berach for the infant's welfare and the synagogues. Birds of a feather flocked together, and Miriam foregathered with Hannah Jacobs, who also had a stylish feather in her hat, and was the most congenial of the company. Mrs. Jacobs was left to discourse of the ailments of childhood and the iniquity of servants with Mrs. Phillips. Reb Shmuel's wife, commonly known as the Rebbitzin, was a tall woman with a bony nose and shrivelled cheeks, whereon the paths of the blood vessels were scrawled in red. The same bones were visible beneath the plumper padding of Hannah's face. Mrs. Jacobs had escaped the temptation to fatness, which is the besetting peril of the Jewish matron. If Hannah could escape her mother's inclination to angularity, she would be a pretty woman. She dressed with taste, which is half the battle, and for the present she was only 19. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, Section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 6, A Redemption of the Son and the Daughter. Section 2.
"Do you think it's a good match?"
said Miriam Hyams, indicating Sam Levine with a movement of the eyebrow. A swift, scornful look flitted across Hannah's face.
"Among the Jews," she said, "every match is a grand shidduch before the marriage. After, we hear another tale." "There is a good deal in that," admitted Miriam thoughtfully. "The girl's family cries up the capture shamelessly. I remember when Clara Emanuel was engaged, her brother Jack told me it was a splendid shidduch. Afterwards I found he was a widower of 55 with 3 children." "Bet that engagement went off," said Hannah. "I know," said Miriam. "I'm only saying I can't fancy myself doing anything of the kind." "What? Breaking off an engagement?" said Hannah, with a cynical little twinkle about her eye. "No, taking a man like that," said Miriam. "I wouldn't look at a man over 35 or with less than 250 a year." "You'll never marry a teacher then," Hannah remarked. "Teacher!" Miriam Hyams repeated, with a look of disgust. "How can one be respectable on £3 a week? I must have a man in a good position." She tossed her piquant nose and looked almost handsome. She was 5 years older than Hannah, and it seemed an enigma why men did not rush to lay £5 a week at her daintily shod feet. "I'd rather marry a man with £2 a week if I loved him," said Hannah in a low voice. "Not in this century," said Miriam, shaking her head incredulously. "We don't believe in that nonsense nowadays. There was Alice Green, she used to talk like that. Now look at her, riding about in a gig side by side with a bald monkey." "Alice Green's mother," interrupted Malka, pricking up her ears, "married a son of Mendel Weinstein by his 3rd wife, Dinah, who had £10 left to her by her uncle Shlomi." "No, Dinah was Mendel's 2nd wife," corrected Mrs. Jacobs, cutting short a remark of Mrs. Phillips in favour of the new interest. "Dinah was Mendel's 3rd wife," repeated Malka, her tanned cheeks reddening. "I know it because my Simon, God bless him, was breeched the same month." Simon was Malka's eldest, now a magistrate in Melbourne. "His 3rd wife was Kitty Green, daughter of the Yellow Malamud," persisted the Rebbitzin. "I know it for a fact because Kitty's sister Annie was engaged for a week to my brother-in-law Nathaniel." "His 1st wife," put in Malka's husband with the air of arbitrating between the two, "was Shmuel, the publican's eldest daughter." Shmool, the publican's daughter, said Malka, stirred to fresh indignation. Married Hyam Robins, the grandson of old Benjamin who kept the cutlery shop at the corner of Little Eden Alley, where the pickled cucumber store stands now. It was Shmool's sister that married Hyam Robins, wasn't it, mother? Asked Milly incautiously. Certainly not, thundered Malka. I knew old Benjamin well, and he sent me a pair of chintz curtains when I married your father. Poor old Benjamin, how long has he been dead? Mused Reb Shmuel's wife. He died the year I was confined with my Leah. Stop, stop, interrupted Sam Levine boisterously. There's Leah getting red as fire for fear you'll blab out her age. Don't be a fool, Sam, said Leah, blushing violently and looking the lovelier for it. The attention of the entire company was now concentrated upon the question at issue, whatever it might be. Malka fixed her audience with her piercing eye and said in a tone that scarce brooked contradiction, Hyam Robins couldn't have married Shmool's sister because Shmool's sister was already the wife of Abraham the fishmonger. Yes, but Shmool had two sisters, said Mrs. Jacobs, audaciously asserting her position as the rival genealogist. Nothing of the kind, replied Malka warmly. Oh, I'm quite sure, persisted Mrs. Jacobs. There was Phoebe and there was Harriet. Nothing of the kind, repeated Malka. Shmool had three sisters, only two were in the deaf and dumb home. Why, that wasn't Shmool at all. Milly forgot herself so far as to say, that was Block the baker. Of course, said Malka in her most acid tone, my kinder always know better than me. There was a moment of painful silence. Malka's eye mechanically sought the clothes brush. Then Ezekiel sneezed. It was a convulsive, a tissue, and agitated the infant to its most intimate flannel roll. For thy salvation I do hope, O Lord, murmured Malka piously, adding triumphantly aloud, there, the kind has sneezed to the truth of it. I knew I was right. The sneeze of an innocent child silences everybody who is not a blasphemer. In the general satisfaction at the unexpected solution of the situation, no one even pointed out that the actual statement to which Ezekiel had borne testimony was an assertion of the superior knowledge of Malka's children. Shortly afterwards the company trooped downstairs to partake of high tea, in which the Ghetto need not include anything more fleshly than fish. Fish was indeed the staple of the meal. Fried fish, and such fried fish! Only a great poet could sing the praises of the national dish, and the golden age of Hebrew poetry is over. Strange that Gabriel should have lived and died without the opportunity of the theme, and that the great Yehuda Halevi himself should have had to devote his genius merely to singing the glories of Jerusalem. Israel is among the other nations, he sang, as the heart among the limbs. Even so is the fried fish of Judea to the fried fish of Christendom and heathendom. With the audacity of true culinary genius, Jewish fried fish is always taken cold. The skin is a beautiful brown, the substance firm and succulent. The very bones thereof are full of marrow, yea, and charged with memories of the happy past. Fried fish binds Anglo-Judea more than all the lip professions of unity.
Its savour is early known of youth, and the divine flavour, endeared by 1,000 childish recollections, entwined with the most sacred associations, draws back the hoary sinner into the paths of piety. It is on fried fish, perhaps, that the Jewish matron grows fat. In the days of the Mashiach, when the saints shall feed off of the Leviathan, and the sea serpent shall be dished up for the last time, and the world and the silly season shall come to an end, in those days it is probable that the saints will prefer their Leviathan fried. Not that any physical frying will be necessary, for in those happy times, for whose coming every faithful Israelite prays 3 times daily, the Leviathan will have what taste the eater will. Possibly a few highly respectable saints, who were fashionable in their day and contrived to live in Kensington without infection of paganism, will take their Leviathan in conventional courses, and beginning with hors d'oeuvres, may will him anything by turns and nothing long, making him soup and sweets, joint and entree, and even ices and coffee. For in the millennium the harassing prohibition which bars cream after meat will fall through. But however this will be, it is beyond question that the bulk of the faithful will mentally fry him, and though the Christian saints, who shall be privileged to wait at table, hand them plate after plate, fried fish shall be all the fare. One suspects that Hebrews gained the taste in the desert of Sinai, for the manna that fell there was not monotonous to the palate, as the sciolist supposes, but likewise mutable under volition. It were incredible that Moses, who gave so many imperishable things to his people, did not also give them the knowledge of fried fish, so that they might obey his behest and rejoice before the Lord. Nay, was it not because while the manna fell there could be no lack of fish to fry, that they lingered 40 years in a dreary wilderness? Other delicious things there are in Jewish cookery: lokshen, which are the apotheosis of vermicelli; furfel, which are lokshen in an atomic state; and kreplich, which are triangular meat pastries; and kugel, to which pudding has a far-away resemblance; and there is even gefilte fish, which is stuffed fish without bones. But fried fish reigns above all in cold, unquestioned sovereignty. No other people possesses the recipe. As a poet of the commencement of the century sings, "The goyim are stuffels, they can't fry Dutch plaice. They oser can't tell a carp from a dace." It was while discussing a deliciously brown oblong of the Dutch plaice of the ballad that Samuel Levine appeared to be struck by an idea. He threw down his knife and fork and exclaimed in Hebrew, "Shema, Benny!" Everyone looked at him. "Hear, my son," he repeated in comic horror. Then, relapsing into English, he explained, "I've forgotten to give Leah a present from her chosen." "Oh!" Everybody gave a deep sigh of interest. Leah, whom the exigencies of service had removed from his side to the head of the table, half rose from her seat in excitement. Now, whether Samuel Levine had really forgotten, or whether he had chosen the most effective moment, will never be known. Certain it is that the Semitic instinct for drama was gratified within him as he drew a little folded white paper out of his waistcoat pocket amid the keen expectation of the company. "This," said he, tapping the paper as if he were a conjurer, "was purchased by me yesterday morning for my little girl. I said to myself, says I,
Look here, old man, you've got to go up to town for a day in honour of Ezekiel Phillips, and your poor girl, who had looked forward to your staying away till Pesach, will want some compensation for her disappointment at seeing you earlier. So I thinks to myself, thinks I, now what is there that Leah would like? It must be something appropriate, of course, and it mustn't be of any value, because I can't afford it. It's a ruinous business getting engaged, the worst bit of business I ever did in all my born days." Here Sam winked facetiously at the company. "And I thought and thought of what was the cheapest thing I could get away with, and lo and behold, I suddenly thought of a ring." So saying, Sam, still with the same dramatic air, unwrapped the thick gold ring and held it up so that the huge diamond in it sparkled in the sight of all. A long "Whoa" went round the company, the majority instantaneously pricing it mentally, and wondering at what reduction Sam had acquired it from a brother commercial. For that no Jew ever pays full retail price for jewellery is regarded as axiomatic. Even the engagement ring is not required to be first hand, or rather first finger, so long as it is solid, which perhaps accounts for the superiority of the Jewish marriage rate. Leah rose entirely to her feet, the light of the diamond reflected in her eager eyes. She leaned across the table, stretching out a finger to receive her lover's gift. Sam put the ring near her finger, then drew it away teasingly. "Them as asks shan't have," he said in high good humour. "You're too greedy. Look at the number of rings you've got already." The fun of the situation diffused itself along the table. "Give it to me," laughed Miriam Hyams, stretching out her finger. "I'll say tar so nicely." "No," he said, "you've been naughty. I'm going to give it to the little girl who has sat quiet all the time. Miss Hannah Jacobs, rise to receive your prize." Hannah, who was sitting 2 places to the left of him, smiled quietly, but went on carving her fish. Sam, growing quite boisterous under the appreciation of a visibly amused audience, leaned towards her, captured her right hand, and forcibly adjusted the ring on the second finger, exclaiming in Hebrew with mock solemnity, "Behold, thou art consecrated unto me by this ring according to the law of Moses and Israel." It was the formal marriage speech he had learned up for his approaching marriage. The company roared with laughter, and pleasure and enjoyment of the fun made Leah's lovely smiling cheeks flush to a livelier crimson. Badinage flew about from one end of the table to the other. Burlesque congratulations were showered on the couple, flowing over even unto Mrs. Jacobs, who appeared to enjoy the episode as much as if her daughter was really off her hands. The little incident added the last touch of high spirits to the company, and exalted all their latent humour. Sam excelled himself in vivacious repartee, and responded comically to the toast of his health as drunk in coffee. Suddenly, amid the hubbub of chaff and laughter and the clatter of cutlery, a still small voice made itself heard. It came from old Hyams, who had been sitting quietly with a brow corrugated under his black velvet couple. "Mr. Levine," he said in low, grave tones, "I've been thinking, and I'm afraid that what you have done is serious." The earnestness of his tones arrested the attention of the company. The laughter ceased. What do you mean?" said Samuel. He understood the Yiddish which old Hyams almost invariably used, though he could not speak it himself. Contrariwise, old Hyams understood much more English than he spoke. You have married Hannah Jacobs."
There was a painful silence, dim recollections resurging in everybody's brains.
"Married Hannah Jacobs,"
repeated Samuel incredulously.
"Yes,"
affirmed old Hyams.
"what you have done constitutes a marriage according to Jewish law. You have pledged yourself to her in the presence of 2 witnesses."
There was another tense silence. Samuel broke it with a boisterous laugh.
"No, no, old fellow," he said. "You don't have me like that."
The tension was relaxed. Everybody joined in the laugh with a feeling of indescribable relief. Facetious old Hyams had gone near scoring one. Hannah smilingly plucked off the glittering bauble from her finger and slid it on to Leah's. Hyams remained grave.
"Laugh away," he said. "You will soon find I am right. Such is our law."
"Maybe," said Samuel, constrained to seriousness despite himself. "But you forget that I am already engaged to Leah."
"I do not forget it,"
replied Hyams.
"but it has nothing to do with the case. You are both single, or rather you were single, for now you are man and wife."
Leah, who had been sitting pale and agitated, burst into tears. Hannah's face was drawn and white. Her mother looked the least alarmed of the company.
"Droll person!"
cried Malka, addressing Sam angrily in jargon.
"What hast thou done?"
"Don't let us all go mad," said Samuel, bewildered. "How can a piece of fun, a joke, be a valid marriage?"
"The law takes no account of jokes," said old Hyams solemnly.
"Then why didn't you stop me?" asked Sam, exasperated.
"It was all done in a moment. I laughed myself. I had no time to think."
Sam brought his fist down on the table with a bang.
"Well, I'll never believe this, if this is Judaism."
"Hush!" said Malka angrily.
"These are your English Jews who make mock of holy things. I always said the son of a proselyte was—"
"Look here, mother," put in Michael soothingly.
"Don't let us make such a fuss before we know the truth. Send for someone who is likely to know."
He played agitatedly with his complex pocket-knife.
"Yes, Hannah's father, Reb Shmuel, is just the man," cried Milly Phillips. "I told you my husband was gone to Manchester for a day or 2, Mrs. Jacobs reminded her. "There's the Maggid of the B'nai Bris," said one of the company. "I'll go and fetch him." The stooping, black-bearded Maggid was brought. When he arrived it was evident from his look that he knew all and brought confirmation of their worst fears. He explained the law at great length and cited precedent upon precedent. When he ceased, Leah's sobs alone broke the silence. Samuel's face was white. The merry gathering had been turned to a wedding party. "You rogue!" burst forth Malka at last. "You planned all this? You thought my Leah didn't have enough money, and that Reb Shmuel will heap you up with gold in the hands. But you don't take me in like this."
"May this piece of bread choke me if I had the slightest inkling of intention," cried Samuel passionately, for the thought of what Leah might think was like fire in his veins. He turned appealingly to the Maggid.
"There must be some way out of this. Surely there must be some way out. I know you Maggidim can split hairs. Can't you make one of your clever distinctions, even when there's more than a trifle concerned?"
There was a savage impatience about the bridegroom which boded ill for the law.
"Of course there's a way out," said the Maggid calmly. "Only one way, but a very broad and simple one." "What's that?" everybody asked breathlessly. "He must give her Gett." "Of course," shouted Sam in a voice of thunder. "I divorce her at once." He guffawed hysterically. "What a pack of fools we are! Good old Jewish law!" Leah's sobs ceased. Everybody except Mrs. Jacobs was smiling once more. Half a dozen hands grasped the Maggid's. Half a dozen others thumped him on the back. He was pushed into a chair. They gave him a glass of brandy. They heaped a plate with fried fish. And verily the Maggid, who was in truth sore a-hungered, was in luck's way. He blessed Providence and the Jewish marriage law. "But you had better not reckon that a divorce," he warned them between two mouthfuls. "You had better go to Reb Shmuel, the maiden's father, and let him arrange the Gett beyond all reach of cavil." "But Reb Shmuel is away," said Mrs. Jacobs. "And I must go away too by the first train to-morrow," said Sam. "However, there's no hurry. I'll arrange to run up to town again in a fortnight or so, and then Reb Shmuel shall untie us. You don't mind being my wife for a fortnight, I suppose, Miss Jacobs?" asked Sam, winking gleefully at Leah. She smiled back at him, and they laughed together over the danger they had just escaped. Hannah laughed too, in contemptuous amusement at the rigidity of Jewish law. "I'll tell you what, Sam, can't you come back for next Saturday week?" said Leah. "Why?" asked Sam. "What's on?" "The Purim ball at the club. As we've got to come back to give Hannah Gett, you might as well come in time to take me to the ball." "Right you are," said Sam cheerfully. Leah clapped her hands. "Oh, that will be jolly," she said. "And we'll take Hannah with us," she added as an afterthought. "Is that by way of compensation for losing my husband?" Hannah asked with a smile. Leah gave a happy laugh and turned the new ring on her finger in delighted contemplation. "All's well that ends well," said Sam. "Through this joke Leah will be the belle of the Purim ball. I think I deserve another piece of plaice, Leah, for that compliment. And you, Mr. Maggid, you are a tzaddik and a Talmud Chochem." The Maggid's face was brightened by a smile. He intoned the grace with unction when the meal ended, and everybody joined in heartily at the specifically vocal portions. Then the Maggid left, and the cards were brought out. It is inadvisable to play cards before fried fish, because it is well known that you may lose, and losing may ruffle your temper, and you may call your partner an ass, and your partner may call you an ass. Tonight the greatest good humour prevailed, though several pounds changed hands. They played Loo, Clobios, Napoleon, 21, and especially brag. Solo whist had not yet come in to drive everything else out. Old Hyams did not spiel, because he could not afford to, and Hannah Jacobs because she did not care to. These and a few other guests left early, but the party family stayed late. On a warm green table, under a cheerful gaslight, with brandy and whiskey and sweets and fruit to hand, with no trains or buses to catch, what wonder if the light-hearted assembly played far into the new day? Meanwhile the redeemed son slept peacefully in his crib, with his legs curled up and his little fists clenched beneath the coverlet. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 7. The Pauper Alien. Moses Ansell married mainly because all men are mortal. He knew he would die, and he wanted an heir. Not to inherit anything, but to say Kaddish for him. Now Kaddish is the most beautiful and wonderful morning prayer ever written. Rigidly excluding all references to death and grief, it exhausts itself in supreme glorification of the Eternal, and in supplication for peace upon the house of Israel. But its significance has been gradually transformed. Human nature, driven away with a pitchfork, has avenged itself by regarding the prayer as a mass, not without purgatorial efficacy. And so the Jew is reluctant to die without leaving someone qualified to say Kaddish after him every day for a year, and then one day a year. That is one reason why sons are of such domestic importance. Moses had only a mother in the world when he married Gittel Silverstein, and he hoped to restore the balance of male relatives by this reckless measure. The result was 6 children, 3 girls and 3 Kaddishim. In Gittel, Moses found a tireless helpmate. During the lifetime the family always lived in 2 rooms, for she had various ways of supplementing the household income. When in London she charred for her cousin Malka at a shilling a day. Likewise she sewed underlinen and stitched slips of fur into caps in the privacy of home and midnight. For all Mrs. Ansell's industry, the family had been a typical group of wandering Jews, straying from town to town in search of better things. The congregation they left, every town which could muster the minimum of 10 men for worship boasted its kahila, its community, invariably paid their fare to the next congregation, glad to get rid of them so cheaply, and the new kahila jumped at the opportunity of gratifying their restless migratory instinct and sent them to a newer. Thus were they tossed about on the battledores of philanthropy, often reverting to their starting point, to the disgust of the charitable communities. Yet Moses always made loyal efforts to find work. His versatility was marvellous. There was nothing he could not do badly. He had been a glazier, a shamus, picture frame manufacturer, chazan, peddler, shoemaker in all branches, coat seller, official executioner of fowls and cattle, shoichet, Hebrew teacher, fruiterer, circumciser, professional corpse watcher, and now he was a tailor, out of work. Unquestionably Malka was right in considering Moses a schlemiel in comparison with many a fellow immigrant who brought indefatigable hand and subtle brain to the struggle for existence, and discarded the prop of charity as soon as he could, and sometimes earlier. It was as a hawker that he believed himself most gifted, and he never lost the conviction that if he could only get a fair start, he had in him the makings of a millionaire. Yet there was scarcely anything cheap with which he had not tramped the country, so that when poor Benjamin, who profited by his mother's death to get into the orphan asylum, was asked to write a piece of composition on the methods of travelling, he excited the hilarity of the classroom by writing that there were numerous ways of travelling, You could travel with sponge, lemons, rhubarb, old clothes, jewellery, and so on, for a whole page of a copybook. Benjamin was a brilliant boy, yet he never shook off some of the misleading associations engendered by the parental jargon, for Mrs. Ansell had diversified her corrupt German by streaks of incorrect English, being of a much more energetic and ambitious temperament than the conservative Moses, who dropped nearly all his burden of English into her grave. For Benjamin, to travel meant to wander about selling goods, and when in his books he read of African travellers, he took it for granted that they were but exploiting the dark continent for small profits and quick returns. And who knows? Perhaps of the two species, it is the old Jewish pedlars who suffered the more and made the less profit on the average. For the despised three-hatted scarecrow of Christian caricature, who shambled along snuffling "Old Clo'," had a strenuous inner life, which might possibly have vied in intensity, elevation, and even sense of humour with that of the best of the jeerers of the highway. To Moses, travelling meant straying forlornly in strange towns and villages given over to the worship of an alien deity and ever ready to avenge his crucifixion, in a land of whose tongue he knew scarcely more than the Saracen damsel married by legend to a Becket's father. It meant praying brazenly in crowded railway trains, winding the phylacteries sevenfold round his left arm, and crowning his forehead with the huge leather bump of righteousness, to the bewilderment or irritation of unsympathetic fellow passengers. It meant living chiefly on dry bread and drinking black tea out of his own cup, with meat and fish and all the good things of life utterly banned by the traditional law, even if he were flush. It meant carrying the red rag of an obnoxious personality through the land of bulls. It meant passing months away from wife and children, in a solitude only occasionally alleviated by a Sabbath spent in a synagogue town. It meant putting up at low public houses and common lodging houses, where rowdy disciples of that Prince of Peace often sent him bleeding to bed, or shamelessly despoiled him of his merchandise, or bullied and blustered him out of his fair price, knowing he dared not resent. It meant being chaffed and jibed at in a language of which he could only understand that it was cruel, though certain trite facetae grew intelligible to him by repetition. Thus once, when he had been interrogated as to the locality of Moses when the light went out, he replied in Yiddish that the light could not go out, for it stands in the verse that round the head of Moses, our teacher, the great lawgiver, was a perpetual halo. An old German happened to be smoking at the bar of the public house when the pedlar gave his acute answer. He laughed heartily, slapped the Jew on the back, and translated the repartee to the convivial crew. For once intellect told, and the rough drinkers, with a pang of shame, vied with one another in pressing bitter beer upon the temperate Semite. But, as a rule, Moses Ansell drank the cup of affliction instead of hospitality, and bore his share to the full, without the remotest intention of being heroic, in the long agony of his race, doomed to be a byword and a mockery amongst the heathen. Assuredly, to die for a religion is easier than to live for it. Yet Moses never complained nor lost faith. To be spat upon was the very condition of existence of the modern Jew, deprived of Palestine and his temple, a footsore mendicant, buffeted and reviled, yet the dearer to the Lord God who had chosen him from the nations. Bullies might break Moses' head in this world, but in the next he would sit on a golden chair in paradise among the saints, and sing exegetical acrostics to all eternity. It was some dim perception of these things that made Esther forgive her father when the Ansells waited weeks and weeks for a postal order, and the landlords were threatening to bundle them out neck and crop, and her mother's hands were worn to the bone, slaving for her little ones. Things improved a little just before the mother died, for they had settled down in London, and Moses earned 18 shillings a week as a machinist and presser, and no longer roamed the country. But the interval of happiness was brief. The grandmother, imported from Poland, did not take kindly to her son's wife, whom she found wanting in the minutiae of ceremonial piety, and godless enough to wear her own hair. There had been, indeed, a note of scepticism, of defiance in Esther's mother, a hankering after the customs of the heathen, which her grandmother divined instinctively and resented for the sake of her son and the post-mundane presence of her grandchildren. Mrs. Ansell's scepticism based itself upon the uncleanliness which was so generally next to godliness in the pious circles round them, and she had been heard to express contempt for the learned and venerable Israelite who, being accosted by an acquaintance when the shadows of eve were beginning to usher in the Day of Atonement, exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, don't stop me! I missed my bath last year." Mrs. Ansell bathed her children from head to foot once a month, and even profanely washed them on the Sabbath, and had other strange, uncanny notions. She professed not to see the value of God, man, or beast, of the learned Rabbonim, who sat shaking themselves all day in the Bes Medrash, and said they would be better occupied in supporting their families, a view which, though mere surface blasphemy on the part of the good woman, and primarily intended as a hint to Moses to study less and work longer, did not fail to excite lively passages of arms between the two women. But death ended these bickerings, and the booby, who had frequently reproached her son for bringing her into such an atheistic country, was left a drag the more upon the family, deprived at once of a mother and a breadwinner. Old Mrs. Ansell was unfit for anything save grumbling, and so the headship naturally devolved upon Esther, whom her mother's death left a woman getting on for 8. The commencement of her reign coincided with a sad bisection of territory. Shocking as it may be to better regulated minds, these 7 people lived in one room. Moses and the 2 boys slept in one bed, and the grandmother and the 3 girls in another. Esther had to sleep with her head on a supplementary pillow at the foot of the bed, her thighs often aching from the kicks of her little sisters. But there can be much love in a little room. The room was not, however, so very little, for it was of ungainly sprawling structure, pushing out an odd limb that might have been cut off with a curtain. The walls nodded fixedly at one another, so that the ceiling was only half the size of the floor. The furniture comprised but the commonest necessities. The attic of the Ansells was nearer heaven than most earthly dwelling-places, for there were 4 tall flights of stairs to mount before you got to it. Number 1 Royal Street had been in its time one of the great mansions of the Ghetto. Pillars of the synagogue had quaffed kosher wine in its spacious reception rooms, and its corridors had echoed with the gossip of portly dancers in stiff brocades. It was stoutly built, and its balusters were of carven oak. But now the threshold of the great street door, which was never closed, was encrusted with black mud, and a musty odour permanently clung to the wide staircase, and blent subtly with a faraway reminiscence of Mr. Belasco's festive turpentine. The Ansells had numerous housemates, for number 1 Royal Street was a Jewish colony in itself, and the resident population was periodically swollen by the hands of the Belcovitches and by the B'nai Bris who came to worship at their synagogue on the ground floor. What with Sugarman the Shadchan on the first floor, Mrs. Simmons and Dutch Debbie on the second, the Belcovitches on the third, and the Ansells and Gabriel Hamburg, the great scholar, on the fourth, the doorposts twinkled with mezuzahs, cases or cylinders containing sacred script, with the word Shaddai peering out of a little glass eye at the centre. Even Dutch Debbie, abandoned wretch as she was, had this protection against evil spirits, so it had come to be regarded, on her lintel, though she probably never touched the eye with her finger to kiss the place of contact, after the manner of the faithful. Thus was number 1 Royal Street close packed with the stuff of human life, homespun and drab enough, but not altogether profitless, maybe, to turn over and examine. So close packed was it that there was scarce breathing space. It was only at immemorial intervals that our pauper alien made a pun, but one day he flashed upon the world the pregnant remark that England was well named, for to the Jew it was verily the Engerland, which in German signifies a country without elbow room. Moses Ansell chuckled softly and beatifically when he emitted the remark which surprised all who knew him. But then it was the rejoicing of the law, and the B'nai Bris had treated him to rum and currant cake. He often thought of his witticism afterwards, and it always lighted his unwashed face with a happy smile. The recollection usually caught him while he was praying. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 8. The Wisdom of Solomon. For 4 years after Mrs. Ansell's charity funeral, the Ansells, though far from happy, had no history to speak of. Benjamin accompanied Solomon to shul morning and evening to say Kaddish for their mother, till he passed into the orphan asylum and out of the lives of his relatives. Solomon and Rachel and Esther went to the great school, and Isaac to the infant school, while the tiny Sarah, whose birth had cost Mrs. Ansell's life, crawled and climbed about in the garret, the grandmother coming in negatively useful as a safeguard against fire on the days when the grate was not empty. The booby's own conception of her function as a safeguard against fire was quite other. Moses was out all day working or looking for work, or praying or listening to droshes by the Maggid or other great preachers. Such charities as brightened and warmed the Ghetto Moses usually came in for. Bread, meat, and coal tickets, godsends from the Society for Restoring the Soul, made odd days memorable. Blankets were not so easy as to get in the days of poor Gittle's confinements. What little cooking there was to do was done by Esther before or after school. She and her children usually took their midday meal with them in the shape of bread, occasionally made ambrosial by treacle. The Ansells had more fast days than the Jewish calendar, which is saying a good deal. Providence, however, generally stepped in before the larder had been bare 24 hours. As the fast days of the Jewish calendar did not necessarily fall upon Ansell fast days, they were an additional tax on Moses and his mother. Yet neither ever wavered in the scrupulous observance of them, not a crumb of bread nor a drop of water passing their lips. In the keen search for facts detrimental to the Ghetto, it is surprising that no political economist has hitherto exposed the abundant fasts with which Israel has been endowed, and which obviously operate as a dole in aid of wages. So does the Lenten period of the 3 weeks, when meat is prohibited in memory of the shattered temples. The Ansells kept the Be'in Metzarim pretty much all year round. On rare occasions they purchased pickled Dutch herrings, or brought home pennyworths of pea soup, of baked potatoes and rice from a neighbouring cookshop. For festival days, if Malka had subsidized them with half a sovereign, Esther sometimes compounded tzimmus, a dainty blend of carrots, pudding, and potatoes. She was prepared to write an essay on tzimmus as a gastronomic ideal. There were other pleasing Polish combinations which were baked for twopence by the local bakers. Tebekos, or stuffed entrails, and liver, lights, or milt were good substitutes for meat. A favourite soup was borscht, which was made from beetroot, fat taking the place of more fashionable cream. The national dish was seldom their lot. When fried fish came, it was usually from the larder of Mrs. Simons, a motherly old widow who lived in the second-floor front and presided over the confinements of all the women and the sickness of all children in the neighbourhood. Her married daughter, Dinah, was providentially suckling a black-eyed boy when Mrs. Ansell died, so Mrs. Simons converted her into a foster-mother of little Sarah, regarding herself ever afterwards as under special responsibility toward the infant, whom she occasionally took to live with her for a week, and for whom she saw heaven encouraging a future alliance with the black-eyed foster-brother. Life would have been gloomier still in the Ansell garret if Mrs. Simons had not been created to bless and sustain. Even old garments somehow arrived from Mrs. Simons to eke out the corduroys and the print gowns which were the gifts of the school. There were few pleasanter events in the Ansell household than the falling ill of one of the children, for not only did this mean a supply of broth, port wine, and other incredible luxuries from the charitable doctor, of which all could taste, but it brought in its train the assiduous attention of Mrs. Simons. To see the kindly brown face bending over it with smiling eyes of jet, to feel the soft cool hand pressed to its forehead, was worth a fever to a motherless infant. Mrs. Simons was a busy woman and a poor withal, and the Ansells were a reticent pack, not given to expressing either their love or their hunger to outsiders. So, altogether, the children did not see as much of Mrs. Simons or her bounties as they would have liked. Nevertheless, in a grave crisis she was always to be counted on.
"I tell thee what, Méshe," said old Mrs. Ansell often, "that woman wants to marry thee. A blind man could see it." "She cannot want it, mother," Moses would reply with infinite respect. "What art thou saying? A wholly fine young man like thee," said his mother, fondling his payas. "And one so froom too, and with such worldly wisdom. But thou must not have her, Méshe." "What kind of an idea hast thou stuffed into my head? I tell thee she would not have me if I sent to ask." "Talk not thyself thereinto. Who wouldn't like to catch hold of thy cloak to go to heaven by? But Mrs. Simons is too much of an Englishwoman for me. Your last wife had English ideas and made a mock of pious men, and God's judgment took her. What says the Siddur? For three things a woman dies in childbirth: for not separating the dough, for not lighting the Shabbos lamps, and for—" "How often have I told you she did all those things?" interrupted Moses. "Dost thou contradict the prayer book?" said the old Bube angrily. "It would have been different if thou hadst let me pick a woman for thee. But this time thou wilt honor thy mother more. It must be a respectable, virtuous maiden with the fear of heaven, not an old woman like Mrs. Simons, but one who can bear me robust grandchildren. The grandchildren thou hast given me are sickly, and they fear not the Most High. Oh, why didst thou drag me into this impious country? Couldst thou not let me die in peace? Thy girls think more of English story books and lessons than of Yiddishkeit. And the boys, ach, run out under the naked sky with bare heads and are loth to wash their hands before meals. And they do not come home in the dinner hour for fear they should have to say mincha. Laugh at me, Moses, as thou wilt, but old as I am, I have eyes and not two blotches of clay in my sockets. Thou seest not how thy family is going to destruction. Oh, the abominations!" Thus warned and put on his mettle, Moses would keep a keen look-out on his hopeful family for the next day, and the seed which the grandmother had sown came up in black and blue bruises on the family anatomy, especially on that portion of it which belonged to Solomon. For Moses' crumbling trousers were buckled with a stout strap, and Solomon was a young rogue who did his best to dodge the Almighty, and had never heard of Lowell's warning, "You've got to get up early if you want to take in God." Even if he had heard of it, he would probably have retorted that he usually got up early enough to take in his father, who was the more immediately terrible of the two. Nevertheless, Solomon learned many lessons at his father's knee, or rather across it. In earlier days Solomon had a number of confidential transgressions with his father's God, making bargains with him according to his childish sense of equity. If, for instance, God would ensure his doing his sums correctly, so he should be neither caned nor kept in, he would say his morning prayer without skipping the aggravating Lange Varachim, which balked so largely on Mondays and Thursdays. Otherwise he could not be bothered. By the terms of the contract Solomon threw all the initiative on the Deity, and whenever the Deity undertook his share of the contract,
Solomon honourably fulfilled his. Thus was his faith in Providence never shaken like that of some boys, who expect the Deity to follow their lead. Still, by declining to praise his Maker at extraordinary length, except in acknowledgment of services rendered, Solomon gave early evidence of his failure to inherit his father's business incapacity. On days when things at the school went well, no one gabbed through the weary Siddur more conscientiously than he. He said all the things in large type, and all the funny little bits in small type, and even some passages without vowels. Nay, he included the very preface, and was lured on and coaxed on and enticed by his father to recite the appendices, which shot up one after the other on the devotional horizon like the endless seeming terraces of a deceptive ascent. Just another little bit, and now just that last little bit, and one very last little bit. It was like the infinite inclusiveness of a Chinese sphere, or the farewell performance of a distinguished singer. For the rest, Solomon was a China Punim, or droll, having that indistinguishable sense of humour which has made the saints of the Jewish Church human, has lit up dry, technical, Talmudic discussions with flashes of freakish fun, with pun and jest and merry quibble, and has helped the race to survive by dint of a humorous acquiescence in the inevitable. His china helped Solomon survive the synagogue, where the only drop of sweetness was in the beaker of wine for the sanctification service. Solomon was always in the van of the brave boys who volunteered to take part in the ceremonial quaffing of it. Decidedly, Solomon was not spiritual. He would not even kiss a Chumash or Pentateuch that he had dropped unless his father was looking, and but for the personal supervision of the Bubbi, the dirty white fringes of his tzitzits might have got tangled and irredeemably invalidated, for all he cared. In the direst need of the Ansells, Solomon held his curly head high among his schoolfellows, and never lacked personal possessions, though they were not negotiable at the pawnbroker's. He had a peep show made out of an old cocoa box, and representing the sortie from Pevna, a permit to view being obtainable for a fragment of slate pencil. For 2 pins he would let you look a whole minute. He also had bags of brass buttons, marbles, both commoners and alleys, nibs, beer bottle labels, and cherry hogs, besides bottles of licorice water, vendible either by the sip or the teaspoonful, and he dealt in assy-tassy, which consisted of little packets of acetic acid blent with brown sugar. The character of his stock varied according to the time of year, for Nature and Belgravia are less stable in their seasons than the Jewish schoolboy, to whom buttons in March are as inconceivable as snowballing in July. On Purim, Solomon always had nuts to gamble with, just as if he had been a banker's son, and on the Day of Atonement he was never without the little tin fusee box filled with savings of snuff. This, when the fast racked them most sorely, he would pass round among the old men with a grand manner. They would take a pinch and say Yosher Koach, and blow their delighted noses with great coloured handkerchiefs, and Solomon would feel about 50 and sniff a few grains himself with the air of an aged connoisseur. He took little interest in the subtle disquisitions of the rabbis, which added their burden to his cross of secular learning. He wrestled but perfunctorily with the thesis of the Bible commentators, for Moses Ansell was so absorbed in translating and enjoying the intellectual tangles that Solomon had scarce more to do than play the part of chorus. He was fortunate in that his father could not afford to send him to a cheder, an unsanitary institution that made Jacob a dull boy by cutting off his playtime and his oxygen, and delivering him over to the leathery mercies of an unintelligently learned zealot, scrupulously unclean. The literature and history Solomon really cared for was not of the Jews. It was the history of Daredevil Dick and his congeners, whose surprising adventures, second-hand in ink-stained sheets, were bartered to him for buttons, which shows the advantages of not having a soul above such. These deeds of derring-do, usually starting in a Sturm and Drang schoolroom period in which teachers were thankfully accepted as created by Providence for the sport of schoolboys, Solomon conned at all hours, concealing them under his locker when he was supposed to be studying the Irish question from an atlas, and even hiding them between the leaves of his dog-eared Siddur for use during Shacharis, the morning service. The only harm they did him was that inflicted through the medium of the educational rod, when his surreptitious readings were discovered and his treasures thrown to the flames amid tears copious enough to extinguish them. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 9. Reb Shmuel. A quotation from Pirkei Avos, Ethics of the Fathers, Singer's translation. The Torah is greater than the priesthood and than royalty, seeing that royalty demands 30 qualifications, the priesthood 24, while the Torah is acquired by 48. And these are they: by audible study, by distinct pronunciation, by understanding and discernment of the heart, by awe, reverence, meekness, cheerfulness, by ministering to the sages, by attaching oneself to colleagues, by discussion with disciples, by sedateness, by knowledge of the Scripture and of the Mishnah, by moderation in business, in intercourse with the world, in pleasure, in sleep, in conversation, in laughter, by long-suffering, by a good heart, by faith in the wise, by resignation under chastisement, by recognizing one's place, rejoicing in one's portion, putting a fence to one's words, claiming no merit for oneself, by being beloved, loving the all-present, loving mankind, loving just causes, rectitude and reproof, by keeping oneself far from honors, not boasting of one's learning, not delighting in giving decisions, by bearing the yoke with one's fellow, judging him favorably and leading him to truth and peace, by being composed in one's study, by asking and answering, hearing and adding thereto by one's own reflection, by learning with the object of teaching and learning with the object of practicing, by making one's master wiser, fixing attention upon his discourse, and reporting a thing in the name of him who said it. So thou hast learnt. Whosoever reports a thing in the name of him that said it brings deliverance unto the world, as it is said, and Esther told the king in the name of Mordecai. Moses Ansel only occasionally worshipped at the synagogue of the Sons of the Covenant, the Bnei Bris, for it was too near to make attendance a mitzvah, pleasing in the sight of heaven. It was like having the minyan brought to you instead of your going to it.
The pious Jew must speed to Shul to show his eagerness, and return slowly, as with reluctant feet, lest Satan draw the attention of the Holy One to the laches of his chosen people. It was not easy to express those varying emotions on a few flights of stairs, and so Moses went farther afield. In subtle minutiae like this, Moses was facile princeps, being, as Wellhausen puts it, of the virtuosi of religion. If he put on his right stocking, rather than the foot lappet, for he did not wear stockings, first he made amends by putting on the left boot first, as if he had laced up boots, then the boot put on second would have a compensatory precedence in the lacing. Thus was the divine principle of justice symbolized even in those small matters. Moses was a great man in several of the more distant Chevros, among which he distributed the privilege of his presence. It was only when by accident the time of service did not coincide that Moses favored the Bnei Bris, putting in an appearance either at the commencement or at the fag end, for he was not above praying odd bits of the service twice over, and even sometimes prefaced or supplemented his synagogal performances by solo renditions of the entire ritual of 100 pages at home. The morning services began at 6 in winter, 7 in summer, so that the working man might start his long day's work fortified. At the close of the service at the Beth HaMedrash, a few mornings after the redemption of Ezekiel, Solomon went up to Reb Shmuel, who, in return for the privilege of blessing the boy, gave him a halfpenny. Solomon passed it on to his father, whom he accompanied. "Well, how goes it, Reb Moshe?" said Reb Shmuel with his cheery smile, noticing Moses loitering. He called him Reb out of courtesy and in acknowledgment of his fromkeit. The real Reb was a fine figure of a man with matter, if not piety, enough for 2 Moses Ansells. Reb was a popular corruption of Rav, or Rabbi. "Bad," said Moses. "I haven't had any machining to do for a month. Work is very slack at this time of year, but God is good." "Can't you sell something?" said Reb Shmuel, thoughtfully caressing his long grey-streaked black beard. "I've sold lemons, but the 4 or 5 shillings I made went in bread for the children and in rent. Money runs through the fingers somehow with a family of 5 and a frosty winter. When the lemons were gone, I stood where I started." The Rabbi sighed sympathetically and slipped half a crown into Moses' palm. Then he hurried out. His boy, Levi, stayed behind a moment to finish a transaction involving the barter of a pea-shooter for some of Solomon's buttons. Levi was 2 years older than Solomon, and was further removed from him by going to a middle-class school. His manner towards Solomon was of corresponding condescension, but it took a great deal to overawe Solomon, who, with the national humor, possessed the national chutzpah, which is variously translated as enterprise, audacity, brazen impudence, and cheek. "I say, Levi," he said, "we've got no school to-day. Won't you come round this morning and play I spy I in our street? There are some splendid corners for hiding, and they're putting up a new building all round with lovely hoardings, and they're knocking down a pickle warehouse, and where you're hiding in the rubbish you sometimes pick up scrumptious bits of pickled walnut. Oh, golly, ain't they prime?" Levi turned up his nose. "We've got plenty of whole walnuts at home," he said. Solomon felt snubbed. He became aware that this tall boy had smart black clothes, which would not be improved by rubbing against his own greasy corduroys. "Oh, well," he said, "I can get lots of boys and girls too." "Say!" said Levi, turning back a little. "That little girl your father brought upstairs here on Simchas Torah, that was your sister, wasn't it?" "Esther, do you mean?" "How should I know? A little dark girl with a print dress, rather pretty, not a bit like you." "Yes, that's our Esther. She's in the sixth standard and only 11." "We don't have standards in our school," said Levi contemptuously. "Will your sister join in the I spy I?" "No, she can't run," replied Solomon, half apologetically. "She only likes to read. She reads all my Boys of England's and things. And now she's got hold of a little brown book she keeps all to herself. I like reading too, but I do it in school or in shul when I've got nothing better to do." "Has she got a holiday to-day too?" "Yes," said Solomon. "But my school's open," said Levi enviously. And Solomon lost the feeling of inferiority and felt avenged. "Come then, Solomon," said his father, who had reached the door. The two converted part of the half-crown into French loaves and carried them home to form an unexpected breakfast. Meanwhile Reb Shemuel, whose full name was the Reverend Samuel Jacobs, also proceeded to breakfast. His house lay near the Shool, and was approached by an avenue of mendicants. He arrived in his shirt sleeves. "Quick, Simcha, give me my new coat. It's very cold this morning." "You've given away your coat again!" shrieked his wife, who, though her name meant rejoicing, was more often upbraiding. "Yes, it was only an old one, Simcha," said the Rabbi deprecatingly. He took off his high hat and replaced it by a little black cap which he carried in his tail pocket. "You'll ruin me, Shmuel," moaned Simcha, wringing her hands. "You give away the shirt off your back to a no-good pack of schnorrers." "Yes, if they had only their skin in the world, why not?" said the old Rabbi, a pacific gleam in his large gazelle-like eyes. "Perhaps my coat may have the honor to cover Eliyahu the prophet." "Elijah!" snorted Simcha. "Elijah has sense enough to stay in heaven and not go wandering about in the fog and frost in this God-accursed country." The old Rabbi said, "Atchoo!" "For thy salvation do I hope, O Lord," murmured Simcha piously in Hebrew, adding excitedly in English, "Oh, you'll kill yourself, Shmuel." She rushed upstairs and returned with another coat and a new terror. "Here, you fool, you've been and done a fine thing this time. All your silver was in the coat you've given away." "Was it?" said Reb Shemuel, startled. Then the tranquil look returned to his brown eyes. "No, I took it all out before I gave away the coat." "God be thanked," said Simcha fervently in Yiddish. "Where is it? I want a few shillings for grocery." "I gave it away before, I tell you." Simcha groaned and fell into her chair with a crash that rattled the tray and shook the cups. "Here's the end of the week coming," she sobbed, "and I shall have no fish for the Shabbos." "Do not blaspheme," said Reb Shemuel, tugging a little angrily at his venerable beard. "The Holy One, blessed be He, will provide for our Shabbos." Simcha made a sceptical mouth, knowing that it was she and nobody else whose economies would provide for the due celebration of the Sabbath. Only by a constant course of vigilance, mendacity, and petty peculation at her husband's expense could she manage to support her family of four comfortably on his pretty considerable salary. Reb Shemuel went and kissed her on the sceptical mouth, because in another instant she would have him at her mercy. He washed his hands and durst not speak between that and the first bite. He was an official of heterogeneous duties. He preached and taught and lectured. He married people and divorced them. He released bachelors from the duty of marrying their deceased brothers' wives. He superintended a slaughtering department, licensing men as competent killers, shoichet, examined the sharpness of their knives that the victims might be put to as little pain as possible, and inspected the dead cattle in the shambles to see if they were perfectly sound and free from pulmonary disease. But his greatest function was Pesach Din, or answering questions, ranging from the simplest to the most complicated problems of ceremonial ethics and civil law. He had added a volume of She'elos u'Teshuvos, or questions and answers, to the colossal literature of his race. His aid was invoked as a shadchan, although he forgot to take his commissions and lacked the restless zeal for the mating of mankind which animated Sugarman, the professional matchmaker. In fine, he was a witty old fellow, and everybody loved him. He and his wife spoke English with a strong foreign accent. In their more intimate causeries they dropped into Yiddish. The Rebbitzin poured out the Rabbi's coffee and whitened it with milk drawn direct from the cow into her own jug. Butter and cheese were equally kosher, coming straight from the Hebrew Hollanders and having passed through none but Jewish vessels. As the Reb sat himself down at the head of the table, Hannah entered the room. "Good morning, father," she said, kissing him. "What have you got your new coat on for? Any weddings to-day?" "No, my dear," said Reb Shemuel. "Marriages are falling off. There hasn't even been an engagement since Belcovitch's eldest daughter betrothed herself to Pesach Weingott." "Oh, those Jewish young men," said the Rebbitzin. "Look at my Hannah, as pretty a girl as you could meet in the whole lane, and yet here she is wasting her youth." Hannah bit her lip instead of her bread and butter, for she felt she had brought the talk on herself. She had heard the same grumblings from her mother for 2 years. Mrs. Jacob's maternal anxiety had begun when her daughter was 17. "When I was 17," she went on, "I was a married woman. Nowadays the girls don't begin to get a chosan till they are 20. "We are not living in Poland," the Reb reminded her. "What's that to do with it? It's the Jewish young men who want to marry gold." "Why blame them? A Jewish young man can marry several pieces of gold, but since Rabbeinu Gershom he can only marry one woman," said the Reb, laughing feebly and forcing his humor for his daughter's sake. "One woman is more than thou canst support," said the Rebbitzin, irritated into Yiddish. "Giving away the flesh from thy children's bones. If thou hadst been a proper father, thou wouldst have saved thy money for Hannah's dowry instead of wasting it on a parcel of vagabond schnorrers. Even so, I can give her a good stock of bedding and underlinen. It's a reproach and a shander that thou hast not yet found her a husband. Thou canst find husbands quick enough for other men's daughters." "I found a husband for thy father's daughter," said the Reb, with a roguish gleam in his brown eyes. "Don't throw that up to me. I could have got plenty better, and my daughter wouldn't have had to know the shame of finding nobody to marry her. In Poland, at least, the youths would have flocked to marry her because she was a rabbi's daughter, and they'd think it would be an honor to be a son-in-law to a son of the law. But in this godless country, why, in my village the chief rabbi's daughter, who was so ugly as to make one spit, carried off the finest men in the district. But thou, my Simcha, hast no need to be connected with Rabbonim." "Oh yes, make mockery of me." "I didn't mean it. Thou art as a lily of Sharon.
Wilt thou have another cup of coffee, Shmool?" "Yes, my life. Wait but a little, and thou shalt see Hannah under the chuppah." "Hast thou any one in thine eye?"
The Reb nodded his head mysteriously and winked the eye as if nudging the person with it. "Who is it, father?" said Levi. "I do hope it's a real swell who talks English properly."
"And mind you make yourself agreeable to him, Hannah," said the Rebbitzin. "You spoil all the matches I've tried to make for you by your stupid stiff manner." "Look here, mother," said Hannah, pushing aside her cup violently. "Am I going to have my breakfast in peace? I don't want to be married at all. I don't want any of your Jewish men coming round to examine me as if I were a horse and wanting to know how much money you'll give them as a set-off. Let me be. Let me be single. It's my business, not yours."
The Rebbitzin bent eyes of angry reproach on the Reb.
"What did I tell thee, Shmool? She's meshugga, quite mad. She's healthy and fresh and mad." "Yes, you'll drive me mad," said Hannah savagely. "Let me be. I'm too old now to get a chosan, so let me be as I am. I can always earn my own living." "Thou seest, Shmool," said Simcha. "Thou seest my sorrows. Thou seest how impious our children wax in this godless country."
"Let her be, Simcha, let her be," said the Reb. "She's young yet, if she hasn't any inclination thereto."
"And what is her inclination? A pretty thing! Is she going to make her mother a laughing stock? Are Mrs. Jewell and Mrs. Abrams to dandle grandchildren in my face, to gouge out my eyes with them? It isn't that she can't get young men, only she holds her head so high. One would think she had a father who earned 500 a year instead of a man who scrambles half of his salary among dirty schnorrers."
"Talk not like an Epicurean," said the Reb. "What are we all but schnorrers, dependent upon the charity of the Holy One, blessed be He? What have we made for ourselves? Rather fall prostrate and thank Him that His bounties to us are so great that they include the privilege of giving charity to others."
"But we work for our living," said the Rebbitzin. "I wear my knees away scrubbing."
External evidence pointed rather to the defrication of the nose.
"But, mother," said Hannah, "you know we have a servant to do the rough work." "Yes, servants," said the Rebbitzin contemptuously. "If you don't stand over them as the Egyptian taskmasters over our forefathers, they don't do a stroke of work except break the crockery. I'd much rather sweep a room myself than see a shiksa pottering about for an hour on end and leaving all the dust on the window ledges and the corners of the mantelpiece. As for the beds, I don't believe shiksas ever shake them. If I had my way, I'd wring all their necks." "What's the use of always complaining?" said Hannah impatiently. "You know we must keep a shiksa to attend to the Shabbos fire. The women or the little boys you pick up in the street are so unsatisfactory. When you call in a little barefoot street Arab and ask him to poke the fire, he looks at you as if you must be an imbecile not to be able to do it yourself. And then you can't always get hold of one."
The Sabbath fire was one of the great difficulties of the Ghetto. The rabbis had modified the biblical prohibition against having any fire whatever, and allowed it to be kindled by non-Jews. Poor women, frequently Irish, known as Shabbos goys or fire goys, acted as stokers to the Ghetto at twopence a hearth. No Jew ever touched a match or a candle or burned a piece of paper or even opened a letter. The Goya, which is literally heathen female, did everything required on the Sabbath. His grandmother once called Solomon Ansell a Sabbath female merely for fingering the shovel when there was nothing in the grate. The Reb liked his fire. When it sank on the Sabbath and he could not give orders to the shiksah to replenish it, he would rub his hands and remark caustically in her hearing, "Oh, how cold it is!" "Yes," he said, "I always freeze on Sabbath when thou hast dismissed thy shiksah. Thou makest me catch one cold a month." "I make thee catch cold," said the Rebbitzin, "when thou comest through the air of winter in thy shirt sleeves. Thou'lt fall back upon me for poultices and mustard plasters, and then thou expectest me to have enough money to pay a shiksah into the bargain. If I have any more of thy schnorrers coming here, I shall bundle them out neck and crop." This was the moment selected by fate and Melchitsedek Pinchas for the latter's entry. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 10, The Neo-Hebrew Poet. He came through the open street door, knocked perfunctorily at the door of the room, opened it, and then kissed the mezuzah outside the door. Then he advanced, snatched the Rebbitzin's hand away from the handle of the coffee pot, and kissed it with equal devotion. He then seized upon Hannah's hand and pressed his grimy lips to that, murmuring in German, "You look so charming this morning, like the roses of Carmel." Then he bent down and pressed his lips to the Reb's coat tail. Finally he said, "Good morning, sir," to Levi, who replied very affably, "Good morning, Mr. Pinchas." "Peace be unto you, Pinchas," said the Reb. "I did not see you in Shool this morning, though it was Rosh Chodesh." "No, I went to the Great Shool," said Pinchas in German. "If you do not see me at your place, you may be sure I was somewhere else. Any one who has lived so long in Eretz Yisrael cannot bear to pray without a minyan. In the Holy Land I used to learn for an hour in the Shool every morning before my service began. But I am not here to talk about myself. I come to ask you to do me the honor to accept a copy of my new volume of poems, Metatron's Flames. Is it not a beautiful title? When Enoch was taken up to heaven while yet alive, he was converted to flames of fire and became Metatron, the great spirit of the Kabbalah. So I am wrapped up in the heavens of lyrical poetry, and I become all fire and flame and light." The poet was a slim, dark little man with long, matted black hair. His face was hatchet-shaped and not unlike an Aztec's. The eyes were informed by an eager brilliance. He had a heap of little paper-covered books in one hand and an extinct cigar in the other. He placed the books upon the breakfast table. "At last," he said. "See, I've got it printed, the great work which this ignorant English Judaism has left to moulder while it pays its stupid reverends thousands a year for wearing white ties." "And who has paid for it now, Mr. Pinchas?" said the Rebbitzin. "Who? Who?" stammered Melchitsedek. "Who but myself?" "But you said you are blood poor." "True as the law of Moses. But I've written articles for the jargon papers. They jump at me. There's not a man on the staff of all of them who has the pen of a ready writer. I can't get any money out of them, my dear Rebbitzin, else I shouldn't be without breakfast this morning. But the proprietor of the largest of them is also a printer, and he has printed my little book in return. But I don't think I'll fill my stomach with the sales. Oh, HaKadosh Baruch Hu bless you, Rebbitzin. Of course I'll take a cup of coffee. I don't know any one else who makes coffee with such a sweet savor. It will do for a spice offering when the Almighty restores us our temple.
You are a happy mortal, Rabbi. Will you permit that I seat myself at the table?" And without waiting permission he pushed a chair between Levi and Hannah and sat down. Then he got up again and washed his hands and helped himself to a spare egg. "Here is your copy, Reb Shemuel," he went on after an interval. "You see it is dedicated generally to the pillars of English Judaism. They are a set of donkey heads, but one must give them a chance in rising to higher things. It's true that not one of them understands Hebrew, not even the chief Rabbi, to whom courtesy made me send a copy. Perhaps he will be able to read my poems with a dictionary. He certainly can't write Hebrew without 2 grammatical blunderings in every word. No, no, don't defend him, Reb Shemuel, because you're under him. He ought to be under you. Only he expresses his ignorance in English, and the fools think to talk nonsense in good English is to be qualified for the rabbinate." The remark touched the Rabbi in a tender place. It was the one worry of his life, the consciousness that persons in high quarters disapproved of him as a force impeding the Anglicization of the Ghetto. He knew his shortcomings, but could never quite comprehend the importance of becoming English. He had a latent feeling that Judaism had flourished before England was invented, and so the poet's remark was secretly pleasing to him. "You know very well," went on Pinchas, "that I and you are the only 2 persons in London who can write correctly the Lashon HaKodesh." "No, no," said the Rabbi deprecatingly. "Yes, yes," said Pinchas emphatically. "You can write quite as well as I. But just cast your eye now on the special dedication which I have written to you in my own autograph. To the light of his generation, the great Goan, whose excellency reaches to the end of the earth, from whose lips all the people of the Lord seek knowledge, the never failing well, the mighty eagle who soars to heaven on the wings of understanding, to Rav Shmuel, may whose light never be dimmed, and in whose day may the Redeemer come unto Zion. There, take it, honor me by taking it. It is the homage of the man of genius to the man of learning, the humble offering of the one Hebrew scholar in England to the other." "Thank you," said the old Rabbi, much moved. "It's too handsome of you, and I shall read it at once and treasure it among my dearest books, for you know well that I consider that you have the truest poetic gift of any son of Israel since Yehuda Halevi. I have, I know it, I feel it, it burns me. The sorrow of our race keeps me awake at night. The national hopes tingle like electricity through me. I bedew my couch with tears in the darkness." Pinchas paused to take another slice of bread and butter. "It is then that my poems are born. The words burst into music in my head, and I sing like Isaiah the restoration of our land and become the poet patriot of my people. But these English, they care only to make money and to stuff it down the throats of gorging reverends. My scholarship, my poetry, my divine dreams, what are these to a besotted, brutal congregation of Haaretz? I sent Buckledorf, the rich banker, a copy of my little book, with a special dedication written in my own autograph in German, so that he might understand it. And what did he send me? A beggarly 5 shillings. 5 shillings to the one poet in whom the heavenly fire lives. How can the heavenly fire live on 5 shillings? I had almost a mind to send it back. And then there was Gideon, the Member of Parliament. I made one of the poems an acrostic on his name, so that he might be handed down to posterity. There, that's the one. No, the one on the page you were just looking at. Yes, that's it. Beginning, 'Great leader of Israel's host, I sing high heroic deeds, divinely gifted learned man. I wrote his dedication in English, for he understands neither Hebrew nor German, the miserable, purse-proud, vanity-eaten Am Haaretz." "Why, didn't he give you anything at all?" said the Reb. "Worse, he sent me back the book. But I'll be revenged upon him. I'll take the acrostic out of the next edition and let him rot in oblivion. I have been all over the world to every great city where Jews congregate, in Russia, in Turkey, in Germany, in Romania, in Greece, in Morocco, in Palestine. Everywhere the greatest rabbis have leapt like harts on the mountain with joy at my coming. They have fed and clothed me like a prince. I have preached at the synagogues, and everywhere people have said it was like the Vilna Gaon come again. From the neighboring villages for miles and miles the pious have come to be blessed by me. Look at my testimonials from all the greatest saints and savants. But in England alone, what is my welcome? Do they say, 'Welcome, Melchizedek Pinchas'? Welcome as the bridegroom to the bride when the long day is done and the feast is over? Welcome to you with the torch of your genius, with the burden of your learning that is rich with the whole wealth of Hebrew literature in all ages and countries? Here we have no great and wise men. Our chief rabbi is an idiot. Come thou and be our chief rabbi. Do they say this? No. They treat me with scorn, coldness, slander. And as for the Reverend Elkan Benjamin, who makes such a fuss of himself because he sends a wealthy congregation to sleep with his sermons, I'll expose him as sure as there's a guardian of Israel. I'll let the world know about his 4 mistresses." "Nonsense! Guard yourself against the Lashon Hara, the evil tongue," said the Reb. "How do you know he has?" "It's the law of Moses," said the little poet. "True as I stand here. You ask Jacob Hermann. It was he who told me about it. Jacob Hermann said to me one day, 'That Benjamin has a mistress for every fringe on his tzitzit.' And how many is that, hey? I do not know why he should be allowed to slander me and I should not be allowed to tell the truth about him. One day I will shoot him. You know he said that when I first came to London I joined the Meshumadim, the apostates in Palestine Place." "Well, he had at least some foundation for that," said Reb Shemuel. "Foundation? You call that foundation? Because I lived there for a week, hunting out their customs and their ways of ensnaring the souls of our brethren, so that I might write about them one day? Have I not already told you not a morsel of their food passed my lips, and that the money which I had to take so as not to excite suspicion I distributed in charity among the poor Jews? Why not? From pigs we take bristles. Still, you must remember that if you had not been such a saint and such a great poet, I might myself have believed that you had sold your soul for money to escape starvation," said the Rabbi. "I know how these devils set their baits for the helpless immigrant, offering bread in return for a conversion. They are grown so cunning now, they print their hellish appeals in Hebrew, knowing we reverence the Lashon HaKodesh. Yes, the ordinary Am Haaretz believes everything that's in Hebrew. That was the mistake of the apostles, to write in Greek. Ha! But then they too were such Am Haaretz." "I wonder who writes such good Hebrew for the missionaries," said Reb Shemuel. "I wonder," gurgled Pinchas, deep in his coffee. "But father," asked Hannah, "don't you believe any Jew ever really believes in Christianity?" "Pooh! How is it possible?" answered Reb Shemuel. "A Jew who has the law from Sinai, the law that will never be changed, to whom God has given a sensible religion and common sense, how can such a person believe in the farrago of nonsense that makes up the worship of the Christians? No Jew has ever apostatized except to fill his purse or his stomach, or to avoid persecution. Getting grace, they call it in English, but with poor Jews it is always grace after meals. Look at the crypto Jews, the Marranos, who for centuries lived a double life, outwardly Christians, but handing down secretly from generation to generation the faith, the traditions, the observances of Judaism. Yes, no Jew was ever fool enough to turn Christian unless he was a clever man, said the poet paradoxically. Have you not, my sweet innocent young lady, heard the story of the two Jews in Moscow Cathedral? No, what is it? Said Levi eagerly. Well, pass my cup up to your highly superior mother, who is waiting to fill it with coffee. Your eminent father knows the story. I can see by the twinkle in his learned eye. Yes, that story has a beard, said the Reb. Two Spanish Jews, said the poet, addressing himself deferentially to Levi, who had got grace, were waiting to be baptized at the Burgos Cathedral. There was a great throng of Catholics, and a special cardinal was coming to conduct the ceremony, for their conversion was a great triumph. But the cardinal was late, and the Jews fumed and fretted at the delay. The shadows of evening were falling on the vault and transept. At last one turned to the other and said, Knowest thou what, Moses? If the Holy Father does not arrive soon, we shall be too late to say Mincha. Levi laughed heartily. The reference to the Jewish afternoon prayer went home to him. That story sums up in a nutshell the whole history of the great movement for the conversion of the Jews. We dip ourselves in baptismal water and wipe ourselves with a talith. We are not a race to be lured out of the fixed feelings of countless centuries by the empty spirituality of a religion in which, as I soon found out when I lived among the soul dealers, its very professors no longer believe. We are too fond of solid things, said the poet, upon whom a good breakfast was beginning to produce a soothing materialistic effect. Do you know the anecdote about the two Jews in the Transvaal? Pinchas went on. That's a real China. I don't think I know that, said Reb Shemuel. Their two Jews made a trek and were travelling onwards, exploring an unknown country. One night they were sitting by their campfire playing cards, when suddenly one threw up his cards, tore his hair, and beat his breast in terrible agony. What's the matter? Cried the other one. Woe, woe, said the first. Today was the Day of Atonement, and we've eaten and gone on as usual. Don't take it so, said his friend. After all, heaven will take into consideration that we lost count of the Jewish calendar and didn't mean to be so wicked, and we can make up for it by fasting tomorrow. Oh no, not for me, said the first. Today was the Day of Atonement. All laughed, the Reb appreciating most keenly the sly dig at his race. He had a kindly sense of human frailty. Jews are very fond of telling stories against themselves, for their sense of humor is too strong not to be aware of their own foibles, but they tell them with closed doors and resent them from the outside. They chastise themselves because they love themselves as members of the same family insult one another. The secret is that insiders understand the limitations of the criticism, which outsiders are apt to take in bulk. No race in the world possesses a richer anecdotal lore than the Jews. Such porky, even blasphemous humor, not understandable to the heathen, and to a suspicious mind, Pinchas's overflowing cornucopia of such would have suggested a prior period of continental wandering from town to town, like the Minnesingers of the Middle Ages, repaying the hospitality of his Jewish entertainers with the budget of good stories and gossip from the scenes of his pilgrimages. Do you know the story? he went on, encouraged by Simcha's smiling face, "of the old Reb and the Havdalah? His wife left town for a few days, and when she returned the Reb took out a bottle of wine, poured some into the consecration cup, and began to recite the blessing. 'What art thou doing?' demanded his wife in amaze. 'I'm making Havdalah,' replied the Reb. 'But it's not the conclusion of a festival to-night,' she said. 'Oh yes it is,' he answered. 'My festival's over. You've come back.'" The Reb laughed so much over this story that Simcha's brow grew as the solid Egyptian darkness, and Pinchas perceived he had made a mistake. "But listen to the end," he said with creditable impromptu. The wife said, "No, you're mistaken. Your festival's only beginning. You'll get no supper. It's the commencement of the Day of Atonement." Simcha's brow cleared, and the Reb laughed heartily. "But I don't see the point, father," said Levi. "Point? Listen, my son. First of all, he was to have a Day of Atonement, beginning with no supper, for his sin of rudeness to his faithful wife. Secondly, dost thou not know that with us the Day of Atonement is called a festival, because we rejoice at the Creator's goodness in giving us the privilege of fasting? That's it, Pinchas, isn't it?" "Yes, that's the point of the story, and I think the Rebbitzin had the best of it, eh?" "Rebbitzins always have the last word," said the Reb. "But did I tell you the story of the woman who asked me a question the other day? She brought me a fowl in the morning and said that in cutting open the gizzard she had found a rusty pin which the fowl must have swallowed. She wanted to know whether the fowl might be eaten. It was a difficult point, for how could you tell whether the pin had in any way contributed to the fowl's death? I searched the Shas and a heap of She'elos v'Teshuvos. I went and consulted the Maggid and Sugarman the Shadchan and Mr. Karlkammer, and at last we decided that the fowl was treifa and could not be eaten. So the same evening I sent for the woman, and when I told her of our decision, she burst into tears and wrung her hands. 'Don't grieve so,' I said, taking compassion upon her. 'I will buy thee another fowl.' But she wept on, uncomforted. 'Woe, woe!' she cried. 'We ate it all up yesterday.'" Pinchas was convulsed with laughter. Recovering himself, he lit his half-smoked cigar without asking leave. "I thought it would turn out differently," he said. "Like that story of the peacock. A man had one presented to him, and as this was such a rare diet, he went to the Reb to ask if it was kosher. And the Rabbi said no, and confiscated the peacock. Later on the man heard that the Rabbi had given a banquet at which his peacock was the crowning dish. He went to the Rabbi and reproached him. 'I may eat it,' replied the Rabbi, 'because my father considered it permitted, and we may always go by what some eminent son of the law decides. But you unfortunately came to me for an opinion, and the permissibility of peacock is a point on which I have always disagreed with my father.'" Hannah seemed to find peculiar enjoyment at this story. "However," concluded Pinchas, "you have a more pious flock than any Rabbi in my native place, who one day announced to his congregation that he was going to resign. Startled, they sent to him a delegate who asked in the name of the congregation why he was leaving them. 'Because,' answered the Rabbi, 'this is the first question any one has ever asked me.'" "Tell Mr. Pinchas your repartee about the donkey," said Hannah, smiling. "Oh, no, 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 it's not worth while," said the Reb. "Thou art always so backwards with thy own," cried the Rebbitzin warmly. "Last Purim an impudent of face sent my husband a donkey made of sugar. My husband had a Rabbi baked in gingerbread and sent it in exchange to the donor with the inscription, 'A Rabbi sends a rabbi." Reb Shemuel laughed heartily, hearing this afresh at the lips of his wife, but Pinchas was bent double like a convulsive note of interrogation. Chapter 10, Section 1. Chapter 10, Section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 10, Section 2. The clock on the mantelshelf began to strike 9. Levi jumped to his feet. "I shall be late for school," he cried, making for the door. "Stop, stop!" shouted his father. "Thou hast not benched yet." "Oh yes, I have, father. While you were all telling stories, I was benching quietly to myself." "Is Saul among the prophets? Is Levi also among the story tellers?" murmured Pinchas to himself. Aloud he said, "The child speaks truth. I saw his lips moving." Levi gave the poet a grateful look, snatched up his satchel, and ran off to No. 1 Royal Street. Pinchas followed him soon, inwardly upbraiding Reb Shemuel for meanness. He had only as yet had his breakfast for his book. Perhaps it was Simcha's presence that was to blame. She was the Reb's right hand, and he did not care to let her know what his left was doing. He retired to his study when Pinchas departed, and the Rebbitzin clattered about with a besom. The study was a large square room, lined with bookshelves and hung with portraits of the great continental rabbis. The books were bibliographic monsters, to which the family Bibles of the Christian are mere pocket books. They were all printed purely with the consonants, the vowels being divined grammatically or known by heart. In each there was an island of text in a sea of commentary, itself lost in an ocean of super-commentary that was bordered by a continent of super-commentary. Reb Shemuel knew many of these immense folios, with their tortuous windings of argument and anecdote, much as the child knows the village it was born in, the crooked byways and the field paths. Such and such a rabbi gave such and such an opinion on such and such a line from the bottom of such and such a page. His memory of it was a visual picture. And just as the child does not connect its native village with the broader world without, does not trace its streets and turnings till they lead to the great towns, does not inquire as to its origins and its history, does not view it in relation to other villages, to the country, to the continent, to the world, but loves it for itself and in itself. So Reb Shemuel regarded and reverenced and loved these gigantic pages with their serried battalions of varied type. They were facts, absolute as the globe itself, regions of wisdom, perfect and self-sufficing. A little obscure here and there, perhaps, and in need of amplification or explication for inferior intellects. A half-finished manuscript commentary on one of the super-commentaries to be called The Garden of Lilies was lying open on Reb Shemuel's own desk. And yet the only true encyclopedia of things terrestrial and divine. And indeed they were wonderful books, and was as difficult to say what was not in them as what was. Through them the old Rabbi held communion with his God, whom he loved with all his heart and soul, and thought of as a genial father, watching tenderly over his children and chastising them because he loved them. Generations of saints and scholars linked Reb Shemuel with the marvels of Sinai.
The infinite network of ceremonial never hampered his soul. It was his joyous privilege to obey his father in all things, and, like the king who offered to reward the man who invented a new pleasure, he was ready to embrace the sage who could deduce a new commandment. He rose at 4 every morning to study, and snatched every odd moment he could during the day. Rabbi Meyer, that ancient ethical teacher, wrote, "Whosoever labors in the Torah for its own sake, the whole world is indebted to him. He is called friend, beloved, a lover of the all-present, a lover of mankind. It clothes him in meekness and reverence. It fits him to become just, pious, upright, and faithful. He becomes modest, long-suffering, and forgiving of insult." Reb Shemuel would have been scandalized if any one had applied these words to him. At about 11 o'clock Hannah came into the room, an open letter in her hand. "Father," she said, "I have just had a letter from Samuel Levine." "Your husband?" he said, looking up with a smile. "My husband," she replied, with a fainter smile. "And what does he say?" "It isn't a very serious letter. He only wants to reassure me that he is coming back by Sunday week to be divorced by you." "All right. Tell him I won't charge him any fee," he said with the foreign accent that made him seem somehow more lovable to his daughter when he spoke English. "He'll take that for granted," Hannah replied. "Fathers are expected to do these little things for their own children." "Yes, I would marry you with pleasure," said Reb Shemuel, "but divorce is another matter. I shall not even get back the dowry." "And you really think I am Sam Levine's wife?" "How many times am I to tell you? Some authorities take the kavanah, the intention, into account, but the letter of the law is clearly against you. It is far safer to be formally divorced." "Then if he were to die—" "Save us and grant us peace," interrupted the Reb in horror. "I should be his widow." "I suppose you would. But what narishkeit! Why should he die? It isn't as if you were really married to him," said the Reb, his eye twinkling. "But isn't it all absurd, father?" "Don't talk so," said Reb Shemuel, assuming his gravity. "Is it absurd that you should be scorched if you play with fire?" Hannah did not reply to the question. "You never told me how you got on at Manchester," she said. "Did you settle the dispute satisfactorily?" "Oh yes," said the Reb, "but it was very difficult. Both parties were so envenomed, and it seemed that the feud had been going on in the congregation ever since the Day of Atonement, when the Rabbi refused to blow the shofar 3 minutes too early, as the President requested. The treasurer sided with the Rabbi, and there has almost been a split." "The sounding of the New Year trumpet seems often to be the signal for war," said Hannah sarcastically. "It is so," said the Reb sadly. "And how did you repair the breach?" "Just by laughing at both sides. They would have turned a deaf ear to reasoning. I told them that midrash about Jacob's journey to Laban." "What is that, father?" "Oh, it is an amplification of the biblical narrative. The verse in Bereshis says that he lighted on the place and he put up there for the night because the sun had set, and he took of the stones of the place and made them into pillows. But later on it says that he rose up in the morning and he took the stone that he had put as his pillows. Now what is the explanation?" Reb Shemuel's tone became momentarily more sing-song. In the night the stones quarrelled for the honor of supporting the patriarch's head, and so by a miracle they were turned into one stone to satisfy them all. Now you remember that when Jacob arose in the morning he said, 'How fearful is this place! This is none other than the house of God.' So I said to the wranglers, 'Why did Jacob say that?' He said it because his rest had been so disturbed by the quarrelling stones that it reminded him of the house of God, the synagogue. I pointed out how much better it would be if they ceased their quarrellings and became one stone. And so I made peace again in the Kehillah."
"Till next year," said Hannah, laughing. "But, father, I've often wondered why they allow the ram's horn in the service. I thought all musical instruments were forbidden."
"It is not a musical instrument in practice," said the Reb with evasive facetiousness, and indeed the performers were nearly always incompetent, marring the solemnity of great moments by asthmatic wheezings and thin, far-away tootlings.
"But it would be if we had trained trumpeters," persisted Hannah, smiling.
If you really want the explanation, it is that since the fall of the Second Temple we have dropped out of our worship all musical instruments connected with the old Temple worship, especially such as have become associated with Christianity. But the ram's horn on the New Year is an institution older than the Temple and especially enjoined in the Torah."
"But surely there's something spiritualizing about an organ."
For reply the Reb pinched her ear. "You are a sad Epicurus," he said half seriously. "If you loved God you would not want an organ to take your thoughts to heaven." He released her ear and took up his pen, humming with unction a synagogue air full of joyous flourishes. Hannah turned to go, then turned back.
"Father,"
she said nervously, blushing a little.
"who was that you said you had in your eye?"
No one in particular," said the Reb, quietly embarrassed, and avoiding meeting her eye, as if to conceal the person in his.
"But you must have meant something by it," she said gravely. "You know I'm not going to be married off to please other people."
The Reb wriggled uncomfortably in his chair. "It was only a thought, an idea. If it does not come to you too, it shall be nothing. I don't mean anything serious. Really, my dear, I didn't. To tell the truth," he finished suddenly with a frank, heavenly smile, "the person I had mainly in my eye when I spoke was your mother." This time his eye met hers, and they smiled at each other with the consciousness of the humors of the situation. The Rebbitzins' broom was heard banging vigorously in the passage. Hannah bent down and kissed the ample forehead beneath the black skull-cap.
"Mr. Levine also writes insisting that I must go to the Purim ball with him and Leah," she said, glancing at the letter.
"A husband's wishes must be obeyed," answered the Reb.
"No, I will treat him as if he really were my husband," retorted Hannah. "I will have my own way. I shan't go."
The door was thrown open suddenly.
"Oh yes, thou wilt," said the Rebbitzin. "Thou art not going to bury thyself alive."
Chapter 11. Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 11, Section 1, Esther and her Children. Esther Ansell did not welcome Levi Jacobs warmly. She had just cleared away the breakfast things and was looking forward to a glorious day's reading, and the advent of a visitor did not gratify her. And yet Levi Jacobs was a good-looking boy, with brown hair and eyes, a dark glowing complexion and ruddy lips, a sort of reduced masculine edition of Hannah.
"I've come to play I spy, Solomon," he said when he entered. "My, don't you live up high?" "I thought you had to go to school," Solomon observed with a stare. "Ours isn't a board school," Levi explained. "You might introduce a fellow to your sister." "Go on, you know Esther right enough," said Solomon, and began to whistle carelessly. How are you, Esther?" said Levi awkwardly. "I'm very well, thank you," said Esther, looking up from a little brown covered book and looking down at it again. She was crouching on the fender trying to get some warmth at the little fire extracted from Reb Shemuel's half-crown. December continued grey. The room was dim and a spurt of flame played on her pale, earnest face. It was a face that never lost a certain ardency of color even at its palest. The hair was dark and abundant, the eyes were large and thoughtful, the nose slightly aquiline, and the whole cast of the features betrayed the Polish origin. The forehead was rather low. Esther had nice teeth which accident had preserved white. It was an arrestive rather than a beautiful face, although charming enough when she smiled. If the grace and candor of childhood could have been disengaged from the face, it would have been easier to say that it was absolutely pretty. It came nearer to being so on Sabbaths and holidays, when scholastic supervision was removed and the hair was free to fall loosely about the shoulders, instead of being screwed up into the pendulous plait so dear to the educational eye. Esther could have earned a penny quite easily by sacrificing her tresses and going about with close-cropped head like a boy, for her teacher never failed thus to reward the shorn. But in the darkest hours of hunger she held on to her hair as her mother had done before her. The prospects of Esther's post-nuptial wig were not brilliant. She was not tall for a girl who was going on for 12, but some little girls shoot up suddenly, and there was considerable room for hope. Sarah and Isaac were romping noisily about and under the beds. Rachel was at the table knitting a scarf for Solomon. The grandmother pored over a bulky enchiridion for pious women, written in jargon. Moses was out in search of work. No one took any notice of the visitor. "What's that you're reading?" he asked Esther politely. "Oh, nothing," said Esther with a start, closing the book as if fearful he might want to look over her shoulder. "I don't see the fun of reading books out of school," said Levi. "Oh, but we don't read school books," said Solomon defensively. "I don't care. It's stupid." "At that rate you could never read books when you're grown up," said Esther contemptuously. "No, of course not," admitted Levi. "Otherwise, what would be the fun of being grown up? After I leave school I don't intend to open a book." "No? Perhaps you'll open a shop," said Solomon. "What will you do when it rains?" asked Esther crushingly. "I shall smoke," replied Levi loftily. "Yes, but suppose it's Shabbos," swiftly rejoined Esther. Levi was nonplussed. "Well, it can't rain all day, and there are only 52 Shabbosim in the year," he said lamely. "A man can always do something." "I think there's more pleasure in reading than in doing something," remarked Esther. "Yes, you're a girl," Levi reminded her, "and girls are expected to stay indoors. Look at my sister Hannah. She reads too. But a man can be out doing what he pleases. Eh, Solomon?" "Yes, of course, we've got the best of it," said Solomon. "The Siddur shows that. Don't I say every morning, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam shelo asani isha. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, who has not made me a woman. I don't know whether you do say it. You certainly have got to, said Esther witheringly. Shh, said Solomon, winking in the direction of the grandmother. It doesn't matter, said Esther calmly. She can't understand what I'm saying anyway. I don't know, said Solomon dubiously. She sometimes catches more than you bargain for. And then you catch more than you bargain for, said Rachel, looking up roguishly from her knitting. Solomon stuck his tongue in his cheek and grimaced. Isaac came behind Levi and gave his coat a pull and toddled off with a yell of delight. "Be quiet, Ikey," cried Esther. "If you don't behave better I shan't put you in your new bed." "Oh yes, you must, Esty," lisped Ikey, his elfish face growing grave. He went about depressed for some seconds. "Kids are a beastly nuisance," said Levi. "Don't you think so, Esther?" "Oh no, not always," said the little girl. "Besides, we were all kids once." "That's what I complain of," said Levi. "We ought all to be born grown up." "But that's impossible," put in Rachel. "It isn't impossible at all," said Esther. "Look at Adam and Eve." Levi looked at Esther gratefully instead. He felt nearer to her and thought of persuading her into playing Kiss in the Ring. But he found it difficult to back out of his undertaking to play I Spy with Solomon, and in the end he had to leave Esther to her book. She had little in common with her brother Solomon, least of all humour and animal spirits. Even before the responsibilities of headship had come upon her, she was a preternaturally thoughtful little girl who had strange intuitions about things and was doomed to work out her own salvation as a metaphysician. When she had asked her mother who made God, a slap in the face demonstrated to her the limits of human inquiry. The natural instinct of the child overrode the long travail of the race to conceive an abstract deity, and Esther pictured God as a mammoth cloud. In early years Esther imagined that the body that was buried when a person died was the corpse decapitated, and she often puzzled herself to think what was done with the isolated head. When her mother was being sewn up in grave clothes, Esther hovered about with a real thirst for knowledge, while the thoughts of all the other children were sensuously concentrated on the funeral and the glory of seeing a vehicle drive away from their own door. Esther was also disappointed at not seeing her mother's soul fly up to heaven, though she watched vigilantly at the deathbed for the ascendant of the long yellow hook-shaped thing. The genesis of this conception of the soul was probably to be sought in the pictorial representations of ghosts in the story papers brought home by her elder brother Benjamin. Strange shadowy conceptions of things more corporeal floated up from her solitary reading. Theatres she came across often, and a theatre was a kind of Babel plain or Vanity Fair, in which performers and spectators were promiscuously mingled, and within the richer folks clad in evening dress sat in thin deal boxes, the cases in Spitalfields Market being Esther's main association with boxes. One of her daydreams of the future was going to the theatre in a nightgown and being accommodated with an orange box. Little rectification of such distorted views of life was to be expected from Moses Ansell, who went to his grave without even seeing a circus, and had no interest in art apart from the police news and his Mizrach and the synagogue decorations. Even when Esther's sceptical instinct drove her to inquire of her father how people knew that Moses got the law on Mount Sinai, he could only repeat in horror that the books of Moses said so,
and could never be brought to see that his arguments travelled on roundabouts. She sometimes regretted that her brilliant brother Benjamin had been swallowed up by the orphan asylum, for she imagined she could have discussed many a knotty point with him. Solomon was both flippant and incompetent, but in spite of her theoretical latitudinarianism, in practice she was pious to the point of fanaticism, and could scarce conceive the depths of degradation of which she heard vague, horror-struck talk. There were Jews about, grown-up men and women, not insane, who struck lucifer matches on the Sabbath, and housewives who carelessly mixed their butter plates with their meat plates, even when they did not actually eat butter with meat. Esther promised herself that, please God, she would never do anything so wicked when she grew up. She at least would never fail to light the Sabbath candles, nor to kasher the meat. Never was child more alive to the beauty of duty, more open to the appeal of virtue, self-control, abnegation. She fasted until 2 o'clock on the great white fast when she was 7 years old, and accomplished the perfect feat at 9. When she read a simple little story in a prize book, inculcating the homely moralities at which the cynic sneers, her eyes filled with tears and her breast with unselfish and dutiful determinations. She had something of the temperament of the Stoic, fortified by that spiritual pride which does not look for equal goodness in others. And though she disapproved of Solomon's dodging of duty, she did not sneak or preach, even gave him surreptitious crusts of bread before he had said his prayers, especially on Saturdays and festivals, when the praying took place in Shool and was liable to be prolonged until midday. Esther often went to synagogue and sat in the ladies' compartment. The drone of the Bnei Bris downstairs was part of her consciousness of home, like the musty smell of the stairs, or Becky's young men through whom she had to plough her way when she went for the morning milk, or the odors of Mr. Belcovitch's rum, or the whir of his machine, or the bent, snuffy personality of the Hebrew scholar in the adjoining garret, or the dread of Dutch Debbie's dog that was ultimately transformed to friendly expectation. Esther led a double life, just as she spoke 2 tongues. The knowledge that she was a Jewish child, whose people had a special history, was always at the back of her consciousness. Sometimes it was brought to the front by the scoffing rhymes of Christian children, who informed her that they had stuck a piece of pork upon a fork and given it to a member of her race. But far more vividly did she realize that she was an English girl. Far keener than her pride in Jewess Maccabeus was her pride in Nelson and Wellington. She rejoiced to find that her ancestors had always beaten the French from the days of Cressy and Poitiers to the days of Waterloo, that Alfred the Great was the wisest of kings, and that Englishmen dominated the world and had planted colonies in every corner of it, that the English language was the noblest in the world, and men speaking it had invented railway trains, steamships, telegraphs, and everything worth inventing. Esther absorbed these ideas from the school reading books. The experience of a month will overlay the hereditary bequest of a century. And yet, beneath all, the prepared plate remains most sensitive to the old impressions. Sarah and Isaac had developed as distinct individualities as was possible in the time at their disposal. Isaac was just 5, and Sarah, who had never known her mother, just 4. The thoughts of both ran strongly in the direction of sensuous enjoyment, and they preferred baked potatoes, especially potatoes touched with gravy, to all the joys of the kindergarten. Isaac's ambition ran in the direction of eider-down beds, such as he had once felt at Malka's, and Moses soothed him by the horizon-like prospect of such a new bed. Places of honor had already been conceded by the generous little chap to his father and brother. Heaven alone knows how he came to conceive their common bed as his own peculiar property, in which the other three resided at night on sufferance. He could not even plead that it was his by right of birth in it. But Isaac was not, after all, wholly given over to worldly thoughts, for an intellectual problem often occupied his thoughts and led him to slap little Sarah's arms. He had been born on the 4th of December, while Sarah had been born a year later on the 3rd. "It ain't, it can't be," he would say. "Your birthday can't be afore mine." "'Tis, Esty, that's so," Sarah would reply. "Esty's a liar." "'Tis, Esty says so," Sarah would reply. "Esty's a liar," Isaac responded imperturbably. "Ask Tata." "Tata don't know. Ain't I 5? Yeth. And ain't you 4? Yeth. And ain't I older than you? Course. And wasn't I born afore you? Yeth, Ikey. Then how come your birthday come afore mine?" "'Cause it doth." "Stupid." "It doth. Ask Esty," Sarah would insist. "Shan't sleep in my new bed," Ikey would threaten. "Shall if I like." "Shan't." Here Sarah would generally break down in tears, and Isaac, with premature economic instinct, feeling it wicked to waste a cry, would proceed to justify it by hitting her. Thereupon little Sarah would hit him back and develop a terrible howl. "Oh, woe is me!" she would wail in jargon, throwing herself on the ground in a corner and rocking herself to and fro like a far-away ancestress remembering Zion by the waters of Babylon. Little Sarah's lamentations never ceased till she had been avenged by a higher hand. There were several great powers, but Esther was the most reliable instrument of reprisal. If Esther was out, little Sarah's sobs ceased speedily, for she too felt the folly of fruitless tears. Though she nursed in her breast the sense of injury, she would even resume her amicable romps with Isaac. But the moment the step of the avenger was heard on the stairs, little Sarah would betake herself to her corner and howl with the pain of Isaac's pummelings. She had a strong love of abstract justice, and felt that if the wrongdoer were to go unpunished, there was no security for the constitution of things. End of chapter 11, section 1. Chapter 11, section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 11, Esther and Her Children, Part 2. The holiday did not pass without an outbreak of this sort. It occurred about tea time. Perhaps the infants were fractious because there was no tea. Esther had to economize her resources, and a repast at 7 would serve for both tea and supper. Among the poor, combination meals are as common as combination beds and chests. Esther had quieted Sarah by slapping Isaac, but this made Isaac howl, so the gain was dubious. She had to put a fresh piece of coal on the fire and sing to them while their shadows contorted themselves grotesquely on the beds, and then upwards along the sloping walls, terminating with twisted necks on the ceiling. Esther usually sang melancholy things in minor keys. They seemed most attuned to the dim, straggling room. There was a song her mother used to sing. It was taken from a Purim spiel, itself based upon a midrash, one of the endless legends with which the people of one book have broidered it, amplifying every minute detail with all the exuberance of Oriental imagination, and justifying their fancies with all the ingenuity of a race of lawyers. After his brethren sold Joseph to the Midianite merchants, the lad escaped from the caravan and wandered footsore and hungry to Bethlehem, to the grave of his mother Rachel. He threw himself upon the ground and wept aloud and sang to a heart-breaking melody in Yiddish. Und hei weißt mir, wie schlecht ist doch mir, ich bin vertrieben geworden, Junge Heid von dir. Whereas the English runs, alas, woe is me, how wretched to be, driven away and banished, yet so young, from thee. Whereupon the voice of his beloved mother, Rachel, was heard from the grave, comforting him and bidding him to be of good cheer, for that his future should be great and glorious. Esther could not sing this without the tears trickling down her cheeks. Was it that she thought of her own dead mother and applied the lines to herself? Isaac's ill humour scarcely ever survived the anodyne of these mournful cadences. There was another melodious wail, which Alti Belcovitch had brought from Poland. The chorus ran, Man nimmt weg die Chazonim von die Kolas. Hi, hi, diddery, diddery. They tear away their lovers from the maidens. Hi, diddery, diddery. The air mingled to the melancholy of Polish music with the sadness of Jewish, and the words hinted of God knew what, of unhappy, far-off things and battles long ago. And so over all the songs and stories was the trail of tragedy, under all the heartache of a hunted race. There are few more plaintive chants in the world than the recitation of the Psalms by the Bnei Bris on Sabbath afternoons amid the gathering shadows of twilight. Esther often stood in the passage to hear it, morbidly fascinated, tears of pensive pleasure in her eyes. Even the little Yiddish story-book which Moses Ansel read at night to his kinder after tea supper by the light of one candle was prefaced with a note of pathos. These stories, it read, have we gathered together from the Gemara and the Midrash, wonderful stories, and we have translated the beautiful stories using the Hebrew alphabet, so that everyone, little or big, shall be able to read them, and shall know that there is a God in the world who forsaketh not his people Israel, and who even for us will likewise work miracles and wonders, and will send us the righteous Redeemer speedily in our days. Amen. Of this same Messiah the children heard endless tales. Oriental fancy had been exhausted in picturing him for the consolation of exiled and suffering Israel. Before his days there would be a wicked Messiah of the house of Joseph. Later, a king with one ear deaf to hear good, but acute to hear evil. There would be a scar on his forehead. One of his hands would be an inch long, and the other 3 miles, apparently a subtle symbol of the persecutor. The Yiddish story-book had also extracts from the famous romance or diary of Eldad the Danite, who professed to have discovered the lost 10 tribes. Eldad's book appeared toward the end of the 9th century and became the Arabian Night of the Jews, and it had filtered down through the ages into the Ansel garret, in common with many other tales from the rich storehouse of medieval folklore, in the diffusion of which the wandering Jew has played so great a part. Sometimes Moses read to his charmed hearers the description of heaven and hell by Emmanuel, the friend and contemporary of Dante, sometimes a Yiddish version of Robinson Crusoe. Tonight he chose Eldad's account of the tribe of Moses dwelling beyond the wonderful river Sambation, which never flows on the Sabbath. There is also the tribe of Moses, our just master, it read, which is called the tribe which flees, because it fled from idol worship and clung to the fear of God. A river flows round their land for a distance of 4 days' journey on every side. They dwell in beautiful houses, provided with handsome towers, which they have built themselves. There is nothing unclean among them, neither in the case of birds, venison, or domesticated animals. There are no wild animals, no flies, no foxes, no vermin, no serpents, no dogs, and in general nothing which does harm. They have only sheep and cattle, which bear twice a year. They sow and reap. There are all sorts of gardens, with all kinds of fruits and cereals, viz., melons, beans, gourds, onions, garlic, wheat, and barley, and the seed grows 100-fold. They have faith. They know the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, and the Agadah, but their Talmud is in Hebrew. They introduce their sayings in the name of the fathers, the wise men, who heard them from the mouth of Joshua, who himself heard from the mouth of God. They have no knowledge of the Tanaim, doctors of the Mishnah, and Amoraim, doctors of the Talmud, who flourished during the time of the Second Temple, which was, of course, not known to these tribes. They speak only Hebrew, and are very strict as regards the use of wine made by others than themselves, as well as the rules of slaughtering animals. In this respect the law of Moses is much more rigorous than that of the tribes. They do not swear by the name of God for fear that their breath may leave them, and they become angry with those who swear. They reprimand them, saying, "Woe, you poor! Why do you swear with the mention of the name of God upon your lips? Use your mouth for eating bread and drinking water. Do you not know that for the sin of swearing your children die young?" And in this way they exhort every one to serve God with fear and integrity of heart. Therefore the children of Moses, the servant of God, live long, to the age of 100 or 120 years. No child, be it son or daughter, dies during the lifetime of its parents, but they reach a 3rd and 4th generation to see grandchildren and great-grandchildren with their offspring. They do all field work themselves, having no male or female servants. There are also merchants among them. They do not close their houses at night, for there is no thief or any wicked man among them. Thus a little lad might go for days with his flock without fear of robbers, demons, or danger of any other kind. They are indeed all holy and clean. These Levites busy themselves with the law and the commandments, and they still live in the holiness of our master Moses. Therefore God has given them all this good. Moreover, they see nobody, and nobody sees them, except the 4 tribes who dwell on the other side of the rivers of Cush. They see them and speak to them, but the river Sambation is between them, as it is said, that thou mayst say to prisoners, Go forth. Isaiah chapter 49, verse 9. They have plenty of gold and silver. They sow flax and cultivate the crimson worm and make beautiful garments. Their number is double or 4 times the number that went from Egypt. The river Sambation is 200 yards broad, about as far as a bow shot, Genesis 21:16, full of sand and stones, but without water. The stones make a great noise like the waves of the sea and a stormy wind, so that in the night the noise is heard at a distance of half a day's journey. There are sources of water which collect themselves in one pool, out of which they water the fields. There are fish in it, and all kinds of clean birds fly round about it. And this river of stone and sand rolls during the 6 working days and rests on the Sabbath day. As soon as the Sabbath begins, fire surrounds the river, and the flames remain till the next evening, when the Sabbath ends. Thus no human being can reach the river for a distance of half a mile on either side. The fire consumes all that grows there. The 4 tribes, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, stand on the borders of the river. When shearing their flocks there, for the land is clean and flat without any thorns, if the children of Moses see them gathered together on the border, they shout, saying, "Brethren, tribes of Yeshurun, show us your camels, dogs, and asses." And they make their remarks about the length of the camel's neck and the shortness of the tail. Then they greet one another and go their way. When this was done, Solomon called for hell. He liked to hear about the punishment of the sinners. It gave a zest to life. Moses hardly needed a book to tell him about hell. It had no secrets for him. The Old Testament has no reference to a future existence, but the poor Jew has no more been able to live without the hope of hell than the poor Christian. When the wicked man has waxed fat and kicked the righteous skinny man, shall the 2 lie down in the same dust and the game be over? Perish the thought. One of the hells was that in which the sinner was condemned to do over and over again what he had done in life. "Why, that must be jolly," said Solomon. "No, it is frightful," maintained Moses Ansell. He spoke in Yiddish, the children in English. "Of course it is," said Esther. "Just fancy, Solomon, having to eat toffee all day." "It's better than eating nothing all day," replied Solomon. "But to eat it every day for ever and ever," said Moses, "there's no rest for the wicked." "What, not even on the Sabbath?" said Esther. "Oh yes, of course then, like the river Sambation, even the flames of hell rest on the Sabbath." "Haven't they got no fire, guys?" inquired Ikey, and everybody laughed. "Shabbos is a holiday in hell," Moses explained to the little one. "So thou seest the result of thy making out Sabbath too early on Saturday night. Thou sendest the poor souls back to their tortures before the proper time." Moses never lost an opportunity of enforcing the claims of the ceremonial law. Esther had a vivid picture flashed upon her of poor yellow hook-shaped souls floating sullenly back towards the flames. Solomon's chief respect for his father sprang from the halo of military service encircling Moses ever since it leaked out through the lips of the Bube that he had been a conscript in Russia and had been brutally treated by the sergeant. But Moses could not be got to speak of his exploits. Solomon pressed him to do so, especially when his father gave symptoms of inviting him to the study of Gomorrah. Tonight Moses brought out the big book and said, "Come, Solomon, enough of stories. We must learn a little." "To-day's a holiday," grumbled Solomon. "It is never a holiday for the study of the law." "Only this once, father. Let's play draughts." Moses weakly yielded. Draughts was his sole relaxation, and when Solomon acquired a draught board by barter, his father taught him the game. Moses played the Polish variety, in which the men are like English kings that leap backwards and forwards, and the kings shoot diagonally like bishops at chess. Solomon could not withstand these gigantic grasshoppers, whose stopping places he could never anticipate. Moses won every game to-night, and was full of glee, and told the Kinder another story. It was about the Emperor Nicholas, and is not to be found in the official histories of Russia. Nicholas was a wicked king who oppressed the Jews and made their lives sore and bitter. And one day he made it known to the Jews that if 1,000,000 roubles were not raised to him in a month's time, they should be driven from their homes. Then the Jews prayed unto God and besought him to help them for the merits of their forefathers, but no help came. Then they tried to bribe the officials, but the officials pocketed their gold, and the Emperor demanded his tax. Then they went to the great masters of Kabbalah, and they said, "Can you do nothing for us?" Then the masters of Kabbalah took counsel together, and at midnight they called up the spirits of Avraham Avinu and Isaac and Jacob and Eliyahu the prophet, who wept to hear of their children's sorrows. And Abraham our father, and Isaac, and Jacob, and Elijah the prophet took the bed whereupon Nicholas the Emperor slept, and transported it to a wild place. And they took Nicholas the Emperor out of his warm bed and whipped him soundly, so that he yelled for mercy. Then they asked, "Wilt thou rescind the edict against the Jews?" And he said, "I will." But in the morning Nicholas the Emperor woke up and called for the chief of the bedchamber and said, "How darest thou allow my bed to be carried into the middle of the night in the forest?" And the chief of the bedchamber grew pale and said that the Emperor's guards had watched all night outside the door, neither was there space for the bed to pass out. And Nicholas the Emperor, thinking he had dreamed, let the man go unhung. But the next night, lo, the bed was transported again to the wild place, and Abraham our father, and Isaac, and Jacob, and Elijah the prophet drubbed him doubly, and again he promised to remit the tax. So in the morning the chief of the bedchamber was hanged, and at night the guards were doubled. But the bed sailed away to the wild place, and Nicholas the Emperor was trebly whipped. Then Nicholas the Emperor annulled the edict, and the Jews rejoiced and fell at the knees of the masters of the Kabbalah. "But why can't they save the Jews altogether?" queried Esther. "Ah," said Moses mysteriously, "Kabbalah is a great force and must not be abused. The holy name must not be mentioned too often." "Could the masters of the Kabbalah make men?" inquired Esther, who had recently come across Frankenstein. "Certainly," said Moses, "and what is more, it stands written that Reb Chanina and Reb Oshea fashioned a fine fat calf on Friday and enjoyed it on the Sabbath." "Oh, father," said Solomon piteously, "don't you know Kabbalah?" Chapter 12 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 12. Dutch Debbie. A year before we got to know Esther Ansell, she got to know Dutch Debbie, and it changed her life. Dutch Debbie was a tall, sallow, ungainly girl who lived in the wee back room on the second floor behind Mrs. Simons, and supported herself and her dog by needlework. Nobody ever came to see her, for it was whispered that her parents had cast her out when she presented them with an illegitimate grandchild. The baby was fortunate enough to die, but she still continued to incur suspicion by keeping a dog, which is an un-Jewish trait. Bobby often squatted on the stairs guarding her door, and as it was very dark on the staircase, Esther suffered great agonies lest she should tread on his tail and provoke reprisals. Her anxiety led her to do so one afternoon, and Bobby's teeth just penetrated through her stocking. The clamour brought Dutch Debby, who took the girl into her room and soothed her. Esther had often wondered what uncanny mysteries lay behind that dark dog-guarded door, and she was rather more afraid of Debby than of Bobby. But that afternoon saw the beginning of a friendship which added one to the many factors which were moulding the future woman. For Debby turned out to be a very mild bogey indeed, with a good English vocabulary and a stock of old London journals, more precious to Esther than mines of India. Debby kept them under the bed, which, as the size of the bed all but coincided with the area of the room, was a wise arrangement. And on the long summer evenings and the Sunday afternoons, when her little ones needed no looking after and were traipsing around playing whoop and pussy-cat on the street downstairs, Esther slipped into the wee back room where the treasures lay, and there by the open window, overlooking the dingy backyard and slanting perspectives of sun-flecked red tiles, where cats prowled and dingy sparrows hopped, in an atmosphere laden with whiffs from the neighboring dairyman's stables, Esther lost herself in wild tales of passion and romance. She frequently read them aloud for the benefit of the sallow-faced needlewoman, who had found romance square so sadly with the realities of her own existence. And so, all a summer afternoon, Dutch Debby and Esther would be rapt away to the world of brave men and beautiful women, a world of fine linen and purple, of champagne and wickedness and cigarettes, a world where nobody worked or washed shirts or was hungry or had holes in their boots, a world utterly ignorant of Judaism and the heinousness of eating meat with butter. Not that Esther, for her part, correlated her conception of this world with facts. She never realized that it was an actually possible world, never indeed asked herself whether it existed outside print or not. She never thought of it in that way at all, any more than it ever occurred to her that people once spoke the Hebrew she learned to read and translate. Bobby was often present at these readings, but he kept his thoughts to himself, sitting on his hind legs with his delightfully ugly nose tilted up inquiringly at Esther. For the best of all this new friendship was that Bobby was not jealous. He was only a sorry, dun-colored mongrel to outsiders, but Esther learned to see him almost through Dutch Debby's eyes. She could run up the stairs freely now, knowing that if she trod on his tail he would take it as a mark of camaraderie. "I used to pay a penny a week for the London Journal," said Debby early in their acquaintanceship, "till one day I discovered I had a dreadful bad memory." "And what was the good of that?" said Esther. "Why, it was worth shillings and shillings to me. You see, I used to save up all the back numbers of the London Journal because of the answers to correspondence, telling you how to do your hair and trim your nails and give yourself a nice complexion. I used to bother my head about that sort of thing in those days, dear, and one day I happened to get reading a story in a back number only about a year old, and I found that I was just as interested as if I'd never read it before, and I hadn't the slightest remembrance of it. After that I left off buying the journal and took to re-reading my big heap of back numbers. I get through them once every 2 years." Debby interrupted herself with a fit of coughing, for lengthy monologue is inadvisable for persons who bend over needlework in dark back rooms. Recovering herself, she added,
"And then I start afresh. You couldn't do that, could you?" "No," admitted Esther, with a painful feeling of inferiority. "I remember all I've ever read." "Ah, you'll grow up to be a clever woman," said Debby, patting her hair. "Oh, do you think so?" said Esther, her dark eyes lighting up with pleasure. "Oh, yes. You're always first in your class, ain't you?" "Is that what you judge by, Debby?" said Esther, disappointed. "The other girls are so stupid and take no thought for anything but their hats and their frocks. They'd rather play gobs or shuttlecock or hopscotch than read about the 40 Thieves. They don't mind being kept a whole year in one class. But I feel so mad at going on so slow. I could easily learn the standard work in 3 months. I want to know everything so that I can grow up to be a teacher at our school." "And does your teacher know everything?" "Oh, yes. She knows the meaning of every word, and all about foreign countries." "And would you like to be a teacher?"
"If I could only be clever enough," sighed Esther.
"But then, you see, the teachers at our school are real ladies, and they dress, oh, so beautifully, with fur tippets and 6-button gloves. I could never afford it, for even when I was earning 5 shillings a week I should have to give most of it to father and the children." "But if you're very good, I dare say some of the great ladies like the Rothschilds will buy you nice clothes. I've heard they're very good to clever children." "No, then the other teachers would know I was getting charity, and they would mock me. I heard Miss Hyams make fun of a teacher because she wore the same dress as last winter. I don't think I should like to be a teacher after all, though it is nice to be able to stand with your back to the fire in the winter. The girls would know."
Esther stopped and blushed.
"Would know what, dear?" "Well, they would know father," said Esther in low tones. "They would see him selling things in the lane, and they wouldn't do what I told them." "Oh, nonsense, Esther. I believe most of the teachers' fathers are just as bad. I mean, as poor. Look at Miss Hyams's own father." "Oh, Debby, I do hope it's true. Besides, when I was earning 5 shillings a week I could buy father a new coat, couldn't I? And then there would be no need for him to stand in the lane with lemons or 4-corner fringes, would there?" "No, dear, you shall be a teacher, I prophesy, and who knows? Some day you may be head mistress."
Esther laughed, a startled little laugh of delight, with a suspicion of a sob in it.
"What, me? Me go round to make all the teachers do their work? Oh, wouldn't I catch them gossiping? I know their tricks."
"You seem to look after your teacher well. Do you ever haul her over the coals for gossiping?" inquired Dutch Debby, amused.
"Oh, no, no,"
protested Esther quite seriously.
"I like to hear them gossiping. When my new teacher and Miss Davis, who's in the next room, and a few of the other teachers get together, I learn, such a lot from their conversation."
"Then they do teach you after all," laughed Debby.
"Yes, but it's not on the timetable," said Esther, shaking her little head sapiently. "It's mostly about young men. Did you ever have a young man, Debby?"
"Don't ask such questions, child." Debby bent over her needlework.
"Why not?" persisted Esther. "If only I had a young man when I grew up, I should be proud of him. Yes, you're trying to turn your head away. I'm sure you had. Was he nice, like Lord Eversmond or Captain Andrew Sinclair? Why, you're crying, Debby."
Don't be a fool, Esther.
A tiny fly has just flown into my eye. Poor little thing. He hurts me and does himself no good." "Let me see, Debby," said Esther.
Perhaps I shall be in time to save him."
"No, don't trouble." "Don't be so cruel, Debby. You're as bad as Solomon, who pulls the wings off of flies to see if they can fly without them." "He's dead now, dear. Go on with Lady Geraldine's rival. We've been wasting the whole afternoon talking. Take my advice, Esther, and don't stuff your head with ideas about young men. You're too young. Now, dear, I'm ready. Go on." "Where was I? Oh, yes. Lord Eversmonde folded the fair young form to his manly bosom, and pressed kiss after kiss upon her ripe young lips, which responded passionately to his own. At last she recovered herself, and cried reproachfully, 'O Sigismund, why do you persist in coming here when the Duke forbids it?' Oh, do you know, Debby, father said the other day I oughtn't to come here." "Oh no, you must," cried Debby impulsively. "I couldn't part with you now." "Father says people say you are not good," said Esther candidly. Debby breathed painfully. "Well," she whispered. "But I said people were liars. You are good." "Oh, Esther, Esther!" sobbed Debby, kissing the earnest little face with a vehemence that surprised the child. "I think father only said that," Esther went on, "because he fancies I neglect Sarah and Isaac when he's at Shool, and they quarrel so about their birthdays when they're together. But they don't slap one another hard. I'll tell you what, suppose I bring Sarah down here?" "Well, won't she cry and be miserable here, if you read, and with no Isaac to play with?" "Oh no," said Esther confidently. "She'll keep Bobby company."
Bobby took kindly to little Sarah also. He knew no other dogs, and in such circumstances a sensible animal falls back on human beings. He had first met Debby herself quite casually, and the two lonely beings took to each other. Before that meeting Dutch Debby was subject to wild temptations. Once she half starved herself, and put aside ninepence a week for almost 3 months, and purchased 1/8 of a lottery ticket from Sugarman the Shadchan, who recognized her existence for the occasion. The fortune did not come off. Debby saw less and less of Esther as the months crept on again towards winter, for the little girl feared her hostess might feel constrained to offer her food, and the children required more soothing. Esther would say very little about her home life, though Debby got to know a great deal about her schoolmates and her teacher. One summer evening, after Esther had passed into the hands of Miss Miriam Hyams, she came to Dutch Debby with a grave face and said, "Oh, Debby, Miss Hyams is not a heroine." "No," said Debby, amused. "You were so charmed with her at first." "Yes, she's very pretty, and her hats are lovely, but she's not a heroine." "Why, what's happened?" "You know what lovely weather it's been all day?" "Yes." "Well, this morning in the middle of the Scripture lesson she said to us, 'What a pity, girls, we've got to stay cooped up in here in this bright weather.' You know she chats to us so nicely. In some schools they have half holidays on Wednesday afternoons in the summer. Wouldn't it be nice if we could have them and be out in the sunshine in Victoria Park?" "Oh yes, teacher, wouldn't that be jolly?" we all cried. Then the teacher said, "Well, why not ask the headmistress for a holiday this afternoon? You're the highest standard in the school. I dare say if you ask for it, the whole school will get a holiday. Who will be spokeswoman?" Then all the girls said that I must, because I was the first girl in the class and sounded all my H's. And when the headmistress came into the room, I up and curtsied and asked her if we could have a half holiday on account of the beautiful sunshine. Then the headmistress put on her eyeglasses
and her face grew black, and the sunshine seemed to go out of the room, and she said, 'What? After all the holidays we have here, a month at New Year and a fortnight at Passover, and all the fast days, I am surprised that you girls should be so lazy and idle and ask for more. Why don't you take example by your teacher? Look at Miss Hyams.' We all looked at Miss Hyams, but she was looking for some papers in her desk. 'Look how Miss Hyams works,' said the head mistress. 'She never grumbles. She never asks for a holiday.' We all looked at Miss Hyams, but she hadn't yet found the papers. There was an awful silence. You could have heard a pin drop. But there wasn't a single cough or rustle of a dress. Then the head mistress turned to me and said, 'And you, Esther Ansell, whom I've always thought of so highly, I'm surprised at your being the ringleader in such a disgraceful request. You ought to know better. I shall bear it in mind, Esther Ansell.' And with that she sailed out, stiff and straight as a poker, and the door closed behind her with a bang." "Well, and what did Miss Hyams say then?" asked Debby, deeply interested. "She said, 'Selina Green, and what did Moses do when the children of Israel grumbled for water?' She just went on with the scripture lesson as if nothing had happened." "I should tell the head mistress who set me on," cried Debby indignantly. "Oh no," said Esther, shaking her head. "It's a matter for her own conscience. But oh, I do wish," she concluded, "we had had a holiday. It would have been so lovely out in the park." Victoria Park was the park of the Ghetto. A couple of miles off, far enough to make a visit to it an excursion, was a perpetual blessing to the Ghetto. On rare Sunday afternoons the Ansell family, minus the grandmother, went there en masse, Moses carrying Isaac and Sarah by turns upon his shoulders. Esther loved the park in all weathers, but best of all in the summer, when the great lake was bright and busy with boats, and the birds twittered in the leafy trees, and the lobelias and the nasturtiums were woven into wonderful patterns by the gardeners. Then she would throw herself down on the thick grass and look up in mystic rapture at the brooding blue sky, and forget to read the book she had brought with her, while the other children chased one another around in savage delight. Only once, on a Saturday afternoon when her father was not with them, did she get Dutch Debby to break through her retired habits and accompany them, and then it was not summer but late autumn. There was an indefinable melancholy about the severe landscape. Russet refuse strewed the paths, and the gaunt trees waved fleshless arms in the breeze. The November haze rose from the moist ground and dulled the blue of heaven with smoky clouds, amid which the sun, a red sailless boat, floated at anchor among golden and crimson furrows and glimmering far dotted fleeces. The small lake was slimy, reflecting the trees in its border as a network of dirty branches. A solitary swan ruffled its plumes and elongated its throat, doubled in quivering outlines beneath the muddy surface. All at once the plash of oars was heard, and the sluggish waters were stirred by the passage of a boat in which a heroic young man was rowing a no less heroic young woman. Dutch Debby burst into tears and went home. After that she fell back entirely on Bobby and Esther and the London Journal, and never saved up 9 shillings again. Chapter 13 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 13. A Silent Family. Sugarman the Shadchan arrived one evening a few days before Purim at the tiny two-story house in which Esther's teacher lived, with little Nehemiah tucked under his arm. Nehemiah wore shoes and short red socks. The rest of his legs were bare. Sugarman always carried him so as to demonstrate this fact. Sugarman himself was rigged out in a handsome manner, and the day not being holy, his blue bandana peeked out from his left coat tail instead of being tied around his trouser band. "Good morning, ma'am," he said cheerfully. "Good morning, Sugarman," said Mrs. Hyams. She was a little careworn old woman of 60, with white hair. Had she been more pious, her hair never would have turned grey. But Miriam had long since put her veto on her mother's black shaitel. Mrs. Hyams was a meek, weak person, and submitted in silence to the outrage on her deepest instincts. Old Hyams was stronger, but not strong enough. He, too, was a silent person. "Perhaps you're surprised," said Sugarman, "to get a call from me in my sealskin vest coat. But the fact is, ma'am, I put it on to call on a lady. I dropped in here on my way." "Won't you take a chair?" said Mrs. Hyams. She spoke English painfully and slowly, having been schooled by Miriam. "No, I'm not tired, but I will put Nehemiah down in one if you permit. There, sit still or I pot you. Perhaps you could lend me your corkscrew." "With pleasure," said Mrs. Hyams. "I thank you. You see, my little boy Ebenezer is bar mitzvah next Shabbos a week, and I may not be passing again. You will come?" "I don't know," said Mrs. Hyams hesitatingly. She was not certain whether Miriam considered Sugarman on their visiting list. "Oh yes, you must. I expect to open 13 bottles of lemonade. You must come, you and Mr. Hyams and the whole family." "Oh, thank you. I will tell Miriam and Daniel and my husband." "That's right. Nehemiah, don't dance on the good lady's chair. Do you hear Mrs. Hyams of Mrs. Jonas's luck?" "No." "I won her £11 on the lottery." How nice," said Mrs. Hyams, a little fluttered.
"I would let you have half a ticket for £2."
"I haven't the money."
"Well, 36 shillings. There, I have to pay that myself."
"I would if I could, but I can't."
"But you can have an eighth for 9 shillings."
Mrs. Hyams shook her head hopelessly.
"Nu, how's your son Daniel?" Sugarman asked.
Pretty well, thank you. How is your wife?"
"Thank God."
"And your Bessie?"
"Thank God. Is your Daniel in?"
"Ja."
"Thank God. I mean, can't I see him?"
"It won't do any good."
"No, not that," said Sugarman. "I should like to ask him to the bar mitzvah myself."
"Daniel," called Mrs. Hyams. He came from the back yard in rolled up shirt sleeves, soap suds drying on his arms. He was a pleasant faced, flaxen haired young fellow, the junior of Miriam by 18 months. There was will in the lower part of the face and tenderness in the eyes.
"Good morning, sir," said Sugarman. "My Ebenezer is bar mitzvah next Shabbos week."
Will you do me the honour to drop in with your mother and father after Shul?"
Daniel crimsoned suddenly. He had "no" on his lips, but suppressed it and ultimately articulated it in polite periphrasis. His mother noticed the crimson. On a blonde face it tells. "Don't say that," said Sugarman. "I expect to open 13 bottles of lemonade. I have lent your good mother's corkscrew." "I shall be pleased to send Ebenezer a little present, but I can't come. I really can't. You must excuse me." Daniel turned away.
"Vell," said Sugarman, anxious to assure him he bore no malice. "If you send a present, I reckon it be the same as if you come."
"That's all right," said Daniel with strained heartiness. Sugarman tucked Nehemiah under his arm, but lingered on the threshold. He did not know how to broach the subject, but the inspiration came.
"Did you know I have summoned Morris Kerlinski?"
"No," said Daniel. "What for?"
"He owes me 30 shillings. I found him a very fine maiden, but now he is married he said it was worth only a sovereign. He offered it to me, but I wouldn't take it. A poor man he was, too, and got £10 from a marriage portion society."
"Is it worth while bringing a scandal on the community for the sake of 10 shillings? It will be in the paper, and Shadchan will be spelt Shatcan, Shodkin, Shatkin, Chodcan, Shotgun, and goodness knows what else."
"Yes, but it isn't 10 shillings," said Sugarman. "It's 30 shillings."
"But you say he offered you a sovereign."
"So he did. He arranged it for £2.10. I took the sovereign, but not in full payment."
"You ought to settle it before the Beth Din," said Daniel vehemently. "Or get some Jew to arbitrate. You make the Jews a laughing stock. Is it true all marriages depend on money?" he added bitterly. "Only it is the fashion of police reporters to pretend the custom is limited to the Jews."
"Vell, I did go to Reb Shmuel," said Sugarman. "I thought he'd be the very man to arbitrate."
"Why?" said Daniel.
"Why? Hasn't he been a Shadchan himself? From who else should we look for sympathy?"
"I see," said Daniel, smiling a little. "And apparently you got none."
"No,"
said Sugarman, growing wrath at the recollection.
"He said we are not in Poland."
"Quite true."
"Yes, but I gave him an answer he didn't like," said Sugarman. "I said, and when we are not in Poland, mustn't we keep none of our religion?"
His tone changed from indignation to insinuation.
"Will you not let me get you a wife, Mr. Hyams?
"I have several extra fine maidens in my eye.
Come now, don't look so angry.
How much commission will you give me if I find you a maiden with £100?"
"The maiden!"
thundered Daniel. Then it dawned upon him that he had said a humorous thing, and he laughed. There was merriment as well as mysticism in Daniel's blue eyes. But Sugarman went away downhearted. Love is blind, and even marriage brokers may be myopic. Most people not concerned knew that Daniel Hyams was sweet on Sugarman's Bessie, and it was so. Daniel loved Bessie, and Bessie loved Daniel. Only Bessie did not speak because she was a woman, and Daniel did not speak because he was a man. They were a quiet family, the Hyamses. They all bore their crosses in a silence unbroken
even at home. Miriam herself, the least reticent, did not give the impression that she could not have husbands for the winking. Her demands were so high, that was all. Daniel was proud of her and her position and her cleverness, and was confident she would marry as well as she dressed. He did not expect her to contribute toward the expenses of the household, though she did, for he felt he had broad shoulders. He bore his father and mother on those shoulders, semi-invalids both. In the bold bad years of shameless poverty, Hyams had been a wandering metropolitan glazier, but this open degradation became intolerable as Miriam's prospects improved. It was partly for her sake that Daniel ultimately supported his parents in idleness and refrained from speaking to Bessie, for he was only an employee in a fancy goods warehouse, and on 45 shillings a week you cannot keep up two respectable establishments. Bessie was a bonny girl, and could not, in the nature of things, be long uncaught. There was a certain night on which Daniel could not sleep. Hardly a white night, as our French neighbors say, a tear-stained night rather. In the morning he was resolved to deny himself Bessie. Peace would be his instead. If it did not come immediately, he knew it was on the way, for once before he had struggled and been so rewarded. That was in his 18th year, when he awoke to the glories of free thought and knew himself a victim to the Moloch of the Sabbath, to which fathers sacrificed their children. The proprietor of the fancy goods was a Jew, and moreover closed on Saturdays. But for this anachronism of keeping Saturday holy when you had Sunday also to laze on, Daniel felt 100 higher careers would have been open to him. Later, when free thought waned, it was only after Daniel had met Bessie, although he never returned to his father's narrowness, he found the abhorred Sabbath sanctifying his life. It made life a conscious, voluntary sacrifice to an ideal, and the reward was a touch of consecration once a week. Daniel could not have described these things, nor did he speak of them, which was a pity. Once, and once only, in the firmament of free thought, he had uncorked his soul, and it had run over with much froth, and henceforth old Mendel Hyams and Bina his wife opposed more furrowed foreheads to a world too strong for them. If Daniel had taken back his words and told them he was happier for the ruin they had made of his prospects, their gait might not have been so listless. But he was a silent man. "You will go to Sugarman's, mother," he said now. "You and father. Don't mind that I'm not going. I have another appointment for the afternoon." It was a superfluous lie for so silent a man. "He doesn't like to be seen with us," Bina Hyams thought, but she was silent. "He has never forgotten my putting him to the fancy goods," thought Mendel Hyams when told, but he was silent. It was no good discussing it with his wife. Those two had rather halved their joys than their sorrows. They had been married 40 years and had never had an intimate moment. Their marriage had been a matter of contract. 40 years ago in Poland, Mendel Hyams had awoken one morning to find a face he had never seen before on the pillow beside his. Not even on the wedding day had he been allowed a glimpse of his bride's countenance. That was the custom of the country and the time. Bina bore her husband 4 children, of whom the elder 2 died. but the marriage did not beget affection, often the inverse offspring of such unions. Beenah was a dutiful housewife, and Mendel Hyams supported her faithfully so long as his children would let him. Love never flew out of the window, for he was never in the house. They did not talk to each other much. Beenah did the housework unaided by the sprig of a servant who was engaged to satisfy the neighbors. In his enforced idleness Mendel fell back on his religion, almost a profession in itself. They were a silent couple. At 60 there is not much chance of a 40-year-old silence being broken on this side of the grave. So far as his personal happiness was concerned, Mendel had only one hope left in the world: to die in Jerusalem. His feeling for Jerusalem was unique. All the hunted Jew in him combined with all the battered man to transfigure Zion with the splendor of sacred dreams and girdle it with the rainbows that are builded of bitter tears. And with it all a dread that if he were buried somewhere else, when the last trump sounded, he would have to roll under the earth and under the sea to Jerusalem, the rendezvous of resurrection. Every year at the Passover table he gave his hope voice. "Next year in Jerusalem," he said. In her deepest soul Miriam echoed this wish of his. She felt she could like him better at a distance. Beenah Hyams had only one hope left in the world: to die. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 14, The Purim Ball, section 1. Sam Levine duly returned for the Purim Ball. Malka was away, and so it was safe to arrive on the Sabbath. Sam and Leah called for Hannah in a cab, for the pavements were unfavorable to dancing shoes, and the three drove off to the club, which was not more than 1/6 of a mile off. The club was the people's palace of the Ghetto, but that it did not reach the bedrock of the inhabitants was sufficiently evident from the fact that its language was English. The very lowest stratum was of secondary formation, the children of immigrants, while the highest touched the lower middle class, on the mere fringes of the Ghetto. It was a happy place where young men and maidens met on equal terms and similar subscriptions, where billiards and flirtation, and concerts and laughter and gay gossip were always on, and lemonade and cakes never off. A heaven where marriages were made, books borrowed, and newspapers read. Muscular Judaism was well at the fore at the club, and entertainments were frequent. The middle class of the community, overflowing with artistic instinct, supplied a phenomenal number of reciters, vocalists, and instrumentalists, ready to oblige, and the greatest favorites of the London footlights were pleased to come down, partly because they found such keenly appreciative audiences, and partly because they were so mixed up with the race, both professionally and socially. There were serious lectures now and then, but few of the members took them seriously. They came to the club not to improve their minds, but to relax them. The club was a blessing without disguise to the daughters of Judah, and certainly kept their brothers from harm. The ballroom, with its decoration of evergreen and winter blossoms, was a gay sight. Most of the dancers were in evening dress, and it would have been impossible to tell the ball from a Belgravian gathering, except by the preponderance of youth and beauty. Where could you match such a bevy of brunettes? Where find such blondes? They were anything but lymphatic, these Oriental blondes, even if their eyes did not sparkle so intoxicatingly as those of the darker majority. The young men had carefully curled moustaches, and ringlets oiled like the Assyrian bull, and figure-6 noses, and studs glittering on their creamy shirt-fronts. How they did it on their wages was one of the many miracles of Jewish history, for socially and even financially, in most cases, they were only on the level of the Christian artisan. These young men in dressed coats were epitomes of one aspect of Jewish history. Not exactly improvements on the Bnei Bris, though, replacing the primitive manners and piety of the foreign Jew by a veneer of cheap culture and a laxity of ceremonial observance. It was a merry party, almost like a family gathering, not merely because most of the dancers knew one another, but because all Israel are brothers and sisters. They danced very buoyantly, not boisterously. The square dances symmetrically executed, every performer knowing his part, the waltzing full of rhythmic grace. When the music was popular, they accompanied it by their voices. After supper their heels grew lighter, and the laughter and gossip louder, but never beyond the bounds of decorum. A few Dutch dancers tried to introduce the more gymnastic methods in vogue in their own clubs, where the kangaroo is dancing master, but the sentiment of the floor was against them. Hannah danced little, a voluntary wallflower, for she looked radiant in tussore silk, and there was an air of refinement about the slight pretty girl that attracted the beaux of the club. But she only gave a duty dance to Sam and a waltz to Daniel Hyams, who had been brought by his sister, though he did not boast a swallow tail to match her flowing draperies. Hannah caught a rather unamiable glance from pretty Bessie Sugarman, whom poor Daniel was trying hard not to see in the crush. "Is your sister engaged yet?" Hannah asked, for want of something to say. You would know if she was," said Daniel, looking so troubled that Hannah reproached herself for the meaningless remark. "How well she dances!" she made haste to say. "No better than you," said Daniel gallantly. "I see compliments are among the fancy goods you deal in. Do you reverse?" she added, as they came to an awkward corner. "Yes, but not my compliments," he said, smiling. "Miriam taught me." "She makes me think of Miriam dancing by the Red Sea," she said, laughing at the incongruous idea. "She played a timbrel, though, didn't she?" he asked. "I confess I didn't quite know what a timbrel is." "A sort of tambourine, I suppose," said Hannah merrily. "And she sang because the children of Israel were saved." They both laughed heartily, but when the waltz was over they returned to their individual gloom. Towards supper time, in the middle of a square dance, Sam, suddenly noticing Hannah's solitude, brought her a tall, bronzed, gentlemanly young man in a frock coat, mumbled an introduction, and rushed back to the arms of the exacting Leah. "Excuse me, I'm not dancing to-night," Hannah said coldly, in reply to the stranger's demand for her programme. "Well, I'm not half sorry," he said with a frank smile. "I had to ask you, you know, but I should feel quite out of place bumping such a lot of swells." There was something unusual about the words and the manner which impressed Hannah agreeably in spite of herself. Her face relaxed a little as she said, "Why, haven't you been to one of these affairs before?" "Oh yes, 6 or 7 years ago. But the place seems quite altered. They've rebuilt it, haven't they? Very few of us supported dress coats here in the days before I went to the Cape. I only came back the other day, and some one gave me a ticket, and so I've looked in for Auld Lang Syne." An unsympathetic hearer would have detected a note of condescension in the last sentence. Hannah detected it, for the announcement that the young man had returned from the Cape froze all her nascent sympathy. She was turned to ice again. Hannah knew him well, the young man from the Cape. He was a higher and more disagreeable development of the young man in the dress coat. He had put South African money in his purse, whether honestly or not, no one inquired. The fact remained, he had put it in his purse. Sometimes the law confiscated it, pretending he had purchased diamonds illegally or what not, but then the young man did not return from the Cape. But to do him justice, the secret of his success was less dishonesty than the opportunities for initiative energy in unexploited districts. Besides not having to keep up appearances, he descended to menial occupations and toiled so long and terribly that he would probably have made just as much money at home if he had had the courage. But this as it may, there the money was. And armed with it, the young man set sail literally for England, home and beauty, resuming his cast-off gentility with several extra layers of superciliousness. Pretty Jewesses, pranked in their prettiest clothes, hastened, metaphorically speaking, to the port to welcome the wanderer, for they knew it was from among them he would make his pick. There were several varieties of him, marked by financial ciphers, but whether he married in his old station or up the scale, he was always faithful to the sectarian tradition of the race, and this less from religious motives than from hereditary instinct. Like the young man in the dress coat, he held the Christian girl to be cold of heart and unsprightly of temperament. He laid down that all Yiddish girls possessed that warmth and chic which among Christians were the birthright of a few actresses and music-hall artistes, themselves probably Jewesses. And on things theatrical, this young man spoke as one having authority. Perhaps, though he was scarce conscious of it, at the bottom of his repulsion was certainly that the Christian girl could not fry fish. She might be delightful for flirtation of all degrees, but had not been formed to make him permanently happy. Such was the conception which Hannah had formed for herself of the young man from the Cape. This latest specimen of the genus was prepossessing into the bargain. There was no denying he had a good, shapely, well-poised head with a lovely moustache. Good looks alone were vouchers for insolence and conceit, but backed by the aforesaid purse. She turned her head away and stared at the evolutions of the Lancers with much interest. "They've got some pretty girls in that set," he observed admiringly. Evidently the young man did not intend to go away. Hannah felt very annoyed. "Yes," she said sharply. "Which would you like?" "I shouldn't care to make invidious distinctions," he replied with a little laugh. "Odious prig," thought Hannah. "He actually doesn't see I'm sitting on him." Aloud she said, "No, but you can't marry them all." "Why should I marry any?" he asked in the same light tone, though there was a shade of surprise in it. "Haven't you come back to England to get a wife? Most young men do, when they haven't had one exported to them in Africa." He laughed with genuine enjoyment and strove to catch the answering gleam in her eyes, but she kept them averted. They were standing with their backs to the wall, and he could only see the profile and note the graceful poise of the head upon the warm-colored neck that stood out against the white bodice. The frank ring of his laughter mixed with the merry jingle of the fifth figure. "Well, I'm afraid I'm going to be the exception," he said. "You think nobody good enough, perhaps?" she couldn't help saying. "Oh, why should you think that?" "Perhaps you're already married." "Oh no, I'm not," he said earnestly. "You're not either, are you?" "Me?" she asked. Then, with a barely perceptible pause, she said, "Of course I am." The thought of posing as the married woman she theoretically was flashed upon her suddenly, and appealed irresistibly to her sense of fun. The recollection that the nature of the ring on her finger was concealed by her glove afforded her supplementary amusement. "Oh," was all he said. "I didn't catch your name exactly." "I didn't catch yours," she replied evasively. "David Brandon," he said readily. "It's a pretty name," she said, turning smilingly to him. The infinite possibilities of making fun of him latent in the joke quite warmed her towards him. "How unfortunate for me I have destroyed my chances of getting it." It was the first time she had smiled, and he liked the play of light around the curves of her mouth, amid the shadows of the soft dark skin, in the black depths of the eyes. "How unfortunate for me," he said, smiling in return. "Oh yes, of course," she said with a little toss of her head. "There is no danger in saying that now." "I wouldn't care if there was." "It's easy to smooth down the serpent when the fangs are drawn," she laughed back. "What an extraordinary comparison!" he exclaimed. "But where are all the people going? I hope it isn't over." "Why, what do you want to stay for? You're not dancing." "That is the reason. Unless I dance with you." "And then you would want to go?" she flashed with mock resentment. "I see you're too sharp with me," he said lugubriously. "Roughing it among the Boers makes a fellow a bit dull in compliments." "Dull indeed," said Hannah, drawing herself up with great seriousness. "I think you're more complimentary than you have a right to be to a married woman." His face fell. "Oh, I didn't mean anything," he said apologetically. "So I thought," retorted Hannah. The poor fellow grew more red and confused than ever. Hannah felt quite sympathetic to him now, so pleased was she at the humiliated condition to which she had brought the young man from the Cape. Section 2. Chapter 14, Section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 14, The Purim Ball, Section 2. "Well, I'll say good-bye," he said awkwardly. "I suppose I mustn't ask to take you down to supper. I dare say your husband will want that privilege." "I dare say," replied Hannah, smiling, "although husbands do not always appreciate their privileges." "I shall be glad if yours doesn't," he burst forth. "Thank you for your good wishes for my domestic happiness," she said severely. "Oh, why will you misconstrue everything I say?" he pleaded. "You must think me an awful schlemiel, putting my foot in it so often. Anyhow, I hope I shall meet you again somewhere." "The world is very small," she reminded him. "I wish I knew your husband," he said ruefully. "Why?" said Hannah innocently. "Because I could call on him," he replied, smiling. "Well, you do know him." "Do I? Who is it? "I don't think I do," he exclaimed.
"Well, considering he introduced you to me."
"Sam!" cried David, startled.
"Yes."
"But," said David, half incredulously, half in surprise. He certainly had never credited Sam with the wisdom to select or the merit to deserve a wife like this. "But what?" asked Hannah with charming naivete. "He said at least I think he said I understand he introduced me to Miss Solomon as his intended wife." Solomon was the name of Malka's first husband, and so of Leah. "Quite right," said Hannah simply. "Then what? How?" he stammered. "She was his intended wife," explained Hannah, as if she was telling the most natural thing in the world, "before he married me, you know." "I beg your pardon if I seem to doubt you. I really thought you were joking." "Why? What made you think so?" "Well," he blurted out, "he didn't mention he was married, and seeing him dancing with her the whole time." "I suppose he thinks he owes her some attention," said Hannah indifferently. "By way of compensation, probably. I shouldn't be at all surprised if he takes her down to supper instead of me. There he is, struggling towards the buffet. Yes, he has her on his arm." "You speak as if she were his phylacteries," said Hannah, smiling. "It would be a pity to disturb them. So, if you like, you can have me on your arm, as you put it." The young man's face lit up with pleasure, the keener that it was unexpected. "I'm very glad to have such tefillin on my arm, as you put it," he responded. "In fact, I should be a good deal froomer if my tefillin were like that." "What, aren't you froom?" she said, as they joined the hungry procession in which she noted Bessie Sugarman on the arm of Daniel Hyams. "No, I'm a regular wroggen," he replied. "As for tefillin, I almost forgot how to lay them." "That is bad," she admitted, though he could not ascertain her own point of view from the tone. "Well, everybody else is just as bad," he said cheerfully. "All the old piety seems to be breaking down. It's Purim, but how many of us have been to hear the what do you call the Book of Esther, the Megillah, read? There is actually a minister here to night, bareheaded. And how many of us are going to wash our hands before supper or bench afterwards, I should like to know? Why, it's as much as can be expected if the food's kosher and there are no ham sandwiches on the dishes. Lord, how my old dad, God rest his soul, would have been horrified by such a party as this." "Yes, it's wonderful how ashamed Jews are of their religion outside a synagogue," said Hannah musingly. "My father, if he were here, would put on his hat after supper and bench, though there isn't another man in the room to follow his example." "And I should admire him for it," said David earnestly, "though I admit I shouldn't follow his example myself. I suppose he's one of the old school." "He is Reb Shemuel," said Hannah with dignity. "Oh, indeed!" he exclaimed, not without surprise. "I know him well. He used to bless me when I was a boy, and it used to cost him a halfpenny a time. Such a jolly fellow." "I'm so glad you think so," said Hannah, flushing with pleasure. "Of course I do. Does he still have all those Greeners coming to ask him questions?" "Oh yes, their piety is just the same as ever." "They're poor," observed David. "It's always those poorest in worldly goods who are richest in religion." "Well, isn't that a compensation?" returned Hannah with a little sigh. "But from my father's point of view, the truth is rather that those who have the most pecuniary difficulties have the most religious difficulties." Ah, I suppose they come to your father as much to solve the first as the second."
"Father is very good," she said simply.
They had by this time obtained something to eat, and for a minute or so the dialogue became merely dietary. "Do you know," he said in the course of the meal, "I feel I ought not to have told you what a wicked person I am. I put my foot in it there too."
"No? Why?"
"Because you are Reb Shemuel's daughter."
"Oh, what nonsense! I like to hear people speak their minds. Besides, you mustn't fancy I'm as froom as my father."
"Oh, I don't fancy that. Not quite," he laughed. "I know there's some blessed old law or other by which women haven't got the same chance of distinguishing themselves the way men has. I have a vague recollection of saying a prayer thanking God for not having made me a woman."
"Oh, that must have been a long time ago," she said slyly.
"Yes, when I was a boy," he admitted. Then the oddity of the premature thanksgiving struck them both, and they laughed. "You've got a different form provided for you, haven't you?" he said.
"Yes, I have to thank God for having made me according to His will."
"You don't seem very satisfied for all that," he said, struck by something in the way she said it.
"How can a woman be satisfied?" she asked, looking up frankly. "She has no voice in her destinies. She must shut her eyes and open her mouth and swallow what it pleases God to send her."
"All right, shut your eyes," he said, and putting his hand over them, he gave her a titbit and restored the conversation to a more flippant level.
"You mustn't do that," she said. "Suppose my husband were to see you."
"Oh, bother," he said. "I don't know why it is, but I don't seem to realize you're a married woman."
"Am I playing the part so badly as all that?"
"Is it a part?" he cried eagerly. She shook her head. His face fell again. She could hardly fail to note the change.
"No, it's a stern reality," she said. "I wish it wasn't."
It seemed a bold confession, but it was easy to understand. Sam had been an old schoolfellow of his, and David had not thought highly of him. He was silent a moment. "Are you not happy?" he said gently.
"Not in my marriage."
"Sam must be a regular brute," he cried indignantly. "He doesn't know how to treat you. He ought to have his head punched, the way he's going on with that fat thing in red."
"Oh, don't run her down," said Hannah, struggling to repress her emotions, which were not purely of laughter. "She's my dearest friend."
"They always are," said David oracularly. "But how come you to marry him?"
"Accident," she said indifferently.
"Accident?" he repeated, open-eyed.
"Oh, well, it doesn't matter," said Hannah, meditatingly conveying a spoonful of trifle to her mouth. "I shall be divorced from him to morrow. Be careful, you nearly broke that plate."
David stared at her open-mouthed. "Going to be divorced from him to morrow?"
"Yes. Is there anything odd about it?"
"Oh," he said, after staring at her impassive face for a full minute. "Now I'm sure you've been making fun of me all along."
"My dear Mr. Brandon, why will you persist in making me out a liar?"
He was forced to apologize again, and became such a model of perplexity and embarrassment that Hannah's gravity broke down at last, and her merry peals of laughter mingled with the clatter of plates and the hubbub of voices.
"I must take pity on you and enlighten you," she said. "But promise me it shall go no further. It's only our own little circle that knows about it, and I don't want to be the laughing stock of the Lane."
"Of course I will promise," he said eagerly. She kept his curiosity on the qui vive to amuse herself a little longer. but ended by telling him all, amid frequent exclamations of surprise. "Well, I never!" he said when it was all over. "Fancy a religion in which only 2% of the people who profess it have ever heard of its laws. I suppose we're so mixed up with the English that it never occurs to us that we've got marriage laws of our own, like the Scotch. Anyhow, I'm real glad, and I congratulate you." "On what?" "On not being really married to Sam." "Well, you're a nice friend of his, I must say. I don't congratulate myself, I can tell you." "You don't?" he said in a disappointed tone. She shook her head silently. "Why not?" he inquired anxiously. "Well, to tell the truth, this forced marriage was my only chance of getting a husband who wasn't pious. Don't look so puzzled. I wasn't shocked at your wickedness. You mustn't be at mine. You know, there's such a lot of religion in our house that I thought if I ever did get married I'd like a change." "So you're like the rest of us. Well, it's plucky of you to admit it." "Don't see it. My salary doesn't depend on religion, thank heaven. Father's a saint, I know, but he swallows everything he sees in his books, just as he swallows everything mother and I put before him on his plate. And in spite of it all—" She was about to mention Levi's shortcomings, but checked herself in time. She had no right to unveil anybody's soul but her own, and she didn't know why she was doing that. "But you don't mean to say your father would forbid you to marry a man you cared for, just because he wasn't froom?" "I'm sure he would." "Oh, but that would be cruel." "He wouldn't think so. He'd think he was saving my soul. And you must remember he can't imagine any one who has been taught to see its beauty not loving the yoke of the law. He's the best father in the world. But when religion's concerned, the best-hearted of mankind are liable to become hard as stone. You don't know my father as I do. But apart from that, I wouldn't marry a man myself who might hurt my father's position. I should have to keep a kosher house, or look how people would talk." "And wouldn't you do it if you had your own way?" "I don't know what I would do. It's so impossible, the idea of my having my own way. I think I should probably go in for a change. I'm so tired of this eternal ceremony. Always washing up plates and dishes. I dare say it's all for our good, but I am so tired." "Oh, I don't see much difficulty about kosher. I always eat kosher meat myself when I can get it, providing it's not so beastly tough as it has a knack of being. Of course, it's absurd to expect a man to go without meat when he's travelling up country, just because it hasn't been killed with a knife instead of a pole-axe. Besides, don't we know well enough that the folks who are most particular about these sorts of things don't mind swindling and setting their houses on fire and all manner of abominations? I wouldn't be a Christian for the world, but I should like to see a little more common sense introduced into our religion. It ought to be more up to date. If ever I marry, I should want my wife to be a girl who wouldn't want to keep anything but the higher parts of Judaism. Not out of laziness, mind you, but out of conviction." David stopped suddenly, surprised at his own sentiments, which he learned for the first time. However vaguely they may have been simmering in his brain, he could not honestly accuse himself of having ever bestowed any reflection on those higher parts of Judaism, or even on the religious convictions apart from the racial aspects of his future wife. Could it be that Hannah's earnestness was infecting him? "Oh, then you would marry a Jewess?" said Hannah. "Oh, of course," he said in astonishment. Then, as he looked at the pretty earnest face, The amusing recollection that she was married already came over him with a sort of shock, not wholly comical. There was a minute of silence, each pursuing a separate train of thought. Then David wound up as if there had been no break with an elliptical "Wouldn't you?" Hannah shrugged her shoulders and elevated her eyebrows in a gesture that lacked her usual grace. "Not if I had only to please myself," she added. "Oh, come, don't say that," he said anxiously. "I don't believe mixed marriages are a success. Really I don't. Besides, look at the scandal." Again she shrugged her shoulders defiantly this time. "I don't suppose I'll ever get married," she said. "I never could marry a man father would approve of, so that a Christian would be no worse than an educated Jew." David did not quite grasp the sentence. He was trying to when Sam and Leah passed them. Sam winked in a friendly if not very refined way. "I see you two are getting on all right," he said. "Good gracious!" said Hannah, starting up with a blush. "Everybody's going back. They will think us greedy. What a pair of fools we are to have got into such a serious conversation at a ball." "Was it serious?" said David with a retrospective air. "Well, I never enjoyed a conversation so much in my life." "You mean the supper," said Hannah lightly. "Well, both. It's your fault if we didn't behave more appropriately." "How do you mean?" "You don't dance." "Do you want to?"
"Rather."
I thought you were afraid of all the swells."
"Supper has given me courage."
"Oh, very well if you want to. That's to say, if you really can waltz."
"Try me. Only you must allow for my being out of practice. I didn't get many dances at the Cape, I can tell you." The Cape. Hannah heard the words without making her usual grimace. She put her hand lightly on his shoulder. He encircled her waist with his arm, and they surrendered themselves to the intoxication of the slow, voluptuous music. Chapter 14. Chapter 15, Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 15, Section 1, The Sons of the Covenant. The B'nai Bris, the Sons of the Covenant, sent no representative to the club balls, knowing neither of waltzes nor of dress coats, and preferring death to the embrace of a strange dancing woman. They were the congregation of which Mr. Belcovitch was president, and whose synagogue was the ground floor of No. 1 Royal Street, 2 large rooms knocked into one, and the rear partitioned off for the use of the bewigged, heavy-jawed women who might not sit with the men, lest they should fascinate their thoughts away from things spiritual. Its furniture was bare benches, a raised platform with a reading desk in the centre, and a wooden curtained ark at the end containing 2 parchment scrolls of the law, with a silver pointer and silver bells and pomegranates. The scrolls were in manuscript, for the printing press has never yet sullied the sanctity of the synagogal editions of the Pentateuch. The room was badly ventilated, and what little air there was generally sucked up by a greedy company of wax candles, big and little, stuck in brass holders. The back window gave on the yard and the contiguous stables of a dairyman, and the lowing of his cows mingled with the impassioned supplications of the worshippers, who came hither 2 or 3 times per day to batter the gates of heaven and to listen to sermons more exegetical than ethical. They dropped in mostly in their workaday garments and grime,
and rumbled and roared and chorused prayers with a zeal that shook the window panes, and there was never lack of a minyan, the congregational quorum of 10. In the West End, synagogues are built to eke out the income of poor minyan men or paid congregants. In the East End, rooms are tricked up for prayer. This synagogue was all of luxury many of its sons could boast. It was their salon and their lecture hall. It supplied them not only with their religion, but their art and letters, their politics and their amusements. It was their home as well as the Almighty's, and on occasion they were familiar and even a little vulgar with him. It was a place in which they could sit in their slippers, metaphorically that is, for though they frequently did so literally, it was by way of reverence, not ease. They enjoyed themselves in this Shool of theirs. They shouted and skipped and shook and sang and wailed and moaned. They clenched their fists and thumped their breasts, and they were not the least happy when they were crying. There is an apocryphal anecdote of one of them being caught in the act of taking a pinch of snuff when the vidui, the confession, caught him unexpectedly. "Ashamnu, we have trespassed," he wailed mechanically, as he spasmodically put the snuff into his bosom and beat his nose with his clenched fist. They prayed metaphysics, acrostics, angelology, Kabbalah, history, exegesis, Talmudical controversies, menus, recipes, priestly prescriptions, the canonical books, the Psalms, love poems, an undigested hotchpotch of exalted and questionable sentiments, of communal and egotistical aspirations of the highest order. It was a wonderful liturgy, as grotesque as it was beautiful, like an old cathedral in all styles of architecture, stored with shabby antiques and side-shows, and overgrown with moss and lichen, a heterogeneous blend of historical strata of all periods, in which the gems of poetry and pathos and spiritual fervor glittered, and pitiful records of ancient persecutions lay petrified. And the method of praying these things was equally complex and uncouth, equally the bond-slave of tradition. Here a rising, and there a bow, now 3 steps backwards, and now a beating of the breast, this bit for the congregation, and that for the minister. Variants of a page, a word, a symbol, even a vowel, ready for every possible contingency. Their religious consciousness was largely a musical box, a thrill of the ram's horn, the cadenza of a psalmic phrase, the jubilance of a festival Amen, and the sobriety of a workaday Amen. The Passover melodies and the Pentecost, the minor keys of atonement and the hilarious rhapsodies of rejoicing, the plain chant of the law and the more ornate intonation of the prophets, all this was known and loved, and was far more important than the meaning of it all, or its relation to their real lives. For page upon page was gabbled off at rates that could not be excelled by automata, but if they did not always know what they were saying, they always meant it. If the service had been more intelligible, it would have been less emotional and edifying. There was not a sentiment, however incomprehensible, for which they were not ready to die or to damn. Kol Yisrael Chavarim, all Israel are brethren. And indeed there was a strange antique clannishness about these sons of the covenant, which in the modern world, where the ends of the ages meet, is socialism. They prayed for one another while alive, visited one another's bedsides when sick, buried one another when dead. No mercenary hands poured the yolks of eggs over their dead faces and arrayed their corpses in their praying shawls. No hired masses were said for the sick or the troubled, for the psalm-singing services of the Bnei Bris were always available for petitioning the heavens. Even though their brothers were arrested for buying stolen goods, and the service might be an invitation to Providence to compound a felony, little charities of their own they had too, a Sabbath meal society and a marriage portion society to buy the sticks for poor couples. And when a pauper countryman arrived from Poland, one of them boarded him, and another lodged him, and a third taught him a trade. Strange exotics in a land of prose, carrying with them through the paved highways of London the odor of continental ghettos, and bearing in their eyes through all the shrewdness of their glances the eternal mysticism of the Orient where God was born. Hawkers and peddlers, tailors and cigar makers, cobblers and furriers, glaziers and cap makers. This was in sum their life, to pray much and to work long, to beg a little and to cheat a little, to eat not overmuch and to drink scarce at all, to beget annual children by chaste wives, disallowed them half the year, and to rear them not over well, to study the law and the prophets, and to reverence the rabbinical tradition and the chaos of commentaries expounding it, to abase themselves before the Life of Man and Joseph Caro's Shulchan Aruch, the set table, as though the authors had presided at the foundations of the earth, to wear phylacteries and fringes, tefillin and tzitzits, to keep the beard unshaven and the corners of the hair uncut, to know no work on Sabbath and no rest on week-day. It was a series of recurrent landmarks, ritual and historical, of intimacy with God so continuous that they were in danger of forgetting his existence as of the air they breathed. They ate unleavened bread on Passover and blessed the moon and counted the days of the Omer until Shavuos, Pentecost, saw the synagogue dressed with flowers in celebration of an Asiatic fruit harvest by a European people divorced from agriculture. They passed to the terrors and triumphs of the New Year with its domestic symbolism of apple and honey and its procession to the river, and the revelry of repentance on the great white fast, Yom Kippur, when they burned long candles and whirled fowls round their heads and attired themselves in grave clothes and saw from their seats in synagogue the long fast day darken slowly into dusk, while God was sealing the decrees of life and death. They passed to Sukkos, tabernacles, when they ran up rough booths in back yards, draped with their bed sheets and covered with greenery, and bore through the streets citrons in boxes, and waving a combination of myrtle and palm and willow branches, wherewith they made a pleasant rustling in the synagogue, and thence to Simchas Torah, rejoicing of the law, when they danced and drank rum in the house of the Lord, and scrambled sweets for the little ones, and made a sevenfold circuit with the two scrolls, supplemented by toy flags and children's candles stuck in hollow carrots. And then on to Chanukah, dedication, with its celebration of the Maccabean deliverance and the miracle of the unwaning oil in the temple, and to Purim, with its masquerading and its execration of Haman's name, boo, by the banging of little hammers, and so back to Passover. And with these larger cycles, epicycles of minor fasts and feasts, multiplex, not to be overlooked, from the fast of Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Ab, fatal day for the race, when they sat on the ground in shrouds and wailed for the destruction of Jerusalem, to the feast of the great Hosanna, when they whipped away willow leaves on the Shool benches in symbolism of forgotten sins, sitting up the whole of the night before in a long paroxysm of prayer mitigated by coffee and cakes, from the period in which nuts were prohibited to the period in which marriages were commended. And each day, too, had its cycles of religious duty, its comprehensive and cumbrous ritual, with accretions of commentary and tradition, and every contingency of the individual life was equally provided for, and the writings that regulated all this complex ritual are a marvellous monument of the patience, piety, and juristic genius of the race, and of the persecution which threw it back upon its sole treasure, the Torah, the law. Thus they lived and died, these Bnei Bris, these sons of the covenant, half automata, sternly disciplined by voluntary and involuntary privation, hemmed and mewed in by iron walls of form and poverty, joyfully ground under the perpetual rotary wheel of ritualism, good-humored withal, and caustic like all people whose religion stands much upon ceremony, inasmuch as a ritual law comes to count equally with a moral, and a man is not half bad who does 3/4 of his duty. And so the stuffy room, with its guttering candles and its chameleon-colored paroches, the ark curtain, was the pivot of their barren lives. Joy came to bear to it the offering of its thanksgiving and to vow sixpenny bits to the Lord. Prosperity came in a high hat to chaffer for the holy privileges, and grief came to rent garments, to lament the beloved dead, and to glorify the name of the Eternal. The poorest life is to itself the universe and all that therein is, and these humble products of a great and terrible past, strange fruits of a motley flowering secular tree, whose roots are in Canaan and whose boughs overshadow the earth, were all the happier for not knowing that the fullness of life was not theirs. And the years went rolling on, and the children grew up, and here and there a parent. End of chapter 15, section 1. Chapter 15, section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 15, the Bnei Bris, Part 2. The elders of the synagogue were met in council. "He is greater than a prince," said the Shalotten Shammos. "If all the princes of the earth were put in one scale," said Mr. Belcovitch, "with our Maggid Moses on the other, he would outweigh them all. He is worth 100 of the chief Rabbi of England, who has been seen bareheaded." "From Moses to Moses there has been none like Moses," said old Mendel Hyams, interrupting the Yiddish with a Hebrew quotation. "Oh no," said the Shalotten Shammos, who was a great stickler for precision, being, as his nickname implied, a master of ceremonies. "I can't admit that. Look at my brother Nachman." There was a general laugh at the Shalotten Shammos's bull, the proverb dealing only with Moseses. "He has the true gift, observed Frum Karlkammer, shaking the flames of his hair pensively. "For the letters of his name have the same numerical value as those of the great Moses de Leon." Frum Karlkammer was listened to with respect, for he was an honorary member of the committee, who paid for 2 seats in a larger congregation and only worshipped with the Sons of the Covenant on special occasions. The Shalotten Shammos, however, was of a contradictory temperament, a born dissident, upheld by a steady consciousness of highly superior English, the drop of bitter in Belcovitch's presidential cup. He was a long, thin man who towered over the congregation and was as tall as the bulk of them even when he was bowing his acknowledgments to his Maker. "How do you make that out?" he asked Karlkammer. "Moses, of course, adds up the same as Moses, but while the other parts of the Maggid's name make 73, De Leon's makes 91. "Ah, that's because you're ignorant of Gematria," said little Karlkammer, looking up contemptuously at the cantankerous giant. "You reckon all the letters of the same system, and you omit to give yourself the license of deleting the ciphers." In philology it is well known that all consonants are interchangeable and vowels don't count. In Gematria any letter may count for anything, and the total may be summed up anyhow. Karlkammer was one of the curiosities of the Ghetto. In a land of Frum men he was the Frummest. He had the very genius of fanaticism. On the Sabbath he spoke nothing but Hebrew, whatever the inconvenience, and however numerous the misunderstandings, and if he perchance paid a visit, he would not perform the work of lifting the knocker. Of course he had his handkerchief girt round his waist to save him from carrying it, but this compromise being general was not characteristic of Karlkammer, any more than his habit of wearing 2 gigantic sets of phylacteries where average piety was content with 1 of moderate size. One of the walls of his room had an unpapered and unpainted scrap in mourning for the fall of Jerusalem. He walked through the streets to synagogue attired in his praying shawl and phylacteries, and knocked 3 times at the door of God's house when he arrived. On the Day of Atonement he walked in his socks, though heavens fell, wearing his grave clothes. On this day he remained standing in synagogue from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. with his body bent at an angle of 90 degrees. It was to give him bending space that he hired 2 seats. On Sukkot, not having any ground whereupon to create a booth, by reason of living in an attic, he knocked a square hole in the ceiling, covered it with branches, through which the free air of heaven played, and hung a quadrangle of sheets from roof to floor. He bore to synagogue the tallest lulav of palm branches that could be procured, and quarrelled with a rival pietist for the last place in the floral procession, as being the lowliest and meekest man in Israel, an ethical pedestal equally claimed by his rival. He insisted on bearing a corner of the biers of all the righteous dead. Almost every other day was a fast day for Karlkammer, and he had a host of supplementary ceremonial observances which are not for the vulgar. Compared with him, Moses Ansell and the ordinary Bnei Bris were mere heathens. He was a man of prodigious distorted mental activity. He had read omnivorously amidst the vast stores of Hebrew literature, was a great authority on Kabbalah, understood astronomy, and still more astrology, was strong on finance, and could argue coherently on any subject outside religion. His letters to the press on specifically Jewish subjects were the most hopeless, involved, incomprehensible, and protracted puzzles ever penned, bristling with Hebrew quotations from the most varying, the most irrelevant, and the most mutually incongruous sources, and peppered with the dates of birth and death of every Rabbi mentioned. No one had ever been known to follow one of these argumentations to the bitter end. They were written in good English, modified by a few peculiar terms, used in senses unspecified by dictionary makers, in a beautiful hand, with the T's uncrossed, but crowned with the side stroke, so as to avoid the appearance of the symbol of Christianity, and with the dates expressed according to the Hebrew calendar, for Karlkammer refused to recognize the chronology of the Christian. He made 3 copies of every letter, and each was exactly like the others in every word and every line. His bill for midnight oil must have been extraordinary, for he was a business man and had to earn his living by day. Kept within the limits of sanity by religion without apocalyptic visions, he was saved from predicting the end of the world by mystic calculations, but he used them to prove everything else, and fervently believed that endless meanings were deducible from the numerical value of biblical words, that not a curl at the tail of any letter or any word in any sentence but had its supersubtle significance. The elaborate cipher with which Bacon is alleged to have written Shakespeare's plays was mere child's play compared to the infinite revelations which, in Karlkammer's belief, the Deity left latent in writing the Old Testament from Genesis to Malachi, and in inspiring the Talmud and the holier treasures of Hebrew literature. Nor were those ideas of his own origination. His was an eclectic philosophy and religionism, of which all the elements were discoverable in old Hebrew books. Scraps of Alexandrian philosophy inextricably blent with Aristotelian, Platonic, mystic. He kept up a copious correspondence with scholars in other countries, and was universally esteemed and pitied. "We haven't come to discuss the figures of the Maggid's name, but of his salary," said Mr. Belcovitch, who prided himself on his capacity for conducting public business. "I have examined the finances," said Karlkammer, "and I don't see how we can possibly put aside more for our preacher than £1 a week." "But he is not satisfied," said Mr. Belcovitch. "I don't see why he shouldn't be," said the Shalotten Shammos. £1 a week is luxury for a single man. The Sons of the Covenant did not know that the poor consumptive Maggid sent half his salary to his sisters in Poland, to enable them to buy back their husbands from military service. Also they had vague, unexpressed ideas that he was not mortal, that Heaven would look after his larder, that, if the worst came to the worst, he could fall back on Kabbalah and engage himself with the mysteries of food creation. "I've a wife and family to keep on £1 a week," grumbled Greenberg the Chazan. Besides being reader, Greenberg blew the horn and killed cattle and circumcised male infants and educated children and discharged the functions of beadle and collector. He spent a great deal of his time in avoiding being drawn into the contending factions of the congregation and in steering equally between Belcovitch and the Shalotten Shammos. The Bnei Bris only gave him 50 a year for all his trouble, but they eked it out by allowing him to be on the committee, where, on the question of a rise in the reader's salary, he was always an ineffective minority of 1. His other grievance was that for the high festivals the sons temporarily engaged a finer voiced reader, and advertised him at raised prices to repay themselves out of the surplus congregation. Not only had Greenberg to play second fiddle on these grand occasions, but he had to iterate "Pom" as a sort of musical accompaniment in the pauses of his rival's vocalization. "You can't compare yourself with the Maggid," the Shalotten Shammos reminded him consolingly. "There are hundreds of you on the market. There are several more so of the service, which you do not sing half so well as your predecessor. Your horn blowing cannot compete with Friedman's of the Fashion Street Chavarah, nor can you read the law as quickly and accurately as Praczynski. I've told you over and over again you confound the air of the Passover Magnificat with the New Year ditto, and that your preliminary flourish in the confession of sin, it goes ay, 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 ay." He mimicked Greenberg's melody. "Whereas it should be ay, 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 ay." "Oh no," interrupted Belcovitch. "All the Chazanim I've ever heard of do it ay, ay, ay." "You are not entitled to speak on this subject, Belcovitch," said the Shalotten Shammos warmly. "You are an Am Haaretz. I have heard every great Chazan in Europe." "What was good enough for my father is good enough for me," retorted Belcovitch. "The Shool he took me to at home had a beautiful Chazan, and he always sang it ay, ay, ay." "I don't care what you heard at home. In England every Chazan sings oi, oi, oi." "We can't take our tune from England," said Karlkammer reprovingly. "England is a polluted country by reason of the Reformers, whom we were compelled to excommunicate." "Do you mean to say that my father was an Epicurean?" asked Belcovitch indignantly. "The tune was as Greenberg sings it. That there are impious Jews who play bareheaded and sit in the synagogue side by side with the women has nothing to do with it." The Reformers did neither of these things, but the Ghetto, to a man, believed they did, and it would have been countenancing their blasphemies to pay a visit to their synagogues and see. It was an extraordinary example of a myth flourishing in the teeth of the facts, and as such should be useful to historians sifting out the evidence of contemporary writers. The dispute thickened. The synagogue hummed with ayes and oys, not in accord. "Shah!" said the President at last. "Make an end! Make an end!" "You see, he knows I'm right," murmured the Shalotten Shammos to his circle. "And if you are," burst forth the impeached Greenberg, who had by this time thought of a retort, "and if I do sing the Passover Magnificat instead of the New Year, have I not reason, seeing as I have no bread in the house? With my salary I have Passover all the year round." The Chazan's sally made a good impression on his audience, if not on his salary. It was felt that he had a just grievance, and the conversation was hastily shifted to the original topic. "We mustn't forget the Maggid draws crowds here every Saturday and Sunday afternoon," said Mendel Hyams. "Suppose he goes over to a Chavarah that will pay him more." "No, he won't do that," said another of the committee. "He will remember that we brought him out of Poland." "But we shan't have any room for the audiences soon," said Belcovitch.
There are so many outsiders turned away every time that I think we ought to let half the applicants enjoy the first 2 hours of the sermon and the other half the second 2 hours." "No, no, that would be cruel," said Karlkammer. "He will have to give the Sunday sermons at least in a larger synagogue. My own Shool, the German, will be glad to give him facilities." "But what if they want to take him altogether at a higher salary?" said Mendel. "No, I'm on the committee. I'll see to that," said Karlkammer reassuringly. "Then do you think we shall tell him we can't afford to give him more?" asked Belcovitch. There was a murmur of assent with a fainter mingling of dissent. The motion that the Maggid's application be refused was put to the vote and carried by a large majority. It was the fate of the Maggid to be the one subject on which Belcovitch and the Shalotten Shammos agreed. They agreed as to his transcendent merits, and they agreed as to the adequacy of his salary. "But he's so weakly," protested Mendel Hyams, who was in the minority. "He coughs blood." "He ought to go to a sunny place for a week," said Belcovitch compassionately. "Yes, he must certainly have that," said Karlkammer. "Let us add a rider that although we cannot pay him more a week, he must have a week's holiday in the country. The Shalotten Shammos shall write a letter to Rothschild." Rothschild was a magic name in the Ghetto. It stood next to the Almighty's as a redresser of grievances and a friend to the poor. And the Shalotten Shammos made a large part of his income by writing letters to it. He charged twopence halfpenny per letter, for his English vocabulary was larger than any other scribe's in the Ghetto, and his words were as much longer than theirs as his body. He also filled up printed application forms for soup or Passover cakes, and had a most artistic sense of the proportion of orphans permissible to widows, and a correct instinct for the plausible duration of sickness. The committee agreed nem con to the grant of a seaside holiday, and the Shalotten Shammos, with a gratified feeling of importance, waived his twopence halfpenny. He drew up a letter forthwith, not of course in the names of the sons of the covenant, but in the Maggid's own. He took the magniloquent sentences to the Maggid for signature. He found the Maggid walking up and down Royal Street, waiting for the verdict. The Maggid walked with a stoop that was almost a permanent bow, so that his long black beard reached well down towards his baggy knees. His curved eagle nose was grown thinner, his long coat shinier, his look more haggard. His corkscrew earlocks were matted, and when he spoke, his voice was a tone more raucous. He wore his high hat, a tall cylinder that reminded one of a weather-beaten turret. The Shalotten Shammos explained briefly what he had done. "Yasher koach, may thy strength increase," said the Maggid in the Hebrew formula of gratitude. "No, thine is more important," replied the Shalotten Shammos with hilarious heartiness, and he proceeded to read the letter as they walked along together, giant and doubled-up wizard. "But I haven't got a wife and 6 children," said the Maggid, for whom one or two phrases stood out intelligible. "My wife is dead, and I never was blessed with a Kaddish." "It sounds better so," said the Shalotten Shammos authoritatively. "Preachers are expected to have heavy families dependent upon them. It would sound lies if I told the truth." This was an argument after the Maggid's own heart, but it did not quite convince him. "But they will send and make inquiries," he murmured. "Then your family are in Poland. You send your money over there." "That is true," said the Maggid feebly, "but still it likes me not." "You leave it to me," said the Shalotten Shammos impressively. "A shamefaced man cannot learn, and a passionate man cannot teach. So said Hillel. When you are in the pulpit, I listen to you. When I have my pen in my hand, you listen to me. As the proverb said, if I were a Rabbi, the town would burn, but if you were a scribe, the letter would burn. I don't pretend to be a Maggid. Don't you set up to be a letter writer." "Well, but do you think it's honorable?" "Shema Yisrael!" cried the Shalotten Shammos, spreading out his palms impatiently. "Haven't I written letters for 20 years?" The Maggid was silenced. He walked on broodingly. "And what is this place, Burnmud, I asked to go to?" he inquired. "Bournemouth," corrected the other. "It is a place on the south coast where all the most aristocratic consumptives go." "But it must be very dear," said the poor Maggid, affrighted. "Dear? Of course it's dear," said the Shalotten Shammos pompously. "But shall we consider expense where your health is concerned?" The Maggid felt so grateful he was almost ashamed to ask whether he could eat kosher there. But the Shalotten Shammos, who had the air of a tall encyclopaedia, set his soul at rest on all points. Chapter 16